a great businessman, a man who was involved in whole cities to his business. And I said, who do you think should be next after Memphis? And he said, sir, you've got to save Chicago. We're going to wait a little while. But he said, you got to save Chicago. You can't let it go. And this is a very prominent man that everybody knows and is from another man in Memphis was saying, Bill, he was saying, very interesting, he's on the board of FedEx. And his hotel is about a block away. And he said, when I walk there, I said, I don't want to do this again. I never want to do it again. And they won't let me walk there. They take them in armored vehicles. They take the board members of FedEx in armored vehicles like a block away to the hotel.
Okay, so y'all in Memphis. First of all, Lisa, that's a lie. All cities told him to make sure he saves Chicago. He has a business in all cities. How does that be? And then he said the owner, the chairman of FedEx, has to take a armored vehicle 1 block to his hotel in Memphis. Now that sounds like that's a guard in the middle. And this shit is true. Come on, people in Memphis. Is this true? No, there's not even there's not even there's not even legitimate hotels by our airport because what most people don't realize is that our airport shuts down at 11 and FedEx completely takes over until 6 a.m.
Oh,
yes, it's used largely for distribution, so you wouldn't even stay over there. All of this is just ridiculous, and I wanted to add some insight because I think there are comparisons to DC that people aren't realizing because it's all a grip. So I don't know. Most people they're so quick to say, "Oh, the crime is so bad, the crime is so bad," but what they don't realize is how small the population is compared to the cities they're comparing us to. Chicago is at what, like 2.6 million? We only have about 620,000 people that live in Memphis.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why he chose us because anything that happens. So literally, if one person gets shot in the entertainment district off of Beale Street, it skyrockets our crime numbers. So if he prevents 2 people from getting shot, he'll say, look at that big increase that we had. And so that's why he is choosing us. Not to mention, we have a significant black and brown population. So we are 63% black, 10% Latino, and 2% Asian and Island Pacificer. We have a super, super small kind of like other category. But it's largely because our population is so large because we have so many people that work for FedEx and they come from India and some of the other Asian countries. And that's the only thing that really boosts us. But we are largely a black and brown city. And so that and not to mention, we have, I think, the last time I checked, 25% of our population were under the age of 18. So when we talk about the crime numbers, it's largely the younger population that's tightly packed in certain neighborhoods. They're just committing crimes against one another. I sat in a meeting with Bill Donovan, and he is the guy that brokers a lot of the big business deals. He was part of XAI. I don't know if anybody saw Dell is opening a plant here. And he is really, he's an interesting character in that, like, he champions Memphis, but he's also very critical. And a lot of the candid conversations he has with the business community and the mayor is really around what are the interventions that we can have. We're very clear on what works for us as a city, and living in a police state won't do that. We've had a significant amount of investments in like mentoring programs. We have 4 universities here, one of which is an HBCU. And every single university has lost money since Trump has been in office because a lot of the money that they get, they've deemed as DEI. And so that impacts us as well as we're creating our education pipeline. So there are so many things that impact the numbers that you see, but he's also picking us because he's aware of these things. He's not just deciding to that the crime is so horrible he has to come here. He realizes it's literally going to take everybody just leaving their home for 3 weeks, and then he can come back and say the crime has been completely eradicated.
Tiffany,
Can I ask a question? I just want to ask a question.
Question, okay? So Tiffany, thank you for providing such insight. Can you tell us what the leadership has had to say about the gas turbines that Elon Musk has installed there? It's what I was about to ask about. Yeah.
So it's very controversial. It's I hate to say when people say like it's a needed evil. So part of it is it creates environmental issues, and also it's located really close to like a neighborhood that has like older populations. Somebody mentioned earlier about the blight. So one of the blight programs is where the city has all of these lots that people have lost because either like they died or their families have left, and so like it's like this tax situation. And like I got a property, a plot of land in one of those neighborhoods for free, and I just put a community garden on it. So essentially, those turbines, they found space like that. The problem is they're smack dab in the middle of people's everyday life. It's just dangerous to them. We've already had significant historical. The left is already shrinking. You guys are going to be non-existent in the next 10 years.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'd like to still say what I was thinking when you asked me what I was thinking.
That shit is going out the window. Go ahead.
I was still like,
Go ahead.
yeah, we go. So, when it comes to political violence in America, nothing is new under the sun. America's been a politically violent time since its inception. We were born in political violence. And so any type of assertion that, like, now you're going to have to really be afraid of what to say because you can get shot out here, like that, someone saying that has, like, zero understanding of the country they live in. You're always supposed to worry about getting shot in America. We have a lot of motherfucking guns here. There's a reason that I don't build my career off of going around saying white people are the devil, because I don't want to get shot. And so I feel like maybe people who have been kind of brainwashed and honeydicked into believing that being an online public speaker means there should be an expectation of safety, maybe they should reconsider that, because in fact, historically speaking, going around saying things a bunch of people don't hear in America has always resulted in some form of violence that you have to be concerned about. If you are walking around the college campuses using people's humanity as content to build a net worth of $40 million while actively pushing policy that makes them feel at risk, you might actually be fomenting violence toward you that could be unexpected and heinous in nature. That's just whether you're saying something good, something right, something wrong, something evil. In America, going around saying things that put people under political threat oftentimes results in political violence. That's not something that I necessarily love, but it's been true for hundreds of years, and this country still moves forward. What I find interesting is that the people who represent the party that is most violent to American citizens are going around wagging their finger, telling people what to say. What happened to the facts don't care about your feelings crowd? Y'all were all facts don't care about your feelings till some cracker with no chin gets shot. Where was the facts over feelings when we were talking about January 6th? Where is the facts over feelings when we were talking about the Hortons? Where was the facts over feelings when we were talking about George Floyd? Y'all had memes of George Floyd. Y'all had memes of George Floyd with boots on his neck up and down. You were drawing cartoons of George Floyd getting executed. And nobody was going to
Who's doing that?
But a lot of Republicans.
Oh my fucking God. This guy's
A whole lot of them.
articulate. You are desperate. And I
That's right.
get it.
You
You're
gotta understand
desperate
this.
because you've lost the moral high ground.
You got no facts.
Your side has lost the moral high ground.
got no
That's why
facts.
you're grasping for
King,
straws.
you got no facts. You're in denial of the facts. You're brainwashed.
Well, he has to have a little bit
I'm brainwashed.
Yeah, you're brainwashed. You were
Articulate.
brainwashed. You
Your
were
side is going to be
You're a
non-existent
pea
in
brain
10
man.
years.
You're a
Your
pea
side
brain
is
man.
going to
You
be
don't know anything.
non-existent.
Yeah, talk
10
about the
years.
Jews.
It's going to be
Talk more
laughable
about the Jews,
to
okay?
call yourself a leftist in 10 years.
Okay, what are you going to threaten? Are you threatening eradication?
How
What
can
are
you
you threatening
threaten
eradication of the left?
All right,
You're going to kill us?
You guys are going to
You're
be
gonna come kill us?
pariahs.
Okay, what are you going to come get put us in?
No, what are you talking
Okay,
about?
then
Bro,
stop
you
threatening.
guys do that. Stop it.
look, doctor, that's
You
what
know
that's
what-
what you guys
what's
do.
happening? What's
Doctor,
happening?
don't you remember cancel culture?
What's
No.
up, faggot?
What about cancel culture, Lord Knox?
This is
You're
hilarious.
dismissing it. You're
I'm asking you
dismissing
to
it.
expound. I'm asking you to expound.
Articulate.
Not just went against Janet Carano,
That's
a
your
few other
biggest
actors
issue.
that
You need to be
made the claim that COVID was to Nazi Germany's
Perfect representation of what's wrong with this country, right? Is this lack of ability to come to a middle ground because there's this idea that you need to win here, right? That you're sacrificing unity of the union by constantly saying aggressive shit towards one another. Why can't we be a little bit nuanced and come to an understanding?
I wasn't nuanced. He
This
just called me a
shit
dumb
exists.
pussy for an hour, for like 15 minutes straight. I
You
brought
have to
data.
understand the way you speak and your personality really doesn't
Yes,
allow
but
that
I know
conversation
Republicans
to
hate
take
my
place.
What?
I'm not a Republican or
I'm not talking about you,
I'm a
Haga.
fucking Democrat, bro.
I'm not talking about you,
It's just
Haga.
the way you approach the conversation, right, can be polarizing and divisive as well. You're not wrong about the statements you're making, and neither is he to
There's
the
no King's wrong.
extent. No, so you're 100% right.
In this particular instance, yes.
Right.
No, I don't represent the left. In this particular debate, I've been 100% right. Wrong about
You
nothing.
made a good point about the, group psychology of like him being a polarizing shit starter and then somebody getting the heinous idea and committing that heinous acts, right, which is murder.
Yeah, I said zero wrong things. King said a lot of wrong
And
things. It's
preaching
not my
that
fault.
for a week, but to say that the left also doesn't villainize the right.
I never said they
do
don't.
all the time. You were implying it, bro.
No, I didn't. Nobody
Because
asked me
he
that.
was wrong about the George Floyd shit. So,
What are you talking
have
about?
not seen the PTRs on this app.
I'm not representing. I don't have to respond to. Look at my PTR. It literally includes left-wing violence. We account for 10% of the political violence.
Oh, I didn't look at your PTR.
That's the breakdown of the political violence in America. The left clearly
All I
does
see
it.
is Batman right now.
Oh, hold on, refresh. There's a whole chart there from the Cato Institute. Of course there's leftists who say extreme things. This shooter might have been leftist, but the data shows that
10%'s wrong.
it's not wrong.
It is wrong.
Get better data. Get better data.
You know,
Get the data, Monica.
you know what's so crazy right now?
Get the data, Monica.
You'd never think it, but I had a lot of disagreements with Charlie. That's the reason why whenever we had conversations in here for like the last 2.5 years, he never really came up. We never really used him as a reference or this or that because there were a lot of things believed that I
You
disagreed
didn't like him
with.
because he was pro-Israel, but
What
you
was
didn't hate him
interesting
because
that
he was
articulate. You went look.
You didn't like him because he was
Articulate. You are not a main character.
Oh,
Chill out.
shit.
I
I'm
appreciate
the main character.
it. You're not.
Yeah.
So, Haga, what's interesting is the last 2 years, or essentially I'd say the last 6 to 8 months, he really started to change, right? And I think a lot of people, and that's what I love about Twitter and Elon buying Twitter, is that now we get all the information, the good, bad, and the ugly. All of it gets put out in a way where we can all look and see what's true, what's not, this and that. And people have done an excellent job.
Terry Newsom. See what Hard Rock Casino.
Change, documenting it like, hey, look, guys, you can literally see Charlie starting to change his positions, this and that, blah blah. Come to the other side, those type of things. It's all documented, and I feel bad now because I'll be honest, I kind of wrote Charlie off a couple years ago because I felt like I had changed, way drastically to where he was not somebody I no longer had to keep up with. Surprisingly though, the thing that brought me back to following him or seeing what he was doing at least, because I still had disagreements, was when I learned TPUSA, which I'd known about when they first started TPU years ago, right? Well, when I learned TPUSA specifically was involved in, ushering Trump back into the office, and I was shocked to hear that. I was shocked to learn that. I was like, wait, when did TPUSA become a fucking? When did they start doing this? And then I was like, finding out
You don't make 40 million as a college.
you gotta learn to
Let's build right now. Let me ask you a question, Solomon. Do you think that Trump is a divisive figure?
You said, do I think he's a divisive figure? Yes, I do.
So you could agree with him that Trump is, if not the most, but one of the most Isaac presidents we've ever had?
Yeah. He is. Yeah.
So if you...
But that's a good thing. That's what we need for the president.
This is where we
Exactly.
disagree, right?
I know.
This is where we disagree.
Yeah, that is where
This
we
is
want
why
violence
this
against
is
the
why
left.
Oh, you go against the voters and call it
because it's the same divisive.
Obama wasn't like
I would disagree. I don't think it's the same. I would agree, Hack.
Every president.
I would agree that Obama is
Obama
as
didn't say
divisive,
the right wing
but in a different way.
Obama didn't call the right wing enemies
Neither
of
of
the
you
state.
will allow.
Oh,
Obama,
let me
yeah,
hang
but Biden
that.
did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, Biden did.
No,
He said that the most dangerous group in
Thanks for
America
trying.
He said
was MAGA
extreme
Republicans.
Sorry,
No, listen to
That's
this
a
speech.
great
You
example.
know, love the truth,
You
Mr.
way to move the
He's-
goalposts.
Okay, but Obama is the reason why it was necessary.
New hinge match.
Hang
What's
on
a train
the same
ticket?
person.
I don't think a president that's like, oh, let's all
Nothing to
work
do with
together,
race,
be
Starkey.
together. I don't think that's the president America needs right now. I gotta be honest with you.
The president's job is to make you do what is the word divisive. Everybody that enters into the
Imagine
with
something
a different. Hold on, brother, come on.
Yeah, he's doing
Everybody
a also good.
Damn, bro.
Listen to what we're talking about. Fire up, bro.
Yo, articulate, stop interrupting everybody's flow. Holy shit.
Mad annoying.
Damn, bro.
6 months, dog. Come on, be real.
Alright, so can I go?
What did I say? What did I say? What did I
Can I
actually
go or not,
say?
man?
What did I
He
actually
was about to tell you.
What
He
I
was just
said.
about to tell you.
Represent what I actually.
Yes, you asked King, do you think Donald Trump is a divisive figure? King said, yes. Do you think that he's the most polarizing president? King said, yes, that's what we need. You said, oh, that's where we disagree. Oh, Barack Obama, that's the problem. Am I on the right track?
Nigga, fuck.
Beware. Am I on the right track?
That nigga Obama's a YN, bro. Obama's a YN, nigga.
Well,
Hold up. Don't change what you were trying to do.
What's a YN?
Where was
it's a
that?
young
What's a
nigga.
YN?
Mike, it's a young nigga.
Alright,
Young nigga. That nigga YN. He deported more immigrants than anyone.
Samoa, let him
Alright, so now that you messed up my joke, the point I was making is that when people say divisive, what they're really saying, and they kind of use this term as if it's the launching pad to say, hey, this guy's a racist or a bigot or something like that. So if you listen to the words that lefties are using now whenever they talk about Charlie Kirk, it's always the term divisive. But divisive...
No, I said racist bigot.
Wait, hold on. Divisive is what you actually need, healthy engagement
Right.
of an exchange of ideas. People need to be
Which is
uncomfortable.
why
Oh my God. Hey,
Oh, so this is everybody agrees it's time to vote the mic around. I see how that goes.
Question.
Y'all are to get on this curry, bro.
Right, Samoa, did I bring up race?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
When did I bring up
No, he didn't. Haggock did not bring up race.
Bring up race, bro.
He didn't bring up race.
Yeah, race is what we need
But
right now.
Haggock, you gotta be honest that
You need a race.
Samoa making who was noise trolling? Yo, stop the fucking noise trolling. You have to be honest, Haggock, that Samoa making the inference is based off of a rational understanding of how these patterns work when we're talking politics or using certain words, phrases, X, Y, Z. He's not out of line from making that judgment, right? Like I don't think he is.
Every president can be deemed as being divisive due to the fact that half
Oh
of
my
them
nigga Eric,
supporting
he
one
said,
over
what's
another.
again?
Oh yeah, brother, you gotta watch out for Eric, bro. This little snake.
No, and me and Eric are on a generational run right now, Samoa. Generational run, bro.
Y'all never want to actually like really challenge Eric, but Eric kind of always find out how wrong you are. You just pass it off.
Yeah, it's the dramatic cuts to the Hey, Brock. You can use efficiently make cuts to your side.
You said 7 years ago. You gotta show me 7 years ago.
Alright, active filmmaker philosophy
You funny, Samoa. But no, hang on. Trump is definitely, he is the type of president, and this is what, look, hang on. For all the divisiveness, you and I would agree he has, you can't ignore that he got the popular vote.
It's
It's the same way, it's the same way, hold on, go, it's the same way, hang on.
You don't hate violence.
When you remember the reports, articulate, you interrupt me one more time, I'm going to get up, because I already asked you a billion times.
Let the man speak. Let him talk.
So good. I'm glad. I don't either. So good. I'm glad. I don't either. It's very interesting that Trump espouses the same characteristics we see for very successful CEOs. Steve Jobs was well known for being divisive and being one who was stubborn and stuck to what he wanted. When you go down the list of individuals, especially men, who've been great in their with Julius Caesar, the reason why Caesar ended up dying and being stabbed in his back, because he was a nigga that wanted to be cool with everybody. Go watch the show, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Hang on, the reality is, when men are great in life, they are divisive, bro. That's a fact. Even Christ, hang on, even our Christ, our Lord and Savior, was a divisive man.
But you were wrong on a few things, right? The United States is a combination of multiple different people. It's not a melting pot, right? It's more like a gumbo. It's a combination of multiple different people who have different ideologies and different perspectives.
Armenian trying to hit his
And different. What do you mean, bro? Gumbo makes sense, man. They're all ingredients separate, contributing to a melting pot of positive everybody gets along.
Goulash, that's what it is. Which needs to be politically eliminated.
Goulash is too blended, bro. And so kind of this. I like.
I never seen Obama on WWE, nigga. I never seen Obama.
Yeah, Gold, that's facts. Look, Hancock.
We got the coldest president, nigga. Niggas love Trump before Trump was even Trump.
Whatever rocks you, bro.
But Trump is people say my
I was saying niggas love Trump before he was even Trump.
Yeah, that's
Obama even wrestling that something to be, bro. And then all of a sudden,
This nigga Obama had a video the other day talking about gay BCs.
fuck Obama, man.
The masses are
That shit here.
Real quick. Have you ever heard Trump say?
exactly what you guys are doing now.
Have you ever heard Trump say that kids should their gay BCs at 4 years old?
That's
And every young boy, hold on, every young boy, I quote, every young boy should have a gay man in his life.
Yeah, that was crazy here.
That was crazy, nigga.
Crazy here, man. He did say that. Obama's a faggot. So.
That's a fact.
You said what, Mike?
And he gave another politician fellatio for crack cocaine.
You guys are
That's a full context. He's a war criminal, and nobody can.
Wait, hold on. Let Mike
I
talk.
endorse that fucking behavior. That is not true. You can be critical of multiple people, regardless of what side you're on. It shouldn't be difficult to criticize your former president as a Democrat who voted.
Can I ask you a question, Hackpot?
I voted for Obama, by the way.
Hackpot, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, so
You've
don't
taken
because
too many
people are
fights
like,
on
oh my
both
God,
sides.
Solomon, you're a Republican. No, I voted for Obama, retards.
And you know what's so funny?
Solomon, you're a
So
Republican.
we're
And you
gonna
know what's so
quickly
funny?
manifest the movie. Hey, Greg, how can the U.S. efficiently make cuts?
Niggas persecute Donald Trump for it.
And I regret
Chris the
that vote.
Navy, good luck.
Niggas were
Hey,
no-
Sounds
No, I'm
like
saying that niggas.
bad Obama, bad
Hold on.
Jinx, you know what's a crazy thing?
Jinx, let me get this shit off. Let me get this shit off real quick.
I got you. Jinx, the first time Trump ran, I disliked him. I didn't vote for him. So go ahead, go.
I was gonna say that niggas always want to be hating on Trump and talk about this immigration shit when Obama is the only U.S. president on the face of this earth that deported more immigrants than any other U.S. president on the planet. 3 million more immigrants than any other U.S. president.
about this yesterday.
But I'm just saying, but it's funny how.
Hold up, it's not funny. Let's ask the most Republican person in this room, maybe the second next to Dr.
Which is
Wicked Responsible, Monica. Did I not call that out 5 minutes ago?
Well, my phone died, so I wasn't here for that. I'm the one that started the Obama bullshit.
Well, I just want Monica to actually stand on business. Did I not call out the divisive rhetoric, the immigration and the war and
Yeah, I actually thought you were trolling because I wasn't used to you
if we're
making that
quickly
position.
manifest the movie. Hey, Greg, how can we efficiently make cuts to the U.S.
I've held
Navy?
this
Can I
position
kind
for a
of
long time.
So you agree with me?
Country's downward spiral started.
No, this is a psychological, like, manipulating tactic that he's doing right now.
Fascism became the regular, and fascism became what we were leading to when
Kitover.
Obama, as president, one, racialized every single speech, every single issue, lied to his constituency,
Overexerted his power in every chance that he could get. Expanded the U.S. drone and strikes in countries like Pakistan and Yemen and Somalia.
So look at the psychological manipulation going on right now, bro.
fashion. I'll take fascism over progressivism.
I
Progressives have lost their
That nigga's a
minds.
YN deporter
They
in
have
chief.
lost their minds.
Nigga's a YN deporter in chief.
You should hit the progressives are also mad talking shit about Gavin Newsom. And I'm a Gavin Newsom fan.
Wait, but
And these progressives are
it's against our constitution.
All right, can I talk
So
now?
is progressivism.
Look at all the people that lost existing plans when insurance dropped
I
non-covered
said,
coverage.
this is what you call fascism. I didn't say the true meaning of fascism. I said
I
it
didn't
is.
try to use your IP, I used mine. I'm also not relevant, not allowed compulsively. I also didn't notice the next lives to attack you. All
Yes,
lives.
but can I make this quick comment?
However, since you never did, however, I do not appreciate attacks to
I'm
some
sorry, I'm
businesses.
sorry, I'm
Perhaps you
sorry.
have one
Come on, let me get my shot in real
vaccines.
quick. Let me get my shot in real quick. Alright, so her job
Oh,
is
yeah,
like,
yeah, specifically
her job is
libels.
psychologically
Yes.
manipulating people by neutralizing counter arguments, by punching Mr. Barack Obama Hussein in the face, so that whenever he talks about Donald Trump, he gets free. What? Free reign. That shit's so corny. That shit's so corny. Come on, bro.
Actually, it's spectacular. I used it
No, he's
myself.
a critical
Yeah, I
thinker.
do too. I
That's
do.
he's a critical thinker.
Cornball,
Thank
nigga.
you for your
Let's
service.
be honest, nigga. It's small because he was
Alright, bro. I'll be honest, I did.
Saying that we had tested correctly in another case.
I voted for Obama because he was black, and I regret it.
Shout out to you, King.
I just want to say, every time a centrist or a classical liberal speaks in this room, this is what it's like about PTR. We're constantly fighting off both sides who want us to be as radical as you guys are. And, you know, fucking pick and choose. Fuck that, bro. Call it out for what it is.
Look, Papa, I'm not trying to argue with you, okay? I'm not trying to argue.
In this room, you guys see all those emojis? Same state.
I'm not trying to argue with you, Papa. I agree with you.
I was laughing and go healing cancer though.
Should you taken too many Pfizer vaccines?
Fascist organization. You have the Groybergs, who's a fascist organization. You have all of these fascist
Sure,
fucking
watch your YouTube live.
speakers and political.
Now we got Trantifa.
Now we got Trantifa, yo.
Oh my god.
Not Trantifa is Trantifa, yo.
Oh my god.
Now this nigga is diabolical.
I need to beat up gold tonight. That's what I'm about to do.
Grannies against fascism?
I'm sorry, Jinx. I apologize for the inconvenience.
Were you abused by a member of the Catholic Church in Illinois when you were young? A global settlement may be coming in 2020.
Because the originally got balanced it out. I hate Obama, but I also hate George W. Bush. So,
I don't even keep singles in my wallet, nigga. That nigga think they're terrible.
George Lewis was just as mad. He's like the shit that
I'm talking to you. When you're talking to me, I'm talking
Yeah,
to you.
that's the question. That's the question, Val. Here's the question, Val. How long does that go last? Right? Here's the question. How long does that go last as a deterrent? And what happens after they go away? Say, as a victim of gun violence, right? You want that to be a deterrent. How long are you going to keep the National Guard in place, realistically? Because you know what it's going to right? And then there was a question from Tiffany for Antonio as well. It was what would have prevented your incident. So I'm assuming that's referring to the shooting. Now the National Guard is coming in, but in general, what could have prevented what happened?
lot of this shit
That's good.
just come from us not having like the right mentors. You feel me? Like no after school programs, no shit that we can do after school. You feel me? Like nothing. Like we don't even got the right education system. Like we in class and teachers like real life just like act like us. You feel me? They act like us. So like we can't really learn nothing from them. So I ain't gonna lie, it's just a lot of bullshit.
What do you mean they act like us?
They basically like try to fit in with kids on some shit like, you know, I ain't gonna lie.
You about to cry.
So it's the reason why the teachers do that though, right?
Social media.
No, they do that because the atmosphere of the classroom, they do that so they can have some little bit of control over the classroom instead of being run over by the kids who acting like that.
When I mean act like us, I mean actually act like us. They walk in the bathroom, they see us smoking a vape, they'll fuck around. Yeah, just hide it from this dude, hide it from him, hide it from him. Like it's just a lot of bullshit.
Because if they try to take it, they might get their ass.
Nah, but they still wrong for that. Come on now.
And then in class,
Something to consider. Off mic, go ahead. Yeah, I was gonna say something to consider. Also, to the point, I can't think of the names. The person just dropped it in the chat, and these conversations we're having around education. So you know, we get tripped up a lot on that whole conversation of should teachers get paid $100,000. So I have a teacher living in my rental property right now. So she had to provide me her contract. She is teaching in a school in a pretty, I would call it a rough neighborhood. It's not a horrendous neighborhood. It's just the kids don't have a lot of oversight is what I would say, kind of when school isn't in. She only is getting paid $58,000 a year. Yes. And one of the things that I have, and it's here in Memphis, and one of the things that I have to do because think about it, I don't want to, I was originally going to school for education at a point, but once I saw what they got paid, I knew that I couldn't survive. Like, who can survive off of $58,000? She has a roommate. But one of the things that you think about is you're not going to get quality teachers if they're only making $58,000. The condo that I rent her, I actually rent it for about $700 less than market, just to make sure that she could afford it, because I knew she was coming here to teach. And then she was able to get a roommate. So if the teachers here, which should be an adult job per se, only make $58,000, what are we expecting for, you know, the education that they're providing to the students to be when they're barely making it?
Am I crazy? Because that sounds like a lot of money to me.
It depends on where you live, and I'm gonna say this. In 2008, when I first started working for a government agency, I was pulling in $35 a year. This was in 2008, and I was working a very important government agency that was in charge of protecting children. Just saying.
So if you're making $58,000 after taxes, you're lucky if you're bringing home 40.
Yeah.
So just imagine just if you have student loans, think about, and if you're single and you don't have any kids, you're definitely getting taxed to the high heavens. So think about, it's not really much to come home with at the end of the day.
No, it's definitely not, but that's another major problem is these government agencies not necessarily teaching because they're better funded than other agencies, but a lot of very, very, very important government agencies are underfunded, and since they provide basic services to people and help facilitate basic services, they, quote, don't have the money to really pay the workers. I wish if our private information wasn't being, put out there, I could give more details. But it was really, really difficult. So when it came to make the decision to stay or go, I just chose to leave because I was like, I could literally go to Costco and make more money and get a discount on groceries.
So I just did, I'm in HR, so I got all this stuff. I just did a quick paycheck calculator. If you make $58 annually and I just put in some numbers for like the average person that pays insurance at this other organization. The take home every 2 weeks is $1,500.
Sounds about right. Every 2 weeks.
Yeah, so you're bringing home $3,000 a month, and if your rent is $1,000, and you got a car note, you got whatever. I mean, you can gobble that up in no time.
But also, whose rent is $1,000? Did you think about that?
In that year, the house that I rented, that was the first house I rented, I ended up buying. My rent was $750 a month, and I'm only gonna say this since my spouse ain't out here, but that was one of the reasons I got married, because I needed 2 income. Like I could not fucking do it.
Not that's winning the reason.
Actually admitting that, oh my God.
Oh my God.
Why are you trusting the people in this room?
One reason.
That's why I said
You be saying that on this app.
You ain't shit.
I know that's right.
Ain't shit on the stick.
You ain't shit. Ain't shit on the stick.
No, but
I
like
want you
for
in your
real.
salary.
That's definitely a problem. Memphis sounds like they got they got a lot of problems, and the National Guard ain't gonna stop near one of them because it's just no. They can be like security guards at the mall if you want to, because I see some security. I see some shit go down the mall with the security guards there as well. So I don't understand it, but if you guys need to have it there, you feel more comfortable. You guys live there, so the honest is on you guys of how you want to handle it.
No, but
How it's
seriously
probably
though.
can't do anything about it. Go ahead, sir.
Y'all, like y'all think this is normal? Like we elect the president, they take office, you know, boom, boom, boom. They do things. They sign executive orders. Next thing you know, they're deploying the National Guards in Memphis. Like it doesn't make sense. Like this is not a normal presidential progression. Like it's stupid.
It's not.
Why is the president in Memphis?
It's not just the National Guard. It's the DEA. It's ICE.
It's everybody.
They're swarming all these people into an urban area, like y'all are like what's the word I'm looking for? Like y'all are like in what's the word I'm looking for? Oh my God! Like y'all are in Iraq somewhere. Like y'all are like y'all in Gaza somewhere. Like I don't think y'all really understand what is really happening. They're putting y'all into a situation where are going to literally become like the hunted, and y'all are the prey.
Yeah, points everywhere you want to go.
Yes, and it's insane to me. And you think that the military presence makes you safe? It doesn't, sweetheart. It doesn't, because again, there's no long end game sum. Because again, this is a waste of taxpayer dollars, and you guys are gonna feel
And
this.
remember,
I promise you.
we were supposed to be saving all this money with Doge and
Right.
all this stuff.
Right. Hold tight,
You know how
Ron.
much money?
Hold tight, Ron. Hold tight. I don't think you guys understand that state money, right, is being used to do this, right? Because once they convert the money to Title 10, yes, they can use Title 10 money. But if they take that out of the state fund, you guys are fucked.
So, Rez, have they confirmed how they're gonna do it yet? I was curious.
There's been a lot of playing around with the word game on how they're gonna do this. That's what I'm saying to y'all. So you need to be very careful, because how they activate this, how they start the activation, and then once they go around doing all of this, they're going to use it to manipulate how they're going to implement this. And it's not going to be good on any level, because at the end of the day, let me tell y'all something. However they do this and the funding and how this is all going to play out, I'm telling y'all, there's literally, I don't know if Lisa was able to pull the thing, they're taking $500 million of HBCUs as we speak in funding. You know where that money's gonna, how that money's gonna hurt you guys? Because they're doing all of this shit. And here's what I'm talking about. And you guys don't understand that when this bill comes to fruition next year, that big, beautiful bill, after they cut everything else, after they spent all this money and jack up the fucking, jack up the fucking economy, people are going to feel the wrath of this shit next year. Watch what I'm telling y'all. You may not be feeling the pain right now, but y'all gonna feel the pain next year. This shit gonna come swift, and a lot of people are gonna hold tight. Watch what I say. Watch what I'm telling y'all. This time next year, it's not gonna look good, y'all. It's not gonna look good. And they're gonna be scrambling, and they're gonna be giving y'all bullshit ass excuses. Because here's what's gonna happen. The midterms are coming next year. And they're gonna turn around and circle it and circle it and spin it and spin it and spin it and say, yeah. And they're gonna hold all this shit back. And they're gonna fuck you again.
Hold on. I want to comment to somebody in the chat who said they just gave HBCUs $500 million.
No, they took it.
Oh, he said they gave.
No,
They took it.
They
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
They did that on Trump's first term. That's probably what he's referring to. I think Trump gave a large lump sum of money to HBCUs in his first term. That's probably what he's talking about.
Yeah,
No, he didn't.
He did not. He did not.
The first time around, he announced money that was already
Allocated. Right. Money had been allocated under Obama.
Reallocated it away.
Right.
To somewhere
And then
else.
he took the money that time. So this money was allocated, and he's taking the money back again.
But he made sure he
got that
follow-up with the HBCUs, right?
That part. Right, because that's what he did the first time. Yes, that's the first time he did that shit. Right. This time he ain't got his master folks this time in the White House, because if you remember, his first termers ain't nowhere around. Diamond died and Silk ain't nowhere around, and all the rest of the stuff in the section, they all on X. But ain't none of them in the White House this time around. You don't see what's her name? None of them. Ain't none of them around. Omarosa ain't around. None of them. And they didn't even bring a second set of them around. This time they got an ex-football player as the HUD secretary, right? But you don't see Ben Carson nowhere around. Period, point blank, full stop. Right. They brought it down to the minimum. They brought it down to the bare basics. Listen,
I want to talk. I want to say something. I know you, when you get on your spiel, you never stop, but I want to say something, and please don't interrupt me, okay? They announced today, okay? All right? The Trump administration announced Monday that nearly $500 million in federal cuts will be redirected to historically black college and universities and tribally controlled college and universities, okay? They took money from the Hispanic universities, all right? And
That's what I wanted to ask you about.
And they redirected the money to the HBCUs, all right?
what Hispanic colleges? Where's their Hispanic college?
That's what I wanted to ask.
You know what? I'm posting it in the chat. They're correct.
Wait, hold up, please. Let Rob finish his statement so we can figure out if it's talking about, so I can look it up.
There is the point.
How you doing, by the way? Yeah, so Ross, post it in the chat when you're done talking.
Oh, what's up, boy? What's up?
Okay, hold on, you guys. Hold on.
Yeah, fuck you too, Rose.
Here. Give me a second, you guys. Okay, so let me know when I can jump in.
Not yet. Let me ask you a question, Lisa. Did you guys talk about the dude at Delta State?
No.
Okay. That was to Lisa, it was to you.
Hey, Jen.
I just looked it up.
Wait, hold on, y'all, please. Let's listen to some. The patient just dropped another. I got too much going on here. Can you just tell us what you're talking about? Because I have
Well,
like
that's
three
what I'm trying to ask
screens.
you, because I've been out all day. But you
No, I know you still like with the telegram. Don't be coming here.
I told you I was at. I said you had where to go. Anyway,
You ain't told me nothing.
yeah. So,
It's okay.
a 21-year-old student found hung at Delaware State on a tree or something by a pickleball court, and they're saying they don't think it's any foul play.
Oh yeah, they dropped that in politically correct, but that's on my list for tonight.
Okay, so can I read what it says? Okay.
Okay, hold on, guys. Can we just? I'm getting whiplash. So we're gonna talk about the guy that was found dead, hung, on the college campus, and then also we gotta go to Elon Musk over in where the hell was he today? At some I think it was a Ku Klux Klan rally or some shit, where there's like hundreds of thousands of people there, all white men. We got a lot to talk about. So now we got a whole nother subject that has been dropped, and this is about the HBCUs. I have an article up. If somebody wants to go ahead and get it, talk about it. If not, I have an article up. Let me know what's going on. Go ahead, Grace. Is he talking about the HBCU part now?
Yes, okay, so I'm gonna read it. Okay, so it says the Trump administration is redirecting $500 million in federal funding toward historical black colleges and tribal colleges, one-time investment covered primarily by cuts to other colleges serving large numbers of minority students. The Education Department announced the funding boost days after cutting $350 million from other grants, mainly programs reserved for colleges that have large numbers of Hispanic students. Agency leaders said most of these grants were unconstitutional. They are available to only colleges with amount of minority enrollment thresholds. The Education Secretary, Rittman, says these changes will redirect money away from ineffective and discriminatory programs toward those who support student success. The department has carefully scrutinized our federal grants, ensuring that taxpayers are not funding racially discriminatory programs, but those programs which will promote merit and excellence in education. The department is also redirecting about $60 million toward charter schools and $137 million towards American history and civil grants. President Trump in January issued the executive order and the agency to repurpose federal money towards charter schools and other school initiatives. It's the amount of one-time federal boosting of a 48% increase to HBCUs and doubles funding for tribal colleges is what the department says. The department is flexing its power to repurpose discretionary fundings to match the president's purpose priorities. Made possible through a stopgap funding through a bill passed by Congress this year that gives the executive branch more authority over spending decisions. Trump has long called himself a HBCU champion. During his first term, he added $250 million. This is what it says, I'm just reading it. This year, he signed an executive order that pledged in the White House with his advisory board and other support for HBCUs. The Education Department said the money comes from programs that are found not to be in the best interest of students and families, and it previously that other minority serving grants would be redirected to these programs that are not based and rely on racial quotas. The person familiar with this decision said the money will also be directed away from programs that support gifted and talented programs, magnet schools, international education, teacher training. Most of the programs would be zeroed out in Trump's 2026 budget request, said a person who was not authorized to discuss this decision and spoke to this decision in anonymity. Last week's cuts to Hispanic Serving Institution program reverses decades of precedents Congress created a program in 1998 finding Latino students were going to college and graduating at a far lower rate than white students. The department has also cut several other smaller programs for colleges that serve certain percentages of Asian American, Black, and Native students. The cuts drew swift blowback by Democrats who said that the programs have long had a bipartisan support and fueled social mobility for working class Americans. A memo in July from the Department of Justice. I'm just about to finish. I'm about to finish. A memo from the Department of Justice argues that the Hispanic Serving Institution and grants are unconstitutional. Um, the department declined to defend the program suit brought upon the state of Tennessee and the state of Fair Admissions Anti-Affirmative Action Group. So apparently this is getting ready to go to court. That's all I'm willing to say. So,
It's 107 HBCUs in the country. 500 billion divided by 107 equals up to about $4,700,000. 107. 107.
So y'all remember under the Biden administration, they put $1 billion in education funding. What happened was back in June, remember we were talking about this shit, there was a pause on the education grants. So once that pause or whatever freeze was put on those funds, they ended up releasing them. So it's nothing new. This is something, I think the last date under the Biden administration would have been 2025. It all started under, Bush extended it. Obama did some other shit. Then so did Trump. Trump did some things as well. But Biden he infused a lot of money. And that money was put on pause.
Yeah.
And this was back in June. So I don't know what's going on.
The HBCU money is not going to be like if you read a lot of things, it's not going to be.
Did you laugh at it? Because I sure as hell didn't hear you.
I didn't land either. Okay, so that equals up to about 4.7 million per university. Just that's not doing nothing, honestly. $4.7 million per university if they even get it. So like that 500 million is doing nothing. I landed.
Okay.
Biden gave 1.3 billion, and he didn't have to take it away from.
Okay, I got a little bit something. Oh Jesus Christ, help me! I got a little bit something. Ask Glorilla to come up, please. I got a little bit more. Glorilla. Yeah, come on now, come on. Let me just do this. So let me do this here. This is a little bit shorter for you guys, and she's putting it where the goats can get it. So we always gotta rely on the Black woman. Hold on, let me look that. Hold on. Jesus Christ here. Alright, let me see if I can do this. Alright, one more time, y'all. Give me a minute, please.
No, don't tell me how the Department of Education just decided to snatch $350 million away from minority-serving schools like HBCUs, HSIs, and more. So these schools that depend on this money to keep programs running, students supported, and teachers trained are just like in shock. And you want to know what the excuse is? They're calling the funding rules quotas and saying it's unconstitutional.
are being underfunded. A lot of them are under, what is it, y'all, them grants, what are they called, land grants, some shit, right, land grants?
Those land grants.
Something like the land grants.
And they all these motherfucking schools money. And you and somebody in the chat talking about $0 or 4.1 million. Pay them their motherfucking money. Black, Brandy. You black as hell and got the nerve to say that shit.
Right.
Just for example, Prairie View A&M University in Prairie View, Texas, was built on what was once a slave plantation. That's how a lot of them were built on.
All right, we know what land grant college. We know what land grant colleges mean, all right? We know what it is. Patty, you just said that. Patty, you just said that. So, unless someone can tell me differently, the monies that were allocated under the Biden administration, the Harrison-Biden administration, that money is already earmarked. So Trump cannot take that back. All right? Under this Trump administration, they cut $500 million from HBCUs, but they found $500 million elsewhere, all right, in the budget, all right, to compensate for the $500 million that they
talking about. They froze the money back in June.
They stole the money from other minority colleges to take the money and reset it. That doesn't make sense. I literally
Maybe they were
read the article.
I don't fucking know.
You're not even listening. They literally, oh my God, I literally read, sir, I literally read it to you that they took the money and literally said that the minority programs were not working. Lisa literally played the tape for you of it. You're not even listening. Literally, Lisa played the tape for you, explaining to you that, oh my God.
Sir. Dollars don't disappear. They just go from A to B. They take from A and move them to B.
Exactly. So why don't you explain that to her? Explain that to her.
I'm explaining it to you. They took them from where they were and moved them to another area. Why did they do that?
And it's not an extra $500 million. It was $500 million that was taken away and then put back.
That part. So you didn't give nothing to nobody.
So what?
You didn't give nothing to nobody.
So you're back to where you
You're
started.
not back to where you started. You
Back to where you
literally
started.
stole
And then
from
took
one set of
$500 million
minorities to
and then
give to
took
another
$500
set of minorities.
You're
That
back to
doesn't
where you
make
started.
sense. You steal from one set of minorities to give to another set of minorities? Make that make sense.
No, Rez, not only that.
I'm telling you.
Rez, you steal from a minority, right? Then you pay them back by stealing from another minority.
Exactly my point, Haitian. Exactly my point.
It's the same
What sense
dollar
does that make?
as traveling.
I'm gonna come slap a nigga and I'm gonna pay him back with
Right,
my name.
I'm gonna slap you, nigga, and then guess what? I'm gonna take that slap back, and then I'm gonna slap you back. What are we talking about?
Like, he really cut me off when I was talking about the history of Prairie View A&M University to say something that was
Okay, tell us about Prairie View.
We know the history of the little land grant college in the U.S.
So let's talk about the history of the land grant. Let Rob, go ahead and go, because Rob explained to us the history of the land grant. What's the history of the land
It's so
grant?
funny because I'm a TSU graduate, but you know.
What's the history of land grants, Rob?
He went to TSU.
I didn't go to HBCU.
Hey, let Rob tell us the history on land grants.
Oh, y'all Google it, all right? We don't need
No, you can tell us.
History 101, Black History 101.
Morale Act, so the problem with this land grant shit is these white schools always have they've always had fucking land.
Thank you.
And what happened was they said, we gotta get these Negroes out of our area because some of them are fucking going to school. So they fucking granted a piece of land for niggas to go to school. And now they still robbing fucking HBCUs. And it's crazy that Segregation Joe, whatever the fuck y'all want to call him, had to fucking send a letter through his Department of Education that say, give these motherfuckers their money back. 16 fucking governors. And guess where the fuck they from? The South.
Oh yeah, we can put a lot of
I don't
Okay, so,
mind. I
my point, bitch.
Okay, what I need to say here is that Mike P, you can come upstairs and we can have this conversation, and it will just be a conversation. We're not gonna be hollering and screaming back and forth, because I can't take medication nor drink, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ, I need something. This here, if you people on the right, and especially the ones that claim to be black, if y'all don't see the destruction of your community happen before your eyes, I don't know what else to tell you. We started off with Memphis. No. Let's back up. We started off with Los Angeles. Then we moved on to DC. Okay, when he was in LA, it was all about the Hispanics. Then we moved to DC, it's still about the Hispanics, but it's in the black neighborhoods. I guess the Hispanics are in the black neighborhoods or whatever. And then he threatened Chicago and calling Chicago the most dangerous city in the world. Now he's moving on to Memphis and he said, y'all savages. You heard him say it. I'm not going to replay it. Go listen to it for yourself. And then now, in the background, he is cutting everything that has to do with you. Everything. He's going into the goddamn museums because they don't want to see slavery. We don't want to hear nothing about slavery. But we're going to talk about the Holocaust till our fucking lips fall off. Then, after that, now cutting, he cut a DI program from the out. Now we're talking about taking money away from HBCUs. I mean, I don't know when you write MAGA Republicans, what in the fuck? You just keep on wanting to lose. You think you're going to be able to stay on the plantation while, like I said, the two coastals, we should just set ourselves up. Coast, West Coast, East Coast, and let the middle belong to all y'all, and you could be on your plantation with excuse me, everybody who's not in the room, who's not black, your white masters. Because I don't understand how you can be typing in the chat talking about we begging, all this kind of bullshit like that. I ain't begged for a fucking crumb my entire fucking life. Okay? And for everybody else who think we're begging, you don't have a fucking clue. All these other places are getting money constantly. From Elon, he's on the list for tonight too. He's on the menu all the way fucking down. But when it's time for us to have money coming that we should be getting because we're citizens of this country, going into the HBCU universities, and you all don't want to do reparations, the least you can do is fund some darkies' educations. It's just crazy as hell, and we're begging. No one's begging shit. Somebody said the HBCUs are accustomed to making $1 out of 15 cents. Well, now you're gonna have to make $1 out of half of a penny. So I don't even know what in the fuck you guys need to understand what is going on. And you, my friend, regardless of the fact that you think that you above all this, you over in the gated communities and bullshit like that, for you to think that it's not going to creep up and affect you, it's crazy. But then you're looking over your fence and laughing at everybody else. Pretty soon you're going to get eaten from the inside of your fence out. You're tolerated right now, as it seems. You're tolerated because we got white men in Hermosa Beach, or was it the other beach city?
Huntington Beach, I got you.
Yeah.
Huntington, baby.
It was one of the 8 cities, one of the HB cities. Fight. Fight what?
And the whitest of white beaches, okay?
Right. Exactly. Fight who? Fight what? You have everything. Just by the fact that your skin color is white, you are already 10 steps ahead of everybody else, if not more. So I'm reading the chat and I'm just like, all right. Y'all got it, because I'm on a soapbox. So let me just step down for a minute, and because this is really ridiculous that these universities were created for a reason. The White House, I'm reading this article here, despite the efforts in the White House larger campaign to eradicate anything resembling diversity, equity, and inclusion DE programs, Trump has shown interest in both terms in supporting has shown interest in both terms in supporting historically black colleges and universities, institutions created during Jim Crow era to serve black students denied education elsewhere that are now open to pupils of all races. So he's trying to take money from, you guys have seen others at HBCUs. Y'all, come on now, you got the damn near trip over them. There's a doctor I was working with, and he shocked the shit out of me when I was running my mouth again. And he is not black. He's not even brown. He told me he went to Howard in undergrad. I almost fell off my stool. Okay? Now he's making money in a white neighborhood. And there y'all in that office coming in to get help and discounts or whatever the fuck. Okay?
They go there on scholarship.
Yeah.
I do, as minorities. I'm going over here.
I'm going here too. Y'all can jump in.
The minorities, well, the way they were like two that went to each school in the around the Fort in the complex of schools that I went to. So it wasn't that many. I guess they're very good about like limiting that, but it was one white girl and the rest were Asians. So I don't really have a problem with eight students out of 4 schools.
Yeah, they do that. But like, if you look at a school like Texas Southern University, where their pharmacy school is full of Asians and shit like that, they don't do good at putting locks on their doors.
Ooh, hello.
Well, I will say, I don't. There's a double-edged sword.
Wait, who said that?
So there's a double-edged sword with that because like Tuskegee is also one of those schools, but I don't know what Southern, if that's like pharmacy is like.
Texas Southern.
Well, since you want to talk something, what's the specialty?
No, Texas Southern is not Southern.
What's their specialty?
Law school and a pharmacy.
Pharmacy and law, yeah.
Okay, so Tuskegee, which is where I originally went, their specialty is veterinary medicine.
That's all from TU.
Whoever said that,
all the students that come there, like if you are a veterinarian on this side of the country, you go through that school, and it is put Tuskegee way up on especially for veterinary medicine, it's like number 1. So I think that's kind of a good thing because it makes white people have to come through there to even get their degree. So I don't know if that's bad.
No, I was just taking a shot at him because he went to college. Let me say this.
He's not accounting for the white people. He's just saying that these colleges are getting these grants illegally. Hold on, my thing is frozen. Did I say that you were?
Under the Obama administration, HBCUs receive $4 billion.
Barbara Jordan making me.
Right, this thing on. Hey, can you hear me talking, man?
We could hear you. Go ahead.
Under the Obama administration, HBCUs receive $4 billion. That's over his total administration. All right. The 2024 budget for HBCUs is like $1.2 billion. All right, Trump is not cutting that. He's not cutting that. What he did is he's redirecting money from MSI and minority service institutions, all right, which is a different category than HBCUs. He's directing money from those programs, and he's giving it, and on top of the $1.2 billion that was already earmarked for HBCUs, he's adding another $500 million to that, okay? All right? Okay? So get the facts. Thank you.
You still on that? Get moved.
He is. He's different. So.
Son of a bitch.
It's very likely that those HBCUs won't actually get the money. So, sorry, I just wanted to interject this, and I promise I'll get off y'all stage and go to bed.
No, you can say as long as you want.
One of the things to know is there are loopholes to this money. So if y'all remember, when they cut all the DEI programs. One of the things that the White House created was a special office that reviews any money that leaves the federal government in the form of grants and things like that to these institutions. And one of the things that you have to have is your legal department has to sign off that there is no DEI covert or outright policies being put forth at your institution. And if there are, you could lose the money and it will prevent you from getting government money in the future. And in some cases, it could lead to disciplinary actions against the person that signed off on that as they were like forging documents. So with that loophole in place, that's how they're keeping different organizations from actually getting the money. And so this money that is going towards HBCUs would be considered that, and they would have to sign off on something very similar. So ultimately, they would have to open up their universities to everyone and make sure they are showing that this money is going to as many non-black students as black students, even though their population is going to be largely black. It's going to be difficult for them to prove that. So just wanted to let you know some of the loopholes that the government has put in place. And that's why you saw some organizations get rid of their DEI departments. And so they're going to do the same thing in the universities.
So could you imagine a HBCU history class not teaching about slavery in America?
Hello? Yeah, can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Because that was part of the reason why I chose to go to HBCU, because I wanted to know the real history. I wanted to learn from those kind of professors. And that's why I chose Prairie View and not TSU, because it's like an actual real school.
Your mama.
He shared something in the
You
chat.
went to school in motherfucking Arkansas. Fairview, Arkansas, and all the damn places. You went to Fairview because you couldn't get in no other damn place. Come on,
Where you went to, Rush?
Okay. She actually had. Good head, Denise. Good head. Y'all be back. Y'all telling your book, your own raggedy colleges. Good head, Denise.
I just wanted to piggyback on what Tiffany's saying. Another thing that they'll do is they'll slow walk the payment
years.
I feel you. And you know what? Texas Southern needs a lawsuit like that because they don't even have a football stadium on campus. They got to play at the soccer stadium.
Hey, why? Stop bringing us up.
Yeah, you know, we can't even, we talk about y'all broke schools all night. Shout out to
Stop naming us.
Okay, so listen, welcome. Y'all ain't got no soccer field, gotta go from home.
We got what we need.
Okay. Yeah, I bet. Okay, so much more. Okay, so welcome back, Alexander. Alexander's on the stage. OG Alexander, Dave London. I don't have any songs, so for the Welcome Carter song that I don't want to sing. And welcome back, you want to play Welcome Back? I said, Welcome Carter. Shit, that's the only one I know. But, okay, so, yeah, you guys say hello. Did I want to say this? Oh, look who's snuck in late class. Hey, there's the poll at the top. It says, has dummies on Clubhouse turned your brain into Jello? It's yes. No, you need to change that. Has dummies on Clubhouse turned you into an alcoholic? That's what you need to match them. Have up in there drinking. Damn way, drinking, smoking. Okay, come on now, get Jello by. Yeah, they need to go eat some goddamn Jello. Get off that liquor. Get off that bottle. Put that bottle down. That's what you need to do.
I feel like you're taking shots at me.
I didn't mention anything. I didn't even think about you. Trust me. You're not the first thought that came to my head when I said alcohol. Okay, so let me do this. We're trying to get to Elon because Elon, what is going on here? Y'all letting all these people just run over y'all. Elon is talking crazy. Does anybody have anything from Elon from X about you know what, about you know who? And April, you're late because we were talking about Tennessee and hey, everybody named Mama.
I didn't know it was a clock in on me.
Oh, yeah, girl, the room went over 3 minutes and then went off. So all we had to do was say Trump was sending troops to Memphis, Tennessee,
Oh,
and the
girl,
girl
yeah.
was still here.
The strip clubs are letting the national guardsmen in free.
I know you're fucking lying.
like, this was a network of people. So, like, where was the boyfriend living? Like 3 hours away or some shit like that, right?
Yeah, something of the sort.
Yeah, was that out of state? I just want to know.
Wait, I thought they lived together.
They lived together, but like hours away. Right. Oh, so they were dating? Nah, maybe it's from the parents' house, right? No, it's from the shooting side. My bad, I'm sorry. So,
Yeah, from the shooting side. And then the other thing, Mike, is that today when Cat Patel was on one of these shows, he said that the way he spoke, and I posted it today, up in Belgium or whatever, but he said that the way Tyler Robinson either wrote the note or was speaking, he made it like the only one that could have taken the shot, but he was the one that was chosen to take the shot.
So you're saying, Mike, that you've never hid a homosexual lover away under your bed or in your closet for a couple of weeks during a shooting?
Sorry, can I interject real quick? Sorry. Food court made a good point. This has been my question all along too. Why did the old man create a distraction? And I thought of that answer too, because the report is that that's why he's been charged with obstruction, because he said, I did it. So I want to know more about that. Was there a network, like as you said, Kate, which I wouldn't think, that sounds so conspiratorial. I'm not buying into that, and there was a network involved in some capacity.
Well, you know how the individual you're referring to, they have him on video. Did you see the video that they have?
Yeah, he's like, I know my rights or something, right? It's like,
so apparently how, and I can post it in the evidence, but this guy apparently he was at 9/11, he was at the Boston bombing, no, not even just, he was at 9/11, he was at the Boston bombing and one other crisis event, and then I'm not even joking.
No fucking way. You gotta send me that. Wait, you gotta send me where you saw that.
I saw something like that. I don't know that it's corroborated. It's just a coincidence, guys. Move on.
No, I wanna know about that.
I'm saying that types of man just
You don't even know what he said. We heard him say, I have a right to remain silent, but people are claiming he also said, I did it, right? I don't know.
Yes.
So I would love to know exactly what he said, how far he drove to go there, when he arrived. I'd love to know all these things about him. Guess what? We're not going to know shit.
Well, there's a reason they weren't.
I want you to talk about him, and if you bring him up, you're going to be a conspiracy theorist.
I think to charge
a lot of other words.
to charge him with obstruction, there's got to be more, I would think, than him just, randomly being arresting, just saying, oh, I know my rights. I believe that he did say, I did it. I don't know why else would they charge him with obstruction. It's very bizarre.
Yeah, it is bizarre. So this guy looks like he's a crisis actor. I'll give you I'll help you.
Thank you.
But yes, his video, his 9/11 video, where he's on camera describing himself being there, it's very eerie. It's very weird.
That's creepy. And have you gone down the rabbit hole, like, a little bit? I've been a little bit learning about these organizations. I guess they're more like neo-Nazi, or I don't know, but they're out of UK, the Angels one, and there's another one, O9A, where their whole thing is acceleration, right? I'm sure they're not the only ones, right? But they target these young, vulnerable, autistic, I think it's autistic. What's that?
I think this is the 9/11 one, just in the way.
Okay.
This is 9/11.
Yeah, but I started learning about these groups, because this is not conspiracy. There's reports, there's FBI, CIA. They're all well aware of these organizations that do this, that do, go into these discords, etc., and inspire
this up last night. I brought it up to Solomon. I'm curious, do you remember the case of those kids that were stealing state secrets that were on Discord? And then they raided the house.
Yeah.
And you know why we're not hearing about that case anymore?
No, why?
Because the FBI is finally getting trapped with this shit. Because they are radicalizing kids on these apps. They're hunting kids. The FBI is the one doing it. Yes, they are. That's why it's a trap. They have a history. There is a level of bullshit you could do, technically, I guess.
Right.
Espionage and law enforcement will move past a certain degree, and you're giving the gun to the shooter. Why does that?
This is how they had.
Whoa.
This is how they had the ability to let Joe Biden in his battle dementia-ridden state come out and say the most dangerous thing facing the United States, the most deadly curse facing the United States is white supremacy and the extreme radical men. Is it what they do? They entrap you.
You realize what Trump said after the shooting, right?
In what way?
Yes, I'm just go watch the statement again. I actually think his wife gave a statement after the shooting, and I was saying it here. I'll say I think what she did was extremely brave and very calculated and beautiful.
What did she say?
Especially she was talking about because he knows I'm right. That's what it feels like.
All he said was, this radical leftist. Yeah, stop it. Do you think that these people that are trying to snipe him and other people from hundreds of yards away, think that's okay? Like, we should just
I think that it's
bring them together?
I think that it's only the State Department do it, but then it is any other foreign agency.
There's an ideology like in these young people's minds from who do that Matt Butler, the other guy, radical little Ukrainian dude in Florida, golf course. This dude right here.
Yes, the radical Republican killing elected officials in Minnesota, sending bombs to elected officials' houses. Yes, it is massive polarization.
Well, no. Do not try to pretend like this is on both sides.
This is why I say,
It's not true.
this is why I say,
What he just did was exactly what CNN did. He runs out. Come on, bro. He immediately runs out. CNN ran a statement about Mr. Tyler Robinson saying that he, his family were Republicans, and that the lefties grabbed on and said, "Ooh, shout me."
It's not rated. It's not rated.
Yes, because I'm tired of you bullshitting and lying about my position. You just brag my position. This is an actual.
You just said it's a
You're doing it. It's an actual comment because I said nothing about this. I'm a Republican family. If I could ask you a question, you're not going to make the conversation. I'm tired of you fucking lying. Why did you say I'm tired of you lying, including why did you make the comment? Because you made it a point to mention it. Stop strawmanning my position.
All right, let's start over back up. Let's start over then. Let's start over. Let's have you explain to us how this is going.
Strawmanning my position. I never fucking said this. No strawman to start with. All you do is strawman.
Where's the proof to stand back from?
I said he's a Republican.
You did.
I did not. You see what you're doing, Simone?
Why don't you say far right? Is that what he said?
Brother, just relax.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Hold on, bro. Far right. You said the guy that's in Minnesota was a Republican.
Yes.
Mr. No Keys going house to house with the state senators, right?
Let's ask Elias. Let's ask Exactly. You're upset.
Brother.
Challenge my point, so
I just put it out.
you act like you didn't
Why did you bring up the Minnesota idea Republican?
equated what I said to what CNN said, which is there's no equal to what they're.
Why is it relevant to the Minnesota guy that we're talking more with Republicans?
Just like old days, I start the room, get it started, we start stirring the pot together, then more people come, and you kick me to the goo, just like the old days!
I did look into researching it.
Yeah, try reading a good book, smoke a joint, have a cup of coffee, maybe a glass of wine, bottle of water, stay hydrated now.
Like a Pegasus with a drug rug on.
A lot of people waste
And
chemicals.
he had like sweatpants on too. Like he had like sweatpants on. And I was like, bro, it's like fucking 95 degrees here.
Are you chasing your dreams? Chasing your grace?
Trying to. I need to. Yeah, I'm trying. Or maybe I'm not as much as I should be. I don't know.
Well, you got shit stains on your underpants?
Sounds like Midas, doesn't it?
No, brother.
I've heard some weird things about you on Clubhouse, my friend John.
No, brother. No, brother. And not in the name of Jesus. This is not.
It is.
This is not Midas, brother. No, brother. No, brother. No. This is.
Things about you,
This
John.
is not Midas, brother. This is not Midas, brother.
It's literally the same voice, the same rhetoric, the same use of words.
Word around the streets. I know this guy. It's not him. I know this guy. He's word on the streets. Word on the streets. He just comes in and streams every like room that he's in, basically. You've done very, very bad with your Clubhouse politics, John.
You know, Chase Your Grace, some people, they don't like the way I use my cell phone. And I don't know what to tell people anymore. I use my cell phone the way I want to use my cell phone, and a lot of people use their cell phone the way they want.
Chase, what's the story? What happened?
So basically, he's like a streamer, and then he comes into the room, and he just streams the room.
Is this the guy that shot someone, or that shot the wall? Is this, what's his name? The notorious guy who would stream rooms. Oh shit, what's his name? Labubu probably knows. You know what I'm talking about, Labubu?
Are you talking about candidate Congressman John Kitover?
No.
Oh, well, that's who I am.
Oh. No, there's this other guy. He used to get drunk, and then once he like shot his gun at like I don't know, like cans or something, and then people got freaked out. I don't know, something happened.
Yo, stop talking about S500 like that.
Are you talking about Brian?
Alcohol,
Talking
staring
about
at hijabis. That's S500 type.
you're talking about Brian Sellers.
I remember S500 was drunk as fuck one night. He's like, yo, he was like telling me, he was like, yo, bro, I'm going out. I'm at the bar right now. Yo, there's a girl over there. Should I go talk to her? Should I go talk to the girl, dude? I'm like, bro, if you want to go talk to her, then go talk to her. If you don't, then don't. What the fuck?
He's gonna now like conspire to get back at us for talking to women.
Like, I don't care, bro.
That's what he does. That's the personality we're getting.
Bro, like,
He wants revenge.
yeah, bro, he literally, he's a vengeful Indian.
We don't blame him.
The guy literally was like, yo, dude, oh my god, you should go talk to her. Like, the girl had fucking committees or something. Go fucking talk to the girl if you want to go talk to her. If you don't, then don't. I don't know. Like, when I'm drunk, I don't know. Like, when I'm drunk, I probably say anything else too much when I'm drunk.
You gotta understand, he couldn't bring himself to do it, so he was pretty much asking you so that you would say no and he would be relieved.
Bro, I literally say I have to do this with Cat Rock when I'm drunk to
Yeah, they call it liquid courage for a reason.
yeah, but like, I'm like that sober. Like, I'm like a fucking, like, a social outcast when I'm drunk. I literally just, like, the girls, they call me out and they're all literally just like, you are fucking sexy.
And how's that work for you so far?
It works sometimes it doesn't.
Can you give us a number to that statistic? That's,
I don't know, like 30% it works, 70% it doesn't.
that's not bad. That's not bad.
Maybe I get a conversation out of it like half the time. I don't know.
Honestly, how would you want to do it?
Yeah, what?
What did you say?
That works. I wouldn't even want to do it.
I agree.
That's a lie.
That's so true.
If that works on you,
Just make sure.
Want to actually have that kind of, like a civil war. Yeah, I think it's stupid. So do I. I mean, in reality, I wouldn't ask like white supremacists or I hate people that that are white identitarians that like really it can be on different flavors politically. It's just like will like you literally be willing to just like shoot people and kill people because of the color of their skin and that kind of I think I would say like 90+% of them they don't have it. No, there are definitely psychos out there, don't get me wrong. There's people I've talked to that just like, yeah.
You think you got it in you, Cleto?
Sure, he's on a watch list.
I think people with nothing to lose would be the ones that really would end up harmed. They have nothing, they've got no money, no assets, and really nothing to lose. Those are the people that we talk about.
Well, I don't have shit really, and so like I but even still,
But
like,
that's not, yeah, I'm not talking, I'm not saying, you have to be rich to not want more, but I mean, these are people that there's nothing going on in their life and they really feel like they have something to lose.
I feel like I have very, like, even financially, I don't have much to lose. Like, I don't have a wife, a girlfriend, children, any of that shit. But, like, am I gonna be just like, oh yeah, here, little girl. Oh yeah, come to Papa. Oh, boom. Like, I don't, like, I cannot. I'm not gonna hurt other human beings.
And I think you probably still value your life, right? You want to live. It's not like you've given up. So I think that's a different,
No, I would martyr myself for the right cause. Don't get me wrong, but it like targeting innocent people is like that. To me, that's not a martyr. Um, that's just like psychopathic. I would not do that. Like if China came and like let's say invaded our country or somehow able to overpower us, like,
And they still pose half control here, in all honesty, because the data has to be intellectually honest. But they was somebody who intellectually was honest as possible. I just came back to Mars yesterday. Right? So that's what you really that conversation. And so that's really like again, the most insulting part about this is that it's not very easy to deconstruct the message that I'm saying. And it just comes off as even more true. And in fact, the kids get real statistics about some of those things. You don't understand that it really doesn't get the context. Right? So the point is that what I realize is that these people are operators. Again, Charlie Kirk is not wrong. Gary got it right. See, this is wrong. It comes from the very same thing that it says in this Bible, which is what it is. You see what I'm saying? And so that's the dichotomy. Same thing with Obama. I looked at Obama when he came for the 2012 and 2008 election. I looked at the top 10 donors. We had the same six banks that were the top 10 donors. So the banks was the president, not me.
Okay, I'm not saying anything wrong with Charles says, and I know they got it. And like you clearly illustrated the right ones. So it doesn't feel like you have to jump off and start wondering because you feel like he's insulting someone coming from that can include white ones.
Nobody, but nobody ever did actually come out and kill black people. Most Negroes even know the ones who was.
Exactly.
And so, but the thing I think is this is a litmus test for black people. Right? One, don't be out here jumping on the bridge and saying, don't be out here having parties you're happy. What I think we have to do is we have to understand, like this organization said, I want to return to what the US said. I think his debt is a turning point in the USA. One, in the US relationships with Israel, because there's a lot of talk that they may be responsible for who they are or not. Secondly, we have to do now, Trump and MAGA have to completely involved in all the substance of language. Because one thing he did, that was the whole Epstein situation. Once it comes to all the Epstein gang, some of those true MAGAs like Ed Solons and Cortez and others, they jumped off the ship. Because these people really have interest in America. And they thought they were very basic. And Epstein was not just some pedophile. It was a facade and intelligence operator or to obtain black men or Adrian and perhaps other foreign countries. They were saying perhaps running a contract with us and things. So we're going to send them so and so so we can speak something like that. And that's the state of politics in this country. It's like kleptocracy and a technocracy. And that's the thing that most of his real basic words begin to look at and say, that Trump begins to know this all has Israel foreign policy, and now you're basically saying, can't get saying there's what's going on here in the states in this whole Epstein situation in this language. So, in conclusion, I think we have to pay attention to how Abbott is going to formulate more his right hand state becomes very important to raise the sanctions, take the leadership of these organizations, to people empowerment, that says really strong language that relationship game. So I think we as a people, we understand that political Zionism has had a significant impact on destroying our communities, as well as white supremacy in Americans, which is also what I'm saying. We can never take the mindset that we want to take our identity in that group.
might want to try to take advantage of that instead of doing something. In the meantime, opposition organization has gone in and done things that are detrimental to black people, which particularly I explained earlier about co-opting some organization, also celebration. We celebrate that every black history month. These happen to be fed into the school because army, all white folks are outside saying it's what like we thought it was a psychology education process about children. No, this was not the rational standard of doing this. Black folks intercept products of power responds by these people. And so the Zionists put white supremacists. So the Zionists have the ability to come like and tell the oppression story and the oppressed right? And so they came in and they helped establish the middle basic people that and so he was being propped up as being so voice of black. But it wasn't the voice of black. Marcus Garvey exposed that. We all put together that basic voice of the voice and said, they go inside. Right? Type it away. Everything's coming out there like basic people. The minds of black people is actually coming from people who didn't listen to design trying to build this thing of Israelites since 1930. And so we understand how the rights camps and the creation of the ADL, all anti-defamation is being done in the system. The anti-defamation league was created because of black and gay black history. Jim Cosby, Atlanta, Georgia, the first black man to get testimony against the white program. The Atlanta factory president, Columbia educated local Jewish guy, and veteran of gay rebellion to the forefront of anti-defamation. This man was convicted of raping a murder of 14 and whites there taking him 6 to 10. Later, the money and the influence against him since was given to somebody went out. White folks in Georgia still were not happy. They pulled him out of the Senate during the trial in the spirit of Jim Crow. That the country is broke, right? They played representative trying to get that white stuff right true. So they hung him. Right? Only in the case of white folks on street, this guy was just admitting that the country is broke. So this has made compromise in this sense is making a disagreement between faith and black men actually did. Their whole organization is built on this case. It's a framework of it. Right? So, see, the thing is that Sister Soldier said, I close with this, she said years ago, she said, nobody ever, she said she went to the finest schools in the country, who said to her basic like that, she said, talk about something about white people, talk about secret She had paraphrased. She was trying
personally, I'm doing some things with my house. Just getting feminine male energy, and I'm trying to. I'm just not into it. Whatever it is that you're going, you got. Okay, and literally, you know, girl, I'm not listening. Okay, so continue. Good, good to see. Yeah, they're here.
They got the cake is dropped at numbers on the no, you should be on him. What was the talk for?
Oh, why? Look at this other feminine man. Look at this.
You should keep that in, keep that in the chat.
It makes no sense. Go look at the chat. Go, everybody go look at the. Yeah, everybody go look. Yeah, go look. Nobody was acting out of pocket.
I don't even know what to call it because I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Well, when can you keep because Keith just kind of is the center of this background on each one of these different individuals, how they all connect together and created that which is abuse.
How long was he in the room?
I think he did.
I was here for a while. I was here for a while. I can simply speak on.
Onward to victory.
I've done those mental, like just look at the picture, it's just like, okay.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Rich, I don't think the Oedipus complex is based on hotness. I think it's more of a.
Oh yeah, Freud was wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't express himself properly. He wasn't able to articulate and say that the AI native operating systems aren't going to take up the entire market. You'll still have your old school operating systems, this and that. It's just
Do you know how to sail?
with all of the sale. The AI native operating systems will make it easy to comply with states.
Right.
And also
250 plus.
make it
I'm on
very
the
easy for parents
victory.
who want to control
Right.
what is being pumped into their children's palms,
Right.
pumped into their children's brains in terms
Right.
of what they're saying, this and that. They'll
Right.
be able to do that more effectively.
And you're regulating the operating system. You're not regulating the internet.
Well, no, you're not forced to. You're not forced. See,
You can use a different operating system. I understand what you're saying.
It'll be open source. Anybody can use them. This and that.
Right, or choose not to. I agree with that.
Fair enough.
Okay, fair enough. I'm glad we agree.
Alright, boys, so King, hypothetically, let's say if we were to go through your scenario of banning porn, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that create a population in the far future to legalize porn again?
Say it again.
So hypothetically, in your scenario of banning porn, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that create multiple future generations that would, in the far future, legalize porn and probably extend it further?
It depends because I think you're pointing to something that is true about human history and just human nature. So it's like a pendulum. So societies do go from, let's just say, a moral stance to a very immoral stance, and when they go to the immoral stance, that's a sign of their decline and then eventual destruction. That's happened to almost every society that's been great. It essentially devolves into an immoral.
Can you hear me?
What we see in America today, then eventually that is their decline and their destruction. So given that, it could be the case that we do effectively ban porn, this and that, blah blah blah. But then sometime in the future, the robots, that are Skynet, they create some master plan to whatever, blah blah blah. They use porn as a tactic to corrupt the youth and whatever, right? So that could be the case in the future. The thing, though, that I think is kind of interesting, Lord, that's different now than the past is advanced technology gives us the ability to rewrite human history in terms of what we expect to come, right? So that's the one thing that advanced technology gives us that previous societies didn't have before, right? So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that if we ban porn now, that it's just going to be allowed in the future. I don't think that's a foregone conclusion, especially when it comes to humans leaving the planet, becoming interplanetary, all of that stuff. But things can get hairy. They can if you end up with a world like Ready Player One, right? Where you have certain corporations that are incentivized to keep people, glued to their screens in such a way where they're like slaves to their screens, or blah blah blah, that type of world. So there are scenarios where that could happen, but I think that the real world, how we're operating here, I don't think we're given the history and the clear evidence, which I applaud Stilgar speaking to, given the clear evidence we have on porn, how it rots the brain, how it literally creates slaves of sexuality and all this other crazy shit. I don't think that. I think porn is on a downhill run in terms of its operation in society, and those people who are profiting off of it, they should start preparing to get new jobs. So, especially with AI and all this other stuff, AI is going to completely make real girls useless. What happens when, just given a scenario, what happens when the AI is so good, it looks like all the real girls?
You don't have to go there. You don't even have to go there. We're not leaving the house. We already know. None of us are leaving.
Right, that's the point.
You don't even have to get into detail.
And still, the thing is,
DoorDash forever.
You can order her now. You can literally order her, and she's like lifelike. She can talk to you in your house, and you can fuck her there. So it's like not only watching her, now you can literally order the actual girl, and she comes to your house, and she's a talking robot with a perfect voice, all of this, and that. So all this, I get that people think that the way things are done now is the way things are always going to be, but I don't think so. Go ahead, Don.
I just said a word, you can order a not talking female robot.
Yeah, that too. And look, it is what it is.
She comes from anal? No, what?
Yeah, because the thing is, people are. I've seen the experiments with flesh-like material. Like, things are getting insane, right? And all that stuff is gonna coincide with each other. I just think parents have
Hey,
a
what
right.
website did you see that on? What specific?
Oh, no. So it's not a website. It's not a
That's a
specific
joke.
website.
Sorry, it's a joke.
The only problem with what you said is porn is not declining. It's making more money now than ever.
I didn't say it was declining. I said, okay, Steve, I didn't say it was
I'm
declining.
sorry, I thought you did.
No, what I stated was that it's becoming more and more banned, and that trend is not going to reverse.
More and more banned. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that trend is not going to reverse. It's going to, like Stilgar said, the last state standing will be California.
Which is probably contributed to it making more money now than ever that it's being banned more than.
Yeah, that's fine. Eventually, like I said, technology, I do believe, Steve, that technology will make it more and more easier to
Kiss the lady goodbye, George.
No, wait, because it could also counter against your point too, because people could also create AI that could go against the AI.
No, not at the operating system. Not at the operating system level. So yeah, you could possibly at the application layer, but I think AI security that's native to an operating system will do an effective job at banning things that are not supposed to live within the environment. So
But could it handle a glitch?
How much are these robots that come to your house?
So I don't know about. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff, Steve. That it's almost like Steve. It's almost like It's almost like the movie. What's the one movie with Brad Pitt where he brought all those like baseball players together that shouldn't have been together, but they won a World Series?
That's where he was the coach of the Athletics.
He brought all these misfits together that nobody would have thought should come together, but they.
I'm just concerned with how much it costs.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. So I've seen technologies from different, where I'm like, okay, someone's gonna put all this together.
Moneyball.
Moneyball, that's what it is. Thank
Moneyball,
you.
yeah,
Yes,
Moneyball.
So Steve, in the same way, I've seen technology, whether it's the fleshlight stuff, speaking robots, AI, voice, natural voice over here. So I'm seeing different technologies that in my head, I'm like, okay, someone's gonna put all this together and make, you know, the perfect woman, right?
Look, so you don't know how much it costs to deliver that to the house. You don't know.
Say it again?
I said you don't know how much that robot costs to be delivered to your house. You don't know.
I don't. She might walk to your house.
King, I hate to destroy your evangelical future utopia with my libertarian future utopia.
Okay.
Mine has Waymo blowjobs and.
Why do you think blowjobs are going away? What makes you think?
No, not way more blowjobs. You're describing the libertarian utopia. You're describing, Waymo, like the self-driving car service. You just described, I can get on instead of ordering a Waymo, I can order a blowjob. And it's all automatic and there's no humans involved, just like a Waymo.
Look.
I know, dude, I'm voting libertarian utopia.
Yeah, and by the way, OnlyFans, and this is not all porn.
OnlyFans is going away, bro.
Fine, it may be going away, but last year, the year before, it made over $6.5 billion.
I know.
And that's just OnlyFans. Just OnlyFans.
Yeah, but Steve, Steve, I think you're doing the prisoner of the moment thing. Remember, there was no OnlyFans 7 years ago, and now there is. But in 10 years, there could be something else that completely makes OnlyFans irrelevant.
The only thing I'm doing is stating the facts, which you agreed with, and that is porn makes more money now than it ever has been.
Yeah, but the Hollywood, Steve, there's a reason why they call me Sollywood. I went to film school, all of that. I saw Hollywood. I was out in film school. That was Hollywood's heyday. That was their final, making $15 billion in the summer. Now we're at $4 billion. Why do I say that? Because just because an industry is making a shit ton of money in the moment doesn't mean they'll be making a shit ton of money in 10 years. The reality is that media, how we consume it, sexuality, how we consume it, all of those things are going to drastically change in the next 20 years. They will, And I think OnlyFans is going to get banned everywhere. Like you have girls literally.
Well, you said you said porn's going to be banned. So
yes, state by then. I think don't be
I hear you.
Shocked if you get something at the federal level.
No, I'm not going to be shocked. I'm just going to simply say that's never going to happen.
All right, look, Steve. I know you're not a believer. All of that. That's fine.
That's irrelevant to why I think it's never.
I think it is relevant because I don't think you see that America's going in a different direction. Like
what I see.
Hold on, let me just say this.
Sure.
Let me just say this. You know I fuck with you, Steve. But I do think that America is moving towards some version of Christian nationalism. It is. And so I don't think we can ignore that. I know you want to, but I don't think you can. And so part of that is going to be, yes, having more of a firm, ground in moral choices, because I would rather be ruled by Jesus' commandments than pedophiles. And right now we're being ruled by pedophiles.
The only thing that you just said is wrong is that we're going there. We're already there.
Yeah, we're being ruled by pedophiles.
America is already ruled by Christians and Christians.
No, it is not. We are being run by pedophiles. We are not being run by Jesus freaks. So with that reality...
I mean, wait. What's the difference?
Well, he's interrupted me 3 times, but I'll wait now.
Hold on, don't want me to crash. They want me to crash on that. This is crazy.
This is why you need moral clarity, Red. No, what he just did is exactly why people are done with the education system, with all this moral relativism, because now people don't know the difference between someone who worships Jesus and someone who's a pedophile. This is crazy.
Should I continue or no? Should I continue or no?
Go ahead, Steve. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
It's a fact that 70% of the America's population is Christian. That's a statistical fact.
Well, 60,
It's all. What'd you say?
63%.
Fine.
It used to be 70. It used to be 70 years ago, like maybe 3 decades ago. But it's 60, and then it's 60, 61, and now it's going back up. So we're at around 62, 63%.
Okay, well, I said 70. I'll compromise with
Yeah,
you.
you gave us a
30.
lot.
Well, fine, I'll agree with you. 63%. 63% of the population is Christian, and more Christians are becoming Christian nationalists. So there's no question about it.
Correct.
However, it's also a fact that more Christians are becoming nuns than ever before. And I don't mean N-U-N-S, and I know you know what I'm about to say about N-O-N-E. More Christians are becoming nuns. Then what does that mean? That means they're staying in belief in God, they're continuing to be spiritual, but they're leaving specific faiths.
Yes,
They're
they're
leaving
non-denominational.
that's right, and it's more now than ever before. And if you take the largest growing population of people that believe in God, it is the nuns, because they're gaining population from all religions.
Yeah. No,
We agree again. So
yeah, we do. Because I'm one of those.
regard my belief in God or my faith, you and I know the truth.
Yeah, but the difference, Steve, I would argue, is that one of those individuals, although I'm a Reformed evangelical, that's essentially a non-denominational Christian in a sense. So I'm one of the people you'd be referring to. But in addition, though, Steve, the very interesting thing about that demographic is that you essentially have the grounds, right, for a spiritual revival, where at any time that non-denominational, that huge non-group can be sparked, like we see here with Charlie Kirk's assassination, sparked back to a solid foundation of Christ following, which is exactly what I think is going to happen, in the next 10 years. Then that's why I'm arguing that, Steve. I think the sad reality is that it took this man being assassinated, it took us having to experiment the last 30 years with secularist and liberal, ideals, and how it's essentially led to the destruction of the West. It took us going through that for people to realize, oh shit, maybe the Jesus freaks were right, that type of thing. And so I people can try to ignore it all they want, but liberalism and secularism, it failed. It's failed the West. You now have people who don't give a fuck about the West literally being moved in by the droves, because there's no moral clarity about who we are as a people. And so I don't think we can ignore those things.
It does sound a little bit like you're advocating for like a Christian evangelical version of like ISIS.
No, why would that be the case?
Maybe I'm being hyperbolic there, but I don't know. I just like here's the thing. If your religion is the supreme one, and it is the one out of all of them that is the correct one, and you are the one that should rise to power to the point where it can morals and the moral compass and the drive of the humans on this planet. I don't see why you'd want government to be the arm of that power.
So I think this is where. So I would still argue, you're doing the all or nothing thing, because the argument isn't that government should have no power, which is what I think libertarians do. We don't argue that.
Oh, no, I don't think libertarians necessarily do that.
Well, but okay, so let me hear me out on this, because our argument is that the government should be limited to very specific things. One of those things being protection of the society and the people that it governs. And so this would be one of those cases where yes, this is what governments are supposed to be instituted to do. They shouldn't be instituted to be, to be dealing with our monetary policy or any of these other things. No, but what it should be instituted to do is protection of its citizens.
I hear you, but wrapped in that opinion, you're saying that the government should be responsible for the control of the information that citizens can share with one another.
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
Again, maybe we disagree on the slippery part and the slope.
Yeah.
But I think the fact is that when you say that, like, let's give government the control to censor the internet in any way, shape, or
I don't believe that. You guys keep trying to paint it that way.
Well, no, but I mean, maybe not directly, but inadvertently, that's where you're at. What you're landing at is government says must show ID to see tits on the internet, and in a perfect world, from your opinion, correct me if I'm wrong, is there shouldn't be the ability to see tits on the internet unless you're doing medical research.
No, you can see tits on the internet. I mean, in specific context, but the context of porn or pornography, then that's going to be regulated at least until you're 18, right?
So I think that's where we disagree. Is that my perspective is, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but eventually you want it to all be gone, right? You said eventually, what, 10 years?
Yeah, a better world is most certainly not having a system where women are slutting themselves out in that way where they're...
I hear you, but this is not the way to get it. Because here's what's going to happen, man. You know as well as I do what a black market looks like.
Yeah.
All you're going to do is regulate this stuff into the streets where it becomes more polarizing, probably more, it's less democrative, right? Because currently OnlyFans, like any woman can go start an OnlyFans account. No pimp needed. Clearly that won't be the case in the black market, right?
CEO.
Well, maybe, but at least he wears a suit and goes to work every week. But at least he wears a suit and goes to work every week. The point that I'm getting at here is, like, people will be handing flash drives or whatever the equivalent is in 20 years to one another in dark alleyways, and it's not going to get better.
When it won't be for human girls, it'll be for robots.
And here's what I'm saying. I'm saying full stop. Do not control. Do not censor the internet. If things are already illegal and they're happening on the internet, and individuals are participating in those behaviors, and you catch them doing so, then yes, punish them to the full extent of the law. However, do not control what individuals can and cannot post on the internet in a way that's currently consistent with the Constitution, right? My concern here is it will not stop. It cannot stop by the very nature of government. It does not stop. Your perspective is it'll be technically possible. We should absolutely do it, and then they'll be nice enough to not go any further whatsoever, and we won't really maintain.
So that's the thing, Stilgar. You're still arguing like this is 30 years ago or 40 years ago, where we don't have data in terms of the consequences of certain behavior. There's a reason why the younger generation has double the amount of people identifying as an alphabet. So there are consequences to allowing certain
that's correlation or causation to a degree, but even if I grant you that,
we have an entire generation.
Listen, being fully charitable,
the amount
being
fucking
fully charitable,
there's no, come on, bro.
Being fully charitable, I'm not going to agree with that entirely. That's fine. What I'm saying is the fact that you subscribe to the idea that it is technically possible to ban porn or limit it by age to a severe degree is A. B. Believe that is fair and reasonable for the government to do, and C.
State governments.
And sure, whatever, government. And C. That they'll go there and no further. I believe in combination. Those two things in combination are lot awesome, man.
No, well, look, that's the thing, Stilgar. You live in our world. See, look, and I hate to put it this way, Stilgar, you live in our world, bro. We don't live in yours. That's the one thing I feel like you haven't fully embraced yet. You live in our world. We know what our founders said. We know what our founders believed. need to actually sustain the country. We don't have.
I hear you.
You know,
Like,
it's one of the reasons why our birth rates are in the toilets.
You considering what he's saying though, King, you gotta be fair. Like 11 months ago, actually 7 months ago, 9 months ago, we were living in his world. So it's only normal for him to have this type of feeling. Like literally in early November of the year previous to us, less than 10 months ago, we were living in his world, and it was the complete opposite. This was not even a blip on the radar, except to maybe people like you who are really into this sort of thing. I definitely never saw the country going this way in a 10-month period. And it's amazing, and it's a great thing, but you could see why he would have to be struggling with this concept.
And I love Stilgar, he knows that. Yeah, I get his position. Because I used to be years ago when I first got into Bitcoin, I was a libertarian. I was a libertarian for about a year and a half, and then I had to leave it. Because it kept, there were just things that I was just basically like, I have a moral compass. Not saying that libertarians don't have moral compasses, because I was a Christian libertarian for that last 6 months. I was a Christian libertarian, but then I just left it all together, just so that I might as well just be an American.
We've had this discussion before, and I think you'll recall once I start explaining it. But for me, I'm not 10 toes down on the libertarian thing. Okay, I'm a seasonal libertarian. We're now how many months into Trump's presidency?
About what, 5 or 6?
Yeah,
5 or 6 months. Okay, the days are getting shorter. The nights getting longer. This is the time of the season when I crawl back into my libertarian cave. Okay? And in 3.5 more years, I'll come out again and tell you if the winter's going to be short or not. Okay? Here's my thing, though.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to find the lyric because it's you're gonna be surprised I'm quoting this, but I think it's a poignant thing for this particular comment. Killer Mike, you know Killer Mike.
Yeah, of course.
Says never forget in the story of Jesus the hero was killed by the state.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
So my cautionary tale here is if we're not going to build a libertarian utopia where there's Uber Eats for blowjobs and everybody's high all the time, and we're going to build the evangelical Christian utopia, and it's coming. It's the way. It's the light. It's the truth.
This is wrong. See,
I would say
we're not going to specify. We're going to say it's a Christian. We're not going to specify.
Okay. We're not specify a Christian. Look, you guys have the next 20 years to fight that one out. See, but my point is I'm just saying, Jesus might have some strong feelings about getting in bed with the state.
No, I actually agree with that. Look, I know you don't see it that way.
Oh, I got you.
I know you don't see it that way, but I'm actually with you on that. I think the state should be limited to very specific functions, and it should not go outside of the scope of those functions. I still am a firm believer in that. That's why I consider my position Americanism and not something like National Socialism or some of these other retards like these Catholic monarchs who think they're going to turn America into a Catholic monarchy. You're a fucking
I hear you,
retard.
man. You give them the fucking wheel, and they never let it fucking
No, but King, isn't there that idea where the church, along with the state, run the, runs the,
Yeah, that's more Catholic. That's what we do. So as Americans, we don't believe in that.
we don't
So we don't. So that's why I get very pissed. And look, I don't know. Let me see. Is Ann here? Okay, because people know I'm very critical of Catholicism. I'm extremely critical of Catholicism. Hold on, Necro. Just give me a second. Very critical of Catholicism. One of the reasons I am is because Catholicism leads to this centralized hierarchical structure that Catholics love to, espouse, whether it's national social, it's always some version of socialism or something where the church is essentially in charge of the state. We do not believe in that. I do not believe in that. So a lot of the times, Stilgar, when I hear you, I feel like you think I'm like them. I'm not. I am not like them. I still believe in Americanism, where there is a separation of church and state, but in the terms of the state running the church. But it is not in the opposite direction. I think the church can influence the state, just not in a way where there's an official religion that the state adopts or anything of that sort.
Yeah, I hear you, but like, trying to take my titty pictures is antithetical to that kind of thinking.
So what? The what? Say it again?
Trying to take my titty pictures is antithetical to that
I'm
kind
not
of
trying to
thinking.
take your titty pictures. I'm just trying to make sure that parents have the ability to not have their kids look at titty pictures before the age of 18 if they want that world.
But you did acknowledge that like the age verification thing is step one.
Yeah,
And eventually an all-out like dissolving of internet porn is somewhere a couple steps down the line.
It is ideal, yes.
Right.
But you would still have access to it.
Yeah, man. I just like.
Stilgar, you're always going to have access to porn, though.
Oh, I know. Trust me. I'm an IT guy. I got that solved. Daddy's got a VPN. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But
no one's gonna come break down your door and like.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's only if you're producing it or trying to.
They used to do that with booze. Yeah. Now I can go down the street to 7-Eleven and pick it up, and it's a better world as a result.
Yeah. But if you were making it for yourself or you're consuming it for you, that's different. Yeah, that you'll be able to do. Like I
was gonna say, I might have to light my phone on fire.
If you want to make it for you,
I'm gonna shoot myself in the kingdom.
Yourself, that's none of our business, bro. It's when you start trying to make it for others or promote it to others, that's where there's an issue.
Exactly.
Still, I'm sorry, I gotta protect the kids, bro. I'm sorry, still, I'm not gonna have another generation turn out fucking alphabet. I'm not gonna see it. I'm just not. I'm sorry.
Like, did you see that Snoop Dogg took his nephew to see that one of those new Disney
Then
movies?
pussy down. I got you, Negro. Just let Red say it, then you can go.
You know that new Disney movie or whatever? I think it's like the
with Lightyear.
Lightyear, yeah. And he took his nephew, and his nephew said something, like, I don't know, they had some gay scene in it or something.
Yeah, I think there was two dads or two.
Right. And he asked him, the nephew was like, there's two dads, and like Snoop Dogg didn't know how to answer.
Yeah, of course.
And then he shared his thoughts. And then, of course, the backlash came from the crazies, and he had to apologize, which was also ridiculous on his part. So apologizing to people, all because he said he didn't know what to say to his nephew. See, this is the problem. This is what King's talking about.
Yeah.
He's like, in the kids' movies, like, what is going on?
Yeah, it's like.
It's insane.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Negro.
Yeah, I keep hearing about essentially wanting to have like one of the concerns I have with Christian nationalism is that I think there's any concern with any religion having control over the government is that or having any influence on the government in our lives is the fact that it can make it really unfair for other religions, and I would just like to ask all on a second. So would you be okay if you think it's fair? Would you think it would be okay if Islam had any influence on the American government?
It shouldn't. As a matter of fact, most Muslims should be deported.
Okay, so you would have an issue if Muslims did the same thing that you were trying to do.
They already do. Most Muslim countries. Are you familiar with Islam?
No, I'm talking about our country, though.
Yeah. Well, our country was specifically made for Christian denominations. Are you familiar with Islam?
He wants them all to go home and for us to do the Christian equivalent here.
Are you familiar with Islam, sir?
I am. Yes.
Okay, so then you should already know, because I'm Nigerian. That's my ethnicity. So we deal with Muslims, so we actually have or my parents have a society where they have to live with Muslims. They have to live with these people. and a lot of you don't. So you don't actually know how it is where half your country is radical, and you have to actually deal with that. And then you've never lived in a country where it's majority Muslim, because if you did, you'd know a majority of them don't even allow you to have churches, and if there are churches, they get bombed, harassed, and essentially oppressed in their own countries. They even have to pay a tax called jizya. So there's no equivalent trying to make an argument to me.
It's a terrible
I have to
thing.
allow people who don't allow me in their own culture to exist.
Well,
I do not.
can you tell me, I'm sorry, Necro, what did you say?
I don't have some.
Did you make a comment on jizya?
I don't have some obligation to allow someone who calls me a nigger and a fucking slave in their scriptures to come to my country. I don't have an obligation for that.
Yeah, that was my statement. I said jizya is a terrible thing.
So I said, that's what it's called.
I definitely understand. Like, you're not.
So,
I mean, my answer to that person is American Catholic should any person try to impose their religion onto everybody else ultimately, because especially, it's, okay, so you speak for me.
No, I just know you're fucking everything. What do you think about the wokeness and all the rainbow shit that's been pushed on everybody for the last 20 years? What do you think about that? You heard what I said. What do you think about the wokeness of the rainbow that's been pushed on everybody for the last 20 years? What do you have to say to that?
I'm not per se as woke, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you see how I explained that, Joe? Did I say you were woke? I said, let's speak about the wokeness and the rainbowism. Right? And it's clearly been pushed by your government and all of the shit that you claim that you're against. It's been pushed vehemently into our education system, into our places of work. We even have people and now they're advocating, right, for boys to be girls, which you think is enough. It's just gospel. Like,
one translation.
No, that's the correct translation.
There's a different word.
Okay.
Hell in Hebrew. The word that is there is word in the Hebrew.
Okay, I literally said I'll take your word for it.
Fair enough. You can look up in ChatGPT. They know why. So.
Okay. So anyways, getting back to the what I was originally talking about, you said you
were trying to feign like you don't believe in religions, and then we expose that you probably do, because you're probably one of these knuckleheads that just been, oh yeah, I'm all about the wokeness of the rainbow, and yeah, everybody just wants to live their life, and then be the same people that have been trying to spread their fucking retard gospel into the next generation.
I don't understand why you're not
Gym membership.
Yo, George, stop interrupting George.
I don't see what's
Stop noise trouble, bro.
I don't see what this has to do with what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
It has everything to do with it.
I'm talking about what fundamental human rights are. I'm talking about
Yes, your fundamental human rights come from Christianity.
okay, well I'm talking
Nobody is
about
retarded in this room. We've been having these conversations for 3 to 4 years, sir.
So, okay, let me just start this. Do you agree with me that freedom of religion has the First Amendment guarantees?
Freedom of religion, not freedom from.
Okay, so what about freedom for other religions that are not Christianity?
That's not my problem. You don't have the right. So you don't let me be clear with you. Let me be clear with you. You do not have a constitutional right to import your monkey demon religion or your fucking retard barbarian religion here and then use our system to try to implement values that are contrary to how we do things in America. Our system was not made for that.
Okay, so then
You do not have a right to come and bring your retardedness here and then fundamentally try and change how we do things here into the dumb shit you do over there.
okay, so that seems to be a reason why we shouldn't be a Christian nation. Because
You said what? That should be a reason why what?
why we shouldn't be a Christian nation.
Why?
Because Christianity is pretty barbaric. I mean, it's found.
No, you sound retarded. Christianity is the reason why we don't have barbarism. Christianity is the reason why we don't have barbarism around the world. What are you talking about? It wasn't secularists that went around the world getting rid of slavery. It was the Anglo-Protestants that came to this country and realized what they were doing was wrong. They quenched it here with a civil war, and then they quenched it around the world.
Yeah, it's fine.
So what are you talking about?
Yeah, it's fine.
Where were the secularists? Where were the fucking secularists? Oh, I know where the secularists were. They were over there in France fucking beheading Marie Antoinette.
Yeah, so
They were over there in World War I and World War II assassinating the Christian monarchs.
okay, so
Yeah, that's what the secularists were doing.
so yeah, the Bible endorses slavery. You had Christians who used.
No, it does not, sir. No,
Yes,
it does
it
not.
does.
And this is the
So,
other thing. What's so interesting now that you're getting proven wrong, now you're gonna start lying because you don't have a moral history that the Christians do. The Christians are actually known for ending all of the moral crimes in the world. Christians are known for ending those things globally, not the secularists. You guys are known for participating in the largest killing of white men in this world. That's a fact. The reason why the black population today is 7% is because of you.
So Christianity respects women being equal.
That's absolutely right. I don't even agree with the Catholics. But look at it. Yeah, are you retarded? Do you not know Catholicism? Do you not know Catholicism upholds Christ's mother in a way that nobody believes does? I'm not even Catholic. But are you going to sit here and argue that they don't have a reference for the mother of Jesus like none other? They literally worship a woman. So what the fuck are you talking about? That's my problem. Look, this love. I just feel like everybody, people have no argument. Exactly why secularists and liberalism and atheism is failing and everyone leaving their side. They're morally bankrupt. They have no argument.
You're the black incarnation of Charlemagne Kirk.
This is not.
actually go along with that. That's a good compromise.
Thank God Dr. Responsible can't kick me off stage. Don't anyone give him that fucking right.
You're gonna get back to like specifically on King. So you said that religious freedom essentially is not guaranteed to anyone who's not Christian. So, which
Yeah, you don't have the right to worship Satan. I don't think you should have the right to be a devil worshiper.
but then you don't believe in religious freedom.
I do for Christian for denominations.
You're giving
Black fight so hard to get other people's religions. This is so restrictive. Are you arguing that, so, okay, let me ask you this, try to answer your question. You talk about one empathetic, let me answer your question. No, you just did this diatribe, again, a script, you just did a script. No. Yeah, you did. Where you tried to. Are you gonna let me answer your question? You went back and forth. You went back and forth. I want to be sure I'm hearing you correctly. Are you arguing that the people who came here and founded this country were secularists? Yeah. So to quote John Adams, he says that the United States. Are you arguing that the people who came here and established this country were secularists? It's a very simple question because I'm about to smoke you. Are you arguing that the people who founded America were secularists? Yeah, they definitely were against Christianity. Yeah, you're a retard. So let's go to the founding fathers. This is how I'm about to cook. This is yeah. So John Adams. So when you please shut up. 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 So when I finish out, I want to hear what you have to say. So when you look at the founding fathers, there's about 250 plus founding fathers. 90% of them were Protestant Christians, meaning Anglican, Congregationalist, Puritan, Baptist, or Quaker. That's 90% of them. Around
haircut.
Negro, listen. And he has no good points. The fuck.
Oh my God! Heard of.
Go ahead, yo. He's trolling that crowd.
That's right. Get out of here with that ass tricky haircut. That's tricky.
You can talk to himself in Go ahead, girl.
Let's not create any school shooters, please, on stage. I appreciate the stage. This is Bella.
Too late for that. Wait, girl, if you're not there, I'm gonna move on to go.
No, I was gonna ask a Necro question, but he probably won't.
But he unfortunately is gone.
But to be honest, King, I agree with most of everything you say, but like, okay, if you look at the scope of First Amendment when it was directed to Baptists, right? I could see someone saying, Second Amendment only is in relation to musket warfare. Therefore, American, you can own gun, but it can only be musket. I could see someone making this argument, but I genuinely sometimes in a country there are unspoken rules, like American immigration. If someone thinks otherwise, these are the culture, everything is
Yeah, no, and sure, that's the funny thing is that's sort of you were here. Remember that's where we kind of first started. That's why he started Spark because a lot of the times folks like him don't expect people to know the information when it comes to what exactly made America Christian and why we consider it a Christian nation, even though not everybody is Christian within the nation. And that would be the case for any country, right? I can go to India and live in India. Just because I'm living in India, I'm not Indian. I'm saying, oh, therefore, India's not Indian. But that's retarded. Same thing with Saudi Arabia. As a Christian, if I went to Saudi Arabia and I lived in Saudi Arabia, I would say because I'm Christian and I don't believe in Islam, therefore Saudi Arabia is not a Muslim country. That is a retarded argument. America is Christian because the laws and the structure come from biblical people who believe in those frameworks, and therefore we use them to set the foundation of this country. And it's well documented that our founders said only moral and religious people. When you look at the context of moral and religious, they're clearly referring to the Christian denominations. They're saying that's the only type of people that can sustain this type of country.
Absolutely.
one last one.
Yeah, go ahead.
I kind of disagree with the formation of church and state together. I think it's much better for church to be separate from governments because every government got political with corrupt everything. So if you involve religious hierarchy within the government, I think you're going to have big corruption. But this is what I would say. I think it is the responsibility of American intelligence agency to ensure, especially if they have the value of maintaining Christian identity, culture, and I would say the quota, which the Christians to ensure that can repeat Christians. Yes, so like we don't bring more Muslim.
Yeah, Muslims, atheists, secularists, right?
Bring make sure you target them more like people from Christian background. Doesn't matter where from it could be, but they have to be effective. You think, of course, this is the responsibility of intelligence. Doesn't have to be some people stupid. We always have to target as they
always niggas like Necro with that weird ass haircut that always have some bullshit to say. It's always niggas with that haircut that be the school shooters that be saying that.
One thing I did bring up that I should have brought up, when you brought up the AAA nonsense, because a lot of people like to bring that up, is there's actually two Supreme Court rulings, one in the 1800s and one a little later that declared America a Christian nation. And these are official Supreme Court rulings. I know fucking tree.
Why didn't he even bring that bullshit?
I don't even know. It's literally retarded with all of our states. Because that's the other thing they love to do is they like to make like the federal government was supposed to be the big up. No, the federal government was never supposed to be as big as it got. When they made the federal government, it wasn't how we see it today. During that time, the government was the states, and every state had a state religion, every single one of them. So the reason why they didn't allow the federal government to have religious tests wasn't because of trying to prevent some state religion. No, every state had religion rather. They wanted it where, hey, if we're gonna have this government over all of us, there can be no religion that is chosen. Right? That's more why there was no religious test at the federal level, but there was still religious tests at the state level. As a matter of fact, the last religious test that was in the 1960s was North Carolina. So North Carolina was the last state to hold their religious test, and that was in the 1960s. So please, dismiss me with all this America's not a Christian nation. It absolutely is.
100%, nigga.
And you don't have to be Christian to live in a Christian nation. Just like if I went to Saudi Arabia as a Christian, I wouldn't argue, hey, because I'm a Christian and I follow Saudi Arabian laws, therefore Saudi Arabia is not Muslim. That is retarded.
That doesn't even make sense. And also, I will add really quickly, Kuda, his name is Necro, not Ebro. You keep calling him Ebro.
One thing you can always remember, one thing you can always remember is they actually really powerful fact that it was founded as a Christian nation. As you said, the states got to choose, right? And they also had a church tax, and many of them did. Because they were saying it's that important. We had a scholar come in and talk to us, and there was some deep dive that he did. He wrote a book on it. I let somebody borrow it. I got it back years ago. But he talked about, I've never heard this, I can't find anything on it, but he had all of this, the evidence there showing it. There was actually a lot of, there was some the black pastors that were so influential in the lives of these founding fathers that they were instrumental in helping to write it. And this shows you that they had pastors guiding them to make sure that they were doing the right things. And we want to sit here and say that this country wasn't founded on the Christian faith. Because what? They said, even one of them, and I don't remember right now, it's been a long time since I studied this, even one of them, they said, oh, he wasn't a Christian. No, that's not, he wasn't against it being a Christian thing either, you know, there's a whole bunch that goes with that. But the fact is there was a church tax. They literally were built on our faith. God came over, proved to me, okay, so later on, the Supreme Court changed it. It was all intended, as you said originally, for the federal government, not the state government.
Correct. Because all the states were scared. It's like, hey, we can't have the federal government, instituting any, because it represents all of us. So let's do all we want to do at the state level, which I understand. But obviously, we all know how over the years, America unfortunately has had usurpers, subverters, and all types of other nefarious actors essentially change the form of America. What it originally was into something that's bloated nonsense and all this other shit show that we see today. Now, I'm not saying that everything that America was before was great. Obviously, that's not the case. But the one thing that you gotta give the Anglo-Protestant, I know all of you hate white men, but the one thing you gotta give white men is that they instituted a country like none other one that was able to heal itself, right? And started a movement that literally got rid of slavery around the world. You can yell all you fucking want, but that was white Anglo-Protestants that did that. Not your fucking nappy-headed ass, not your fucking towel head from the Middle East, not your fucking monkey demon from India. As a matter of fact, the monkey demon people still have their caste system, and they're importing it here to America.
Fucking
They're importing their shithole caste system. They're practicing it right in front of your fucking face. And you're supposed to sit here, you sit here trying to convince me that I need to adopt those people as my people? Fuck out of here. Anglo Protestants, American Black Protestants, and Native Americans. That is the core of America. Everybody else is a second-class citizen.
And we look at it this way: we have a nation that these people moved to. I'm sorry, I wrote it in notes and a lot more eloquently. I don't put it now. But what it was, this whole system was done is you pledge your allegiance to one country. When you have all the people coming like they do now, and they're bringing their little piece, that you left that. Why did you leave it? Oh, for the American dream. Okay, but you want to take this from Mexico, which is, let's just call it, it's a shithole third world country. We owned it. Be one of the best places on the planet, right? Okay, and then this country over here in Africa, this one from the Middle East, and you all want to come here and make America what you left. You see, when you have 100 nations in one, you have no nation. You only have a nation when you have the principles of that nation that made it great, and you learn to adapt. Now you can go ahead and worship what you want, but don't try to implement it onto the people.
Exactly, and that's the part where it doesn't be able to go, oh my god, why are you so shut the fuck up? You can still practice, right? What you practice, no one's saying that. But you don't have a right, do not have a right to demand that your practice be something we adopt. You don't. I'm sorry, you don't. And so that conversation is going to become more prominent in America. And, I do think that some version of Christian nationalism will be adopted in the next 15 to 20 years. Hopefully. It is a version that restores the republic, because that's the version I believe in, restoring the public to an actual republic and not this nonsense
leftist bullshit.
Yeah, bullshit that we have, right? An actual republic, but I don't believe in a monarchy and I don't believe in theocracy. And I see too many Christian nationalists that are flirting with that, which I don't think will work in America.
What's just so funny about these leftist niggas too that really just grinds my gears is that they always talk about freedom of expression, freedom of free speech, freedom of this, freedom of that, but the moment we don't subscribe to their pronouns and the moment that we want to say our freedom, we're sexist, we're misogynist, we're colonizers, we're all types of shit.
Yeah, they're just gaslighters.
They're gaslighters, the biggest thing.
Yeah, literally, we don't live through, I don't know how you live through wokeness and the rainbowism.
Niggas said they're rainbowists.
Yeah, rainbowism, that's their religion.
That's crazy.
So I don't think I can live through that, and they're spreading the rainbow gospel with their fucking drag queens preaching to our kids.
And their gay BC.
It's a religion that's took over America, and you just think.
It was funny, Shorty came on here, Prophet, yesterday, she was like, tell me one incident that you've ever seen any transgenders preaching to kids or any type of inappropriate books in schools. I'm like, oh my fucking god.
Are you serious?
Swear to God, that was her whole fucking segue yesterday.
But here's the funny thing, they all understand. Okay,
They got the gay PCs now.
if you look at the symbol of Islam, right? Like Saudi Arabia, they have sword, right? Because they understand that Islam spread by sword, right? But the gay and the transformers, all of these laws, right? They take Christian, the symbol of rainbow, God's promise, and they use it for themselves. But more appropriate, they should follow Islamic method. So where Islam has sword, they should have flag with dildo.
The funny thing about it is no one ever cared about people being trans. Like, we would just call them cross-dressers back in the day. Is when they started putting this whole evil agenda on the children. Like, if you look at Thailand, for example, Thailand is a perfect example. They have lady boys down there. No one ever says anything about them. You know why? Because they're not saying my pronouns are he, she, they, and them. They're not saying that they identify as a woman. They're not chopping off their parts to be a woman. They're saying, yeah, we're just niggas that like to cross-dress. And everyone's okay with that. You know what I'm saying? It's only the U.S. West that it's these pink-haired dildo dragons want to go around and disturb the peace at every fucking press conference there is.
And that's the point is they want to have, we have a, and I'm going to say 1%, but we all know that it's a fraction of that, right? But they're just the most vocal, loud, flamboyant that they can be, so they get the voice heard. The reality is they want to force, this is, I have the right to say what I am, who you do. I have the right to not buy your bullshit. I have the right to look at you and say, I can tell you, if somebody kills you, buries you in a hole, and they find you 34 years later, they're going to say that DNA, bone structure, that's a man. Why can they do that? Because it's science. But science is science until science doesn't fit their narrative. Then science is wrong. And then, oh no, that's not, it's not biology. No, biology is man and woman.
And then when you ask them what is a woman, they can't give you an exact definition. So it's like, okay, so a woman is anyone that identifies as a woman. So if I put on a fucking sombrero and have a mustache and start saying I'm Mexican, am I Mexican?
Yeah. Let's throw this one out there, guys. They say,
If I wanted to be a fucking fox and have a tail, am I a fox now? Is that the niggas could just be living their now?
Okay, hold on. We got this, guys. No vagina, no voice. You don't get to say a damn thing about my vagina and my abortion. Wait a minute. All I have to do now to have a vagina, to be able to have a kid, and to have a voice about abortion is say I'm identified as a woman today. Now, shut the fuck up and let's use my language. And let me say what I gotta say, right? Because guess what? It doesn't matter. You don't have to be that person to have a voice to understand. We know that clump of cells, as they call it, it's life.
It's so weird. It's so weird that like what's sad is that people who are right wing are like they kind of like tiptoe around it. They're like afraid to tell their friends they're right wing because they don't want to be judged or they don't want people to like look at them differently. For me, I don't give a fuck how many followers I lose. I told that on Instagram today. You know what I'm saying? I have a very heavy following on Instagram, and I said, look, if you want to unfollow me, then I don't want you following me in the first place. I want to follow people that I can align with, that I share the same views and values. If I lose thousands of followers tomorrow, great. And those people that were never meant to be following me in the first place because we don't even have the same ideology. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like people want to tiptoe around to protect their business or to protect their narrative or protect their personality or protect these different things. But it's like, what are you really protecting if you're afraid to share what it is that you actually believe in?
I can prove that even Hollywood, leftist Hollywood, believes that a clump of cells is life. And that's because they did a movie called Life, and it was some sort of little organism that was living on a foreign planet that started killing everybody. But it was just a clump of cells. Don't even know really what it was, but it killed things. That was life. You know that if they went to Mars and they dug up a sample and there was a clump of cells, they would say what? There's evidence of life on Mars. Guaranteed.
But you know, it's so funny that they do this whole rhetoric of clump of cells, and that's the same shit they do to describe the universe and how it was made. Oh, it's just a Big Bang and cosmos and all these things. They always want to just believe this purple-haired scientific bullshit.
Belief system. When asked, like, so have you guys ever encountered, like, so when you're skeptical about like scientific theories, have you ever encountered, like, an astrophysicist, like someone who's actually studied, or someone who studied biology and has a PhD who also disagrees with like evolution, things that, or even like the origins of the universe in accordance with our understanding of science? You know what I'm saying? Like, it seems to me to be the case. People who are skeptical of what is the consensus among academics are typically people who have never studied it at the highest level, right? So you see what I'm asking? Like, would you be able to provide any evidence that most experts are skeptical about the origins of the universe or like things of that nature? And maybe that's a digression, but I just noticed Gold Popper was like, obviously, science is bullshit. But I just think most scientists disagree with you.
No, I don't think science is bullshit. I think a lot of science is great. I think that we need science 100%.
What is purple? What would you say is purple hair? Give me an example, like purple hair.
I'm saying purple hair bullshit as in to say what we were, I mean, I know we could totally segue into this whole thing right now, but I'm saying purple about, well, F Jesus, F God, F all your beliefs. We don't care about it. Jesus was a homo, Jesus was a transgender. And it's just like, bro, like, all of that is just so unnecessary. It's like, okay, you are totally entitled to express whatever you feel, but it's like, if you can't have an intellectual conversation with someone without getting worked up and constantly attacking them for whatever they believe, it's just ridiculous. That's the whole point that I'm trying to make. Are there people on the left side that are able to have intellectual conversations and disagreements? Yeah. But no one's having this, no one's holding a fucking sign with purple hair outside saying Jesus is a homo or Jesus was trans. Like, it's a whole crazy ass agenda.
Cool, there are people that do that.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, no one on the right side is doing something like that. It's usually people on the left that have this crazy ass bullshit rhetoric that they want to push.
Don't you agree though? Like, it's probably a minority on, like, for instance, you got like if we're talking about like strange beliefs that manifest in like odd adversarial behavior, like I'm talking about the worst types of manifestations are going to be acts of violence, right? It's like right-wing terrorism is the most common form of terrorism. So if we're talking about beliefs manifesting as like toxic behaviors, what's worse than terrorism? It's like in the United States, most of the terrorists are coming from the right. But I'm not saying that that's most people on the right. So what I'm offering is like, don't you think it's probably a fringe on both sides? Like there are people outside of abortion clinics like, you're a killer, you're a murderer for giving abortions. God hates people who are gay, right? Those Christians do exist. But that's not most Christians. And I'm saying like for most people who are progressive or not Christians, I don't believe that most of them are walking around doing what you're saying.
All right, can you give me an example on the same, let's just say the last 8 years, let's just say, since Obama's, 16 years, let's go back 16 years. Can you give me an example of the right in all of their terroristic acts? And then can we then kind of segue into the left and their terroristic acts? Because we keep hearing this, and I keep hearing the data go back to 1975, and then they bring in things like, well, the KKK and stuff. But let's be real, that back in 1975, it was the red states where that was known as blue states then. And that's shifted now that they're red states now, and they're less violent, right? So, I keep hearing, hold on, I just keep hearing the data, and it always goes back to 1975. And I don't give two shits about 1975 anymore. What I want to know is where we are today in America and what's happening. And I want to look at the terroristic acts because I keep hearing this, and the only one that I keep coming up with, we had Timothy McVeigh, but that was a long time ago. Let's again, the last how many years? We had J6, that's the one that stands out to me. I know that there's probably a couple where, they're saying that the guy that killed the guys up in Minnesota, named sure he was a registered Republican in 2004. Okay. What terroristic acts are these right-wingers doing so much? And then let's look at what the left wing has done in the last, let's just say, 12 to 16 years.
Right. So to fairly entertain your point, I won't even give you anecdotes. I won't be like, this thing happened here and that. I'm just telling you, according to data and statistics from the FBI today, right? I'm not talking about 1975. You were talking about 1975. I'm talking about today. If you look at FBI data, most acts of terrorism are coming from the right. I mean, I'm not gonna say most, but disproportionately more harm, right? So this is just a fact that you can look up, or you can ask ChatGPT or whatever. I'm not talking about 1975.
Corey, in the last 24 hours, a black student was lynched at the University of Mississippi. I have a feeling that probably wasn't a Democrat.
I'm not even getting that. I'm not aware of that.
I just seen the press conference and the sheriff or the official said that the autopsy, the medical examiner said that there was no broken bones, there was none of that. It looks as if it was self-inflicted.
Let's not do anecdotes or someone like that. Let's not even. That's what I didn't want to do.
Where did he get that somebody was lynched?
Self-inflicted out of a tree. Don't even argue with him about random shit because that's why did you just give him this? Now you're about to talk about one thing. Yeah, it's not this one issue. Fuck this one issue. If you can get the data, just if you just talk about the data that's based on today. Okay, that's why I can't do that.
By the way, Tyler Robinson is on suicide watch.
I want to know.
Watch everybody pivot and run away. Everybody's pivoting and running away.
And then there's a live where you
You're trying to paint a suicide as a no, I'm not. I didn't even bring that. That's the piece of brought it up. Now you want to talk about that one issue.
Okay, well, Ryan, let's just not go into, we don't have to list each thing, but other than January 6th being, going on down on January 6th. Right.
See what I'm saying? Now here's one issue. Now you're talking about one issue.
No, I'm throwing you one, but I want you to tell me other than that, what terroristic threat happened from the right? I want to know the terroristic threats that are still common, because I can start listing some that I would call from the left. We could go through, one summer and look at buildings burning in neighborhoods.
So, bro, like, here's what I'll just respond with this, man. If you just, bro, ask ChatGPT. No, I can tell you about the guy that, allow me to finish. So, like, you see, why do I have to hold on while I'm fucking talking? Just let me fucking finish, bro. Let me fucking finish. Let me finish talking. Why are you doing this shit? You're not gonna. Okay, you don't even have to ask GPT, bro. Allow me to just allow me to finish. Allow me to finish. Let him finish, and then you can go. Okay, jumped and shit. Like, don't take that. The fact of the matter is that you cannot dispute, according to the United States government, the FBI, more acts of terror, the most common form of political terrorism in the United States is right-wing terrorism. This is a fact according to the FBI based on data to date. Do you dispute that fact? That's what I'm asking. Yes. Okay, then, so we live on different planets. You're good. Show us the data. You're asking.
I'm reading the data, and it says by white supremacists. Okay, so that isn't a right-wing movement. That is a freaking hate group. Okay, they're gonna lump it in there. They're gonna lump it in as a terrorist attack. But let's be real. Haters. Right. So you're gonna lump that in there, and then you're gonna ignore all the other. I guarantee.
I'm not lumping that into you. That's literally the FBI.
Yes, and I'm looking at it. And if you continue reading some other sources, they say that they leave out hate crimes, but yet they leave in white supremacy. That's a hate crime.
Hate crimes and terrorism are not the same. I would say, like, so for instance, say like,
this is what the data says. You want me to read it? I can read it to you.
But you just distinguish between hate
by white supremacists.
Okay, and so like, but what makes something terrorism is if you do it with political intentions. So many white supremacists do have political intentions.
No, he said, the ChatGPT prompt, did it say political violence? And it said white supremacy? Or did you just say most violent?
I think he said terrorism. Right, so for something to be terrorism, you have to have political goals. Like if I just go shoot up old ladies because I'm crazy, that's not terrorism, that's me being crazy. But if I go shoot up black people because I feel like there's too many black people in America voting and they're taking over our democracy, and like, you know what I'm saying, like these are now political reasons that I'm going to shoot.
No, that's wrong. So when 9/11,
bro, why are we disagreeing with the data from the FBI?
Because I'm reading this is a list of things.
I still care about your feelings.
No, I'm going to tell you what it says. Yeah, go ahead and read it. On the other hand, and report that political violence in America is driven by a mix of different extremist ideologies, making it difficult to attribute the violence for specific ideologies. So it's not just political, it's ideologies. And an ideology can be anything, right? So we're going to start lumping things in. We got to look at what they really call, because at that point, an ideology could be somebody trying to implement something and go and shoot it up at school, but they don't know what they're going to label that as. Is that terrorism?
For example, right, somebody bombs 9/11, right, the towers, and the motivation is F America, right? People say, hey, that was a terrorist act. White supremacists burning a black person or brown person, that's not a terrorist act. That's just a hate crime. Right.
Exactly. It has nothing to do with the scale of terrorism, but I'm not an expert on terrorism. But the people you are.
That it has to have a political angle to it, a component.
Bro, here's what's happening right now. I'm telling you as a matter of fact, and you would agree that this is what's reported, Corey, right? According to the FBI, most violence, I'm sorry, not most, the most common and prevalent form
of terrorism in the United States comes from the right. That's what it says.
No,
That's
it said
fact,
white
right?
supremacy, not the right.
Hold on, bro. It said, what did it say?
Like far right wing supremacy, white or far right, mostly white supremacy. But it's
So
from
they
1994.
lumping those together.
From 1994, this goes going back, 30 years. So hold on, how much has changed?
Hold on. All right. So you're right because you just read something that said pinpointing the actual ideology.
It's say right. Yes, it is.
According to this reference is one right-wing extremist terrorism. So they're calling that right-wing extremist terrorism a significant threat to the United States with 67 domestic terror incidents since 1994. Particularly by white supremacists. Also suggests that right-wing extremists pose the most significant terrorist threat in the United States. So we're literally talking about a hate crime as being a terrorist.
No, bro. So here's the thing. If you commit violence with the intention, if most acts of terrorism are to create terror within the people that you are trying to affect, right? So like if say somebody like beats up one black dude and calls him the N-word, or like, so, you know what I'm saying, that may be like, if any black dude didn't really do anything, and like the dude like beats him up and calls him the N-word, that would be more of a hate crime, right? Not an act of terrorism. Like if I blow up your church, shoot up your grocery store, hang you from a tree and set you on fire, that's to let everybody around let everybody around know you are not safe here. So that then it becomes more than just a hate crime. Now you're trying to inspire terror, right?
So you own a Tesla, and you own a Tesla, and you were driving a Tesla just a few months ago. Okay. Were people burning Teslas and putting people in fear, and not just you, but everybody that drove a Tesla? Were they put in fear? And I want to know, was that the right or the left that would have been attributed with that?
Sure, I believe that would come from the left, but the data still indicates that most of it comes from the right. So like you can bring up these instances, but the data still says what the data says.
Okay, the burning of the police precinct in Minnesota, did that come from the left or the right?
Oh, we can play this game when they shot up those
No, I'm going off the top of my head. The looting of the Target stores.
Like, why can't we just go with, because here's the thing, dude. You can go
in the last 12 years because I don't.
But that's what you pay attention to and what you care about.
Yeah.
Like, I can bring up things that you don't know about. I can bring up things that you don't know about, but I feel like that's not going to prove anything.
It's kind of like the FBI statistics when you can't pinpoint any of these actual unique crimes. Like, for example, like what you just did, you said, hey, there's a leftist crime, the attempted assassination of a presidential candidate, right?
They just assassinated two Democratic politicians. Like, I can play the game too. It's two dead Democratic politicians. Damn.
So the difference is that
What are we talking about?
you guys are doing exactly what's going on with this whole Tyler Robinson thing. You're looking for this dude's voting thing, and the left immediately Trump's cover by saying, hey, this guy happens to be a registered Republican. They did the exact same thing with the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. They ran and said the kid was a registered Republican when the kid is a clear lefty.
So this is why I'm not trying to debate individual instances, and I'm just trying to go with the FBI data.
No, you're just trying.
Like you want to quibble over every single instance of terrorism and try to go through it.
What you just did.
I told him that I don't even want to do that, and then you asked me you forcing me to give you examples. Fuck examples, just the data.
No, you pointed out the guy in Minnesota.
Okay, bro, then fuck that. Just go with the data. Say he was on the left. I don't give a fuck. He was on the left then, bro. But the data says I'm right. Whatever you want to say, I really don't give a fuck. The data says most of it comes from right-wing terrorism. Corey just validated that. Now you want to play semantic games and say that the FBI doesn't know what they're talking about. They're putting shit in the wrong category. Okay, bro. Facts don't care about your feelings.
Okay, we disagree that a hate crime is definitely not terrorism, or we're going to do that. There's more terrorism than.
Why do you sound so hateful, Orion? It becomes cool, yeah. Anyway, so the fact of the matter is, dude, if we're talking about, like, just the best way to understand what is the case, like, typically, is just look at the data. Because
Islamic terrorism is not the leading form of terrorism. So you're just bringing up random little incidences of random
What would you
shit.
define as terrorism? What would you define as terrorism?
A targeting of a certain group of people. Not anyone else.
My bad, I fell out. Like, here, man. So why don't we just go with what the FBI is defining as terrorism?
I think it's a stupid ass comment to say that a hate crime is terrorism because I've lived through a fucking bomb threat, and I'm gonna tell you what, they're very different.
So I would like to just
So it says right here, because the group is designated as a domestic terrorist group, any crimes that come from the group is labeled a terrorist group. Okay, that makes sense.
That's not even true. So you're saying that if they steal a candy bar, they're calling that terrorism. You said any crime. You just said any crime, bro.
Hold on, bro. It says once a group is designated as a domestic terrorist group, everything falls into that category. And
It's not saying everything.
Because the
There's no way the FBI said everything falls into that category. That's not what I said.
Are you listening?
Yeah.
If a collective is now designated as a domestic terrorist group, anything that that group does,
You're not reading what it says. The words that you're saying change every time you say it. Like at first you said that,
for you.
but you know you're trying to make it some bullshit that it's not.
If you say white supremacists or the white supremacy group or right wing is a domestic terrorist group, whenever that group does anything towards another group of people, it's terrorism.
Why do you refuse to read what the website says? Are you like, you're paraphrasing on purpose so you can make it seem like it doesn't say what you know it says?
It says a group that is labeled a domestic terrorist group, whenever involved in criminal actions, is formed of terrorism. It's a form of terrorism. That's why they designated that.
You're saying so according to the FBI, any criminal action committed by a political group, by a designated terrorist group. Bro, what's the website here? Bro, I'm not even about to get into this with you guys. No, here, allow me to just respond, bro. Allow me to just respond. Because here's the fact. Here's the fact of the matter. If I saw him Ben Shapiro, he would just bring up facts and data, and then if I tried to say, well, the data doesn't mean what the data means, and we can't trust the FBI, and blah blah blah, everybody on the right would just say, look, man, facts don't care about your feelings, dog. Right? Is there some conspiracy in the FBI to make it look worse than it is? You know what I'm saying? And all this other shit. So like, and this is what I'm just saying, bro. The data says what the data says. You guys allow me to just so like, the data says what the data says. You guys are playing games because you don't like what the data says. And that's what's happening.
I hear what the data says, but do you know what the percentages were? Because I read this earlier, and it was like 57%. So it's 43 to 57, I believe is what it is. So let's just call it a spade here and say it's fucking a little closer than we like to pretend it to be. But I'm gonna again say this. I want to know, I'm looking at terrorism as it really impacts us. Did it take buildings down? Did you bomb a school? Did you impact us through more violence? And I want to know, in the last 12 years, what political stance has been made that has impacted us the most? Would it be an assassination of one of the party's leaders? Maybe. You could say he's not a leader, but he influenced, he changed college campuses. The last election...
They killed 2 Democrats this year. Those are Democratic politicians.
Yeah, that was just the other day, right?
Oh my god, bro. Yeah.
These are local politicians. This is on a mainstream level. They went after a leader.
I heard Trump wants to designate Antifa as a terrorist group. I don't know if that's true, but I bet you if he does, then suddenly the data's going to change overnight. Right? And suddenly you're going to go on the FBI website and you're going to be like, oh wow, Antifa has committed a lot of terrorist acts because they're going to broaden the term, they're going to label them. And so, I mean, are you constantly saying the data, I get what you're saying, and you may be right now. But, what happens when, a scientist gets hired, right, to say a shoe makes you run faster, and his studies conclude otherwise. They just don't publish that shit and hire someone else. So, I mean, the devil's in the data.
My question to you is, so what you're pointing out is like, if Trump doesn't like the jobs report, he's gonna fire the guy that did the jobs report and start making up shit. So it's like, what you're saying, I'm asking you right now, bro. Allow me to just finish asking the question. Look, here's the question, right? I'm asking you, do you have any reason to believe that this data has been skewed in such a way that it doesn't reflect reality? Like, do you?
Yeah, I think all data is always skewed. There's always a bias. It may be a little, it may be a lot. It's always there.
Look, I understand that. So there's data about global warming, but we can generally say, okay, it's accurate, right? So are you? I'm asking you, do you have reasons to say that this data is so skewed that it is inaccurate?
I have no reasons, but I have suspicions.
Okay, so like, what are we doing?
Especially in a very racial climate that our country has been in for over the past decade. I wouldn't be surprised that if crime data is skewed, specifically like in, let's say, Democrat cities, right? They just don't report any crimes, not any. They don't report a significant amount of crimes. They don't process significant amount of crimes. So the data is skewed. So that's one way to skew the data.
There's certain, but that's not fair. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I'm asking you about the particular data that was in question. I mean, like, you're good. You're good. I'm not trying to just.
Something to think about.
Understood. I guess my thing is like too, like when we talk about crime and blue states being underreported, I feel like if we were just Google like the homicide rate,
I bet you real crimes are underreported in certain areas.
I guess I'm saying like there's certain crimes that like it's hard to underreport, like homicide, right? Like if we look at like homicide rate in Louisiana versus California, it's higher in Louisiana, right? It's like I don't know if you can skew the data on like who's being murdered and shit. You know what I'm saying? So like if we really just look at like I don't know, but this is what the data said. Like the thing about the right is they pretend to give a damn about data when it's inconvenient. They don't, right? Which is why like when they don't want to take global warming seriously, even though the data says we should. Like they are the enemies of data. Like if you offer data on any type of subject, they have reasons why it doesn't exist, and it's a conspiracy from the deep state controlled by liberals. You know what I'm saying? So it's like no matter what you say, if you use data, they're just gonna be like, we don't count numbers.
And the thing about data is, I work with it all the time, and I just want to make this one really quick point. I live in Oregon, right? And it's centrist. Like, this whole thing that's going on right now is like so polarized, right? But this could just be a kid. He's like 22 or 23 years old, right? Raised in this like super religious upbringing, and maybe he got corrupted online, right? It's so polarizing. Like, maybe it's just some fucked up little kid, right? And he decides to shoot Charlie Kirk. Everybody's like projecting all these things. The story keeps changing, right? And I'm not even talking about the guns, right? He's just some confused kid and makes a decision. Like 22-year-olds are just completely fucked up anyway. They don't even know what's going on. So everybody's already in love with me. Is he leftist, right? Was he corrupted? Was the religious thing, this Charlie Kirk shit, right? Like, it's just this monumental like thing. There is a difference.
Yeah, how to react to it.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because it's the left of the fucking right, right? Like, who fucking cares?
How to react to it, bro. What? Bro, look, how did the right react to Nancy Pelosi's husband being assaulted, right, with a hammer? Right, jokes and memes. So like, stop saving me the fucking tears.
Projected like a hammer.
Yeah, but he wasn't dead. Yeah, but he wasn't dead. They literally make memes. But he wasn't dead. George Floyd was fucking dead. George Floyd died. No, I'm talking oh my god, this is horrible. It was so emotional how he died.
All the shit happened.
It literally wasn't. It literally wasn't.
Are you there, bro?
It is fucking emotional how he died. But when you look at you're gonna make everything controversial because you're
Let me
there's an appeal right now.
Give me like 20 seconds. Give me 20 seconds, then you guys go back. Hey, Chad, you there?
Yeah.
So you need to explain one thing to me, because I sent you a message a couple of weeks ago. What is up with your country, and correct me if I'm wrong, and then we can go back to what they were talking about. But what is up with the reports that your country is allowing Palestinians to remigrate to your country? Is that true?
No, it's like these
ask him. You got something else.
Hey, Jack, bro. How you been, man? Last time
Protect all Christian lands. I'm dead serious about that shit.
My father had been a gentleman. I called him and asked him, "Are we thinking about a singer?" He said, "Absolutely not. We don't want these people."
I remember we was in one room and you got a little spicy.
No, I think so. Because we have smart men. You only talk to smart people. Unless you don't want to talk about the people in your schools, and I don't want to talk to them.
See what my practice.
King Solomon's question, I respect what you guys, that's not happening.
Because I was pissed when I saw the headlines. I was like, I know this is not true. I know this can't be true. You said it's a what?
If it's the BBC reporting or CNN, it's not.
I forgot which outlet I heard it from. But I just remember when I saw it, I was like, oh, I gotta talk to them. They better not be, importing these people.
That's the thing, King Solomon, they're officially outcast.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the Israelis need to stop making Palestinians everybody else's problem. If y'all want to exterminate them, just stand on that. Stand on that, become the demons that you are, and then it is what it is. But don't try to import your problems to everybody else, especially Christian countries. Import them to other Muslim countries. There's a billion of them. So import Palestinians to every other country you need, bro. Yeah, there's a Libya. There's a bunch of them. Somalia, right? Take them there. Don't import these people to Christian countries. I'm done with that. These people are retarded.
We're not going to headline where I'm not going to have it.
That's very good to know. It's very good to know. I believe in parental theocrats. Well, we believe in deporting you. Yeah, try it. Oh, we will. Oh, trust me, because we'll You're getting done in that room. You're getting used to it. Yeah, try the Constitution protects. No, it does not. Yeah, absolutely. Are you an Anglo Protestant? Yeah, the Constitution does not. Are you an Anglo Protestant? Yeah, I'm not. Are you? I just say, are you an Anglo Protestant? Okay, then you are not the Constitution protects. I'm just letting you know what's coming. You're talking about what's now. I'm telling you what's coming. You are not protected. Keep saying this dumb shit. You're gonna be deported right along with all the Taliban. You're gonna get deported right back to Europe. Can you read the First Amendment? What about it? The First Amendment doesn't protect you. Are you Anglo-Protestant? If you're not Anglo-Protestant, the First Amendment does not protect you. Yeah, you don't know the Constitution. Yes, I do know the Constitution. I'll just read the First Amendment. I did. I have read the First Amendment. Okay, read it right now. You know what else is in the Constitution? No. We're able to protect ourselves against foreign and domestic enemies, sir. Yeah, so I'll read the First Amendment since you don't know what it says. Anyway, so like I said, no, we will protect the establishment of foreign and domestic. That's crazy. You literally just talk over him whenever he fucking. Anyway, stop crying. Necro talk, man. Stop crying. Yeah, so he doesn't know the Constitution. Right. What's up, man? Nicholas, you too, bro. Good to see you, man. Nigga, straight.
You got to say it, bro.
So, King doesn't know the Constitution because he's full of shit and he doesn't.
Yeah, what's your bottom line, quick?
Yeah,
So the First Amendment says Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of a religion. So Christianity
Keep reading.
yeah, we're prohibiting the free exercise.
Oh, you see how he stopped? That's why I'm telling you. People like Negro are getting deported. I'm telling you. These are domestic enemy religion. Niggas are domestic enemies. Niggas are the only way, because here's the thing. I'm gonna just be honest with you. Stop noise trolling. Stop noise trolling.
Oh, now you're gonna say I'm noise trolling.
Stop noise trolling. Stop noise trolling. I'm only gonna ask you one more time to stop
King
noise
doesn't
trolling.
understand the First Amendment. King doesn't understand the First Amendment.
If you keep noise trolling, I'm going to move you down.
Yeah, I'm just fucking very full of shit.
So Negro, I'm gonna just ask you. I know you think I'm full of shit, but that's why I'm getting deported.
Yes, you're
So yeah, okay. So answer the question. So
no, I wasn't. He was King doesn't.
who said? Did you land? Who said that?
I asked him if he landed.
No, because King doesn't want me to live up. So
What do you have to say? Bottom line, thank you.
yeah, you can spit your bullshit.
No, I have a question for him. So Negro.
King. So.
Yeah, so Negro. So here's the thing, right? Because I get it. Like you've never had pushback, and now you're finding out that you're gonna be deported. So my thing to you is, do you believe a country has the right to determine
That's right, you get your
who
10% off at Home
Do you
Depot.
know that a country has a right
It's a
to
good
determine?
benefit. Don't knock it till
Yeah,
you
do
try
you
it.
think that Muslims have the right to do what you're doing?
I asked you a specific question. You split shit up. You answer it.
Do you think Muslims have the right to do what you're doing?
To do what?
Do you think Muslims have the right to do what you're doing?
They already do it in their own countries.
No.
Yes,
In
they
your
do.
country,
Muslims do it in their own countries. Are you fucking serious?
Our airport, because anytime you have to damn do a frigging connecting flight,
Oh,
the mother frigging connection, listen, Linda,
Never do it again.
the connecting flight is always on the other side of the world, and I always have to do the fucking OJ, right, I always have to do the OJ Hertz fucking run across the fucking side of the other world. I hate that shit, and it is fuck, yeah, it's fuck Chicago, O'Hare. So I just want y'all to know, fuck O'Hare, I do not like O'Hare Airport, that is the one place I
I don't
fucking
like
hate to
South
go to.
Carolina either. Y'all need to do better with your food selection.
Oh, yeah, Charlotte, they always got fucking construction. Why are y'all always under construction in fucking Charlotte?
They always a work in progress, that's why.
The best airport, the best airport that I've flown into and out of is my airport, MSP.
That's all Minneapolis.
That's
Yeah.
that's the best
That's
airport
because
I've
it's
been
Delta.
to.
Yeah, the only reason you say that because it's Delta. It's a big ass hub, and it invested so much money in it. It's actually pretty now. It's actually a really nice one.
By the way, I think it's Delta at LaGuardia, by the way.
It's also Delta Atlanta.
Yeah,
That's a
I
bad
haven't been
airport.
to LGA yet. Since they
Delta is, what do you mean? What do you mean? I thought JFK was the hub of JFK in LaGuardia.
JetBlue's the hub in JFK.
I thought, they just go to LaGuardia, because I've flown in I've flown to JetBlue LaGuardia as well.
JetBlue had a hub in JFK. Okay. Yeah, I don't know JetBlue too well, because I don't
love
fly
JetBlue.
Yeah, they got a good terminal over there. I like JetBlue a lot.
Yeah,
that's my airline.
Lisa, you know where I like flying into because it's so fucking easy? Burbank.
Burbank is the shit. Let me tell you something.
Nice.
I love Burbank. That is my favorite fucking
God,
city.
it's easier to get in and out.
LAX.
They got the smallest little parking garage. You get right to your gate. Is gonna be like 5-minute walk.
Damn right.
You know what I mean?
In and out.
The tickets are gonna be a little bit more expensive than the LAX, but it's worth it. Exactly.
Well, listen, I live close to Long Beach, so I would argue that Long Beach is an easy one.
Nah, it's not. It's not Burbank.
No, like, right. I hear about Burbank, but Burbank is a hike for me.
I used to manage LGB. I literally just left there in June for Hawaiian, and they have a black mayor. He's really nice.
Yep.
He did expansions for LGB, and they just upgraded that airport. It's actually really nice.
Yeah, I flew to Hawaii out
Yeah,
there,
he
man.
repaid.
Except for small private planes, it was so small. I was like,
Yeah, but no, they did upgrades. He repaved all the roads. They redid 2 concourses. And they're actually trying to do some traction and bring some business. So shout out to Long Beach Airport.
Yeah, no,
I'm not trying to be funny, but it's really nice. Yeah.
Riz, I live about the same distance from John Wayne Airport as I do to Long Beach, and I prefer flying out of Long Beach over John Wayne.
yeah, John Wayne is horrible. You know, John Wayne can't accept flights after a certain time.
Yeah, that's the only thing is that they, what you call it, yeah.
And you want a crazy flight out of an airport? Fly out of John Wayne because it's near the snooty Newport Beach and all those people
That's
live on the beach. They fly you out of that bitch like you in a space shuttle.
Yeah.
And then they kill the engines. So
They
you
kill
can
the
then
engines.
coast.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't fuck around.
Yeah, they have that no after something.
That shit is the
power.
craziest shit I've ever
It's crazy as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing I don't like. That killing the engine shit. I'm like, yo, y'all ain't gonna have me stuck.
Work right
Have me
there.
crash in the middle of the damn. What we talking about? That shit
Right
is
into
weird.
the 405 or
Right.
5 or
Hello?
whatever right there.
Yeah, I'm good.
No, you know what else is a good airport is Palm Springs, if you ever get a chance to do that.
They have an airport?
Mm-hmm.
A small one, though. It's a small one.
It's a small one. I'm just saying, it's one of them in and outs, you know?
Yeah, it's an in and out. Yeah, but it's probably hella expensive. I'm quite sure, like, during Coachella and all that, all the private planes be up in there. It's probably expensive as shit to fly up in there.
Wow, I didn't even know they had an airport.
I didn't know they
Now,
had
I'm
an
gonna tell
airport
y'all
either.
something. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all an airport. I'm gonna tell you an airport, if you fly internationally, if you ever get an opportunity and you really will fall in love with it, is Doha Airport in Qatar. It is one of the most beautiful. It is one of the most beautiful airports in the world.
Their planes are unbelievable. Why wouldn't their airports be?
I used to work for Qatar. I was one of their regionals. Yes. You could see it on my Instagram. I used to work for Qatar. I was one of their regionals. Yeah, before I jumped over to one of the big five.
Go ahead and mute up, Rez.
Why? It's okay.
Muscle flexing like that.
No, but let me tell you something. Their service is bar none. So there's a pic, and you will see there's a picture of me and Lil Baby, right? He went to actually perform at FIFA. I actually went to FIFA.
She's owning her own business now. She works at a shop in another part of California.
Regional managers,
She lost her
and we
whole
got
set.
tickets, and we got to answer. I got to see the Brazil Cameroon match. This was the year that Pele passed. It was the soccer match just before, and it was the first time an African team had actually won against Brazil. It didn't really mean anything. It was more symbolic than anything because Brazil, of course, went on into the semi-cup. But when Cameroon beat them, they won 1-0. It was really amazing. The Cameroonians was dancing and singing. It was just a lot of fun. But the airport is absolutely beautiful. And Qatar is a beautiful place to go to. So you get a chance to go on that 777, do that business class and do it up. Because it's an experience.
You know what? I just Googled Red. They said the most beautiful airport in the world is in China.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I haven't done China yet.
Yeah.
China's on my bucket list. We did
They
our
won award and everything.
We did our launch this week. Our first launch from Seattle to Incheon, Korea this week. So we did our first launch, and then we will do our next launch, which I am going to be doing that plane ride next month to Japan. So yes.
I like flying into Japan. I didn't fly to
Yeah, my daughter's graduating from high school, and that's our trip. We're going to take her to Japan.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Congrats. Did you guys get an opportunity to see that the Vatican opened up their actual doors to the voices of, I can't can't remember the name.
Malice, Clinton,
Yes, listen.
the first rappers to ever
Yeah,
play
the
the
first,
Vatican.
listen! I saw the whole thing, John Legend, and they streamed it on Disney, Hulu, and quite a few different places to just to talk about something positive, right?
Riz,
Go ahead.
I just wanted to flex on you real quick because I just did the interview with Malice, and I'm going to be talking about on my channel. So I just wanted to say that.
Please, I really want to hear that. Oh, that's a super dope flex. You go, boy. Please let me know when you do that.
No, I'll drop the link. I'll bring the link in here.
Yeah, let me get it. Let me when you do it, I definitely.
Man, he's very humble. Like everything about him is real humble.
They gonna win a Grammy for that song. I just want you to know that, Gemini. Gemini, they gonna win a Grammy for that song.
For this album.
They should.
Yeah, that album is super.
That album is fire.
But let me just say this to you. What they did at the Vatican when they filmed that, they have, listen, that's never been done before. Never, ever, ever been done before. So shout out to these black folks that did this, okay? And again, with all the craziness that we got going on here in the United States, you could see that other people in the world are still embracing us. And that's what I wanted to say. I'm going to go on.
I do want to say I know I'm biased as fuck because I know dude, but that album was a classic in my opinion.
Instantly. They killed it. But I will say, I don't know if y'all heard the So Be It song. It has two different beats and they couldn't get it clear at first. So they changed it. I didn't know that. They changed it. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
The sample, they got the Arabic.
With the Indian, with the Arabic.
Yeah, I like the one though. I like the one that they had first with like the kind of like dramatic gothic opera things in the back. That's the only thing I don't like about the album, but other than that, it's 10 out of 10 for me.
Michael.
Yeah, what I know is that it's not good news for trans people in America. That's what
It's crazy, Trav. I wish you was here like the first 48 hours was insane in this room. So I told some of the prominent, rainbow niggas in chillism, I told them this before we knew anything with the trans stuff. I told them, y'all better hope and pray that this nigga's not connected to no trans shit. Because if he is, it is all downhill for all the alphabets, not just the T's. All of them. They're all going down. Every single one of them.
Kenny, you know what it reminds me of? These TikToks and shit of these fucking people with like 18 piercings and purple hair and like ugly as fuck, unshowered, you like laughing at the phone about Charlie dying. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of a woman who's dating a man who's actually good and would never hit a woman, but she wants to get in his face and be like, do something. What are you gonna do? Because it's like, you don't understand how power works and you don't understand the power dynamics here, and that the only reason you are protected is because I'm strong enough to know how much I can hurt you. And then I'm choosing not to.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's a rude awakening for these motherfuckers, bro.
And it's crazy, Trav, because you weren't here when I said this. I grew up evangelical.
Right.
So the same thing Charlie is. I kind of left it and came back to it because about a decade ago, I don't know if you're familiar with dispensationalism. Are you familiar with dispensationalism?
No.
So it's a view that white Jews are essentially God's chosen people.
Like Ashkenazi, like what we know.
The dumb shit that's connected to all of our politicians being retarded and blackmailed and that shit. So I left that view about a decade ago. So 2014, 15-ish is when I started moving away from that. Specifically away from that because it's a very popular view amongst evangelicals. So the reports are that Charlie was essentially doing the same thing I did a decade ago. He was starting his a year and a half ago. That's sped up in the last 6 months. And, RP to him. But one thing I've noticed is that more and more evangelicals are moving away from this view. And it's very encouraging because it's the reason why America is in the shithole that it is today when it comes to that country and our politicians. It's literally the main reason. And I'm just glad that I'm seeing more and more like well-known evangelicals, the ones who were promoting it about a decade, two ago, they're all now speaking a different tone. And this is why I try to tell, because a lot of people think, oh, I think there was someone in here, his name was Chill, trying to make arguments like, no, it's like they was trying to make an argument that, oh, evangelicals are still like, I'm like, no, bro, everyone's moving away from that viewpoint.
Yeah.
Everyone.
It's like a supremacist at its core. It's like you can't be against supremacy and all for like white supremacy, anything in society, and then be like, oh yeah, but I believe that like God chose certain people, and it doesn't really matter like what you do in your life. You're either chosen or not.
The actual biblical view, Trav, is that God's chosen people are Christ followers. Anyone who follows Christ is biblically
right. We should
chosen.
exactly.
Yeah, not some group with a specific ethnicity or DNA. No, that does not make you chosen. It is following Christ. That is the biblical view of God's chosen people. And we're not chosen to rule. We're chosen to bring the message. So there's not one of supremacy where, oh, you're greater than that. None of that shit. Christ didn't preach any of that. Christ,
It's saying join me. You can join me. Yeah.
Exactly. So, it's very encouraging argument to Charlie, but it is what it is.
I downloaded it. I've read the Bible more in the last like 3 days than I have, the last 3 months before that.
Oh yeah?
King, I got a question for you.
That's great to hear.
Go ahead, John.
Who died more like Jesus, Charlie Kirk or George Floyd?
That's not something I would make that comparison with either one of those individuals. RP to both of them.
Yeah, I'll say the question is very non-Jesus-like.
Well, that's not my real question. My real question was. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying it's crazy how PMZ was reporting Charlie Kirk when it happened on the guy, and you just hear these fucking weirdos that work there, not the main guys, but the weirdos in the back, screaming and hollering and excitement when it was announced that he died.
Yes.
And they have to come out with an apology.
They immediately, within like 30, but that was like within 3 minutes that they came out and they said, our guys were looking at something totally different that had nothing to do with Charlie.
Somebody did this.
Apologized.
They literally, Patrick Bet David actually got the video of it, and they played them side by side at the time of airing and at the time of the car chase. And they literally, I'm going to explain to you, this car chase was a slow car chase. Just before the cheering, the guy goes through an intersection. The car is passing behind buildings. The cop is just slowly chasing it. There was zero action, no spin out of the car, no stopping it. The cheers start, and the car just keeps driving. So what is there to cheer about when a car is just driving down the road? They literally disproved the bullshit that TMZ said. They have to do it because guess what? We are in a cancel culture. Your staff literally just cheered. TMZ got buried. They had to put it out there. But when you put the footage from the chase with the live footage from the airing of it, with the time on it, with it on TMZ, and there is nothing. There is nothing to cheer about. You watch the car just keep on driving. There was no spin out. There was no stopping them. There was no arresting them. There was absolutely no reason to cheer. And so that is a bullshit story that TMZ put out to cover their own ass.
Okay, I appreciate the
That's
answer.
something like Bella, even in my own community here in Brisbane, Australia. And my local councillor, she had to resign because she put out a statement. She was like, yeah, sometimes political violence is okay. And then somebody firebomb their own fucking house. And she was like, yeah, political violence is not okay. And then she resigned the next day. I don't want to hear this crap from these leftists or some son of bitches. Like,
Well, you know I'm not a leftist, right?
They've been, you know, I'm not
You sound like one, Bella.
I was bringing up the question. Believe me, I get it.
Bella, you and us, and them, Bella.
I'm with you, man. This is why I live in Florida, Kenny. Because there's no questions down here. Nobody's questioning shit down here. We all know what the fuck is going on.
Holding the stage.
Go ahead.
It's just us. It's my space now.
Part one, the cries of this widow will be heard around the world like a battle cry. What's the microphone?
I love Callie. I don't know these ladies that much, but I really like the vibe.
Little comments.
Oh, yeah,
I love them. You'll absolutely love them.
But you know that his wife Erica has a tattoo on their like by her ankle, and it has something to do with Israel. Do you know anything about that, Maeve?
No, I didn't.
So I just like, Ian knows me, I'm kind of into this story, and I was looking at some photographs of her when she was posing for one of Trump's, beauty pageants or whatever. Because Trump is definitely involved in this beauty shit too.
Hold on, Erica was in Trump's beauty pageant?
Oh yeah, here I'll show you.
Yeah, you didn't know, dude, yeah.
I'll post a picture.
She was one of his models.
This picture, I also want to get
Can I tell you?
Oh, wait, it gets better. It gets better.
The tattoo on her stuff.
Yeah, and the creature, he already got fired because they're Charlie Kirk was
There's things,
counselor. Okay,
and so
can I tell you as an American
when I
how
see this foot,
like, here's the deal,
there's a story
is
about
that Charlie Kirk's words are going a lot further
but I'm gonna post that picture
maybe
and you see it for yourself.
they would have ever gone.
Doesn't she have like a friend
Like he actually into the president in the near future. Like 100%.
Because this is a shit space.
That's
it.
And try, you were telling me when I was doing rules and what is your space.
I love you.
Right, you're not even paying attention. Anyway, president.
No, that's what Charlie, she's done, she's finished.
Fucking crap.
Like, they don't even follow the conversation.
The Charlie Kirk movement.
They gotta check their water.
I the chancellor fired.
Oh my god. But I think Charlie Kirk's father was an architect on Trump Tower. None of this is new. These people have known each other for years, if not decades. They've all known each other.
That's the movement that you see in the
Okay, so
UK.
pictures and then
That's the movement that you
when
see.
she was,
Like it goes way further than beyond our borders.
So Bella,
that's all that, whatever. And but look at her ankle now, her right.
Wait, but can we talk about how he was weird around that?
Oh my god, totally right.
Like fucking weird. Scary eyes. Scary eyes. Like what was that?
No, but also the way she was talking, like no way to talk like that.
Oh, that's what they said.
We are going to start a war over this. Like, she didn't say that. Don't start putting words in her mouth. We're gonna get messages. People are gonna get mad.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. I'm already.
This is our
You guys are
I thought this was a shit posting. Well,
Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk are completely off limits. Not only in America, but I've seen people lose their jobs in the UK and Canada. So nobody's safe. The words.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. So since I know have been posting like issues with some of the local sheriffs posting 11-year-old pictures.
But you know what we should put in the title?
She has
And like posting their pictures of their whole lives get ruined. So there's some stuff about the sheriffs down here and just like the culture of Florida that I'm like, oh guys, you're going too far. But I don't know. There's like a really good feeling of like, I fucking live in Florida. So you all do whatever the hell you want. Like all my neighbors got guns and they aren't dealing with your bullshit.
Did you hear the one when they asked the sheriff something about some guy, I don't know if he was shooting or what the deal was exactly, but the guy was clearly not, they ended up shooting him, and they shot him a lot, and then they made a comment about the number of times they shot him, and he said it would have been more, but we ran out of bullets. I just started laughing. I was just like, if you're gonna mess with the cops, I guess you get what you get. But
Do not mess with sheriffs in Florida, y'all. That's all I gotta say. Don't do it.
Especially in the rural parts.
Oh my gosh. Like, don't go down to Palatka and be messing with the sheriff.
You know what's gonna be crazy, Bella? And I don't think a lot.
Wait till the Congress in District 16 will hold daily town halls of
But I
access.
just
Youth
noticed
complaints against the local state
there's
and federal
gonna
government.
going to be a shit show on the Republican side for 2028 because all of the people like Candace Owens, Steve Bannon, Thomas Macy, all these folks who are, you know, who are essentially proponents of the separation of synagogue and state, meaning we need to dissolve our relationship with Israel. All of them are going to be front and center. And they're all going to use Charlie Kirk to say, like, hey, or make that divide between them and J.D. Vance. Although J.D. Vance is also a friend of Charlie Kirk, you know, I think that, because I don't know if you've been following, the narrative surrounding the foreign intelligence agency they're alluding to that is involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination, most people believe it's Israel. Most people believe it's Israel.
Yeah, I've been hearing that too.
Exactly. So,
Yes.
if it is the case, even if this doesn't get solved, which obviously I pray to God it does, you expect, because I'm seeing it online already, Candace Owens already said she's going to run. Expect Candace to run. Kanye's going to run. Steve Bannon's already said he's going to run. Thomas Macy's going to run. And a bunch of other people. But the thing is, all of them are going to run on it's time to separate from Israel. All of them are going to run on that.
So, I'm a big... Hold on, one second, Aztec.
Wait, hold on, AJ. Let her
Why
answer.
is my congressional...
So, there's one thing that I have to say about 2028, and I love JD Vance. I'm an Ohio girl at heart, even though I live in Florida now. Like, Ohio still has my heart. So, I understand where he is, where he came from, what successes he has had, but thus far, despite how much I love him, and despite how much I love what he can say at times, he is not the next leader. That's...
Oh, really?
I don't believe that JD Vance is moving. I don't believe that he's the next one to take on this movement. I just don't think that he's...
Oh, wow. No, look, I'm like you, Bella. I actually wanna, because JD in my head, JD is the type of president that I would want. In my head, he's the type of like, hey, if I wanted to vote for somebody, who would I want to vote for? JD pops up. The problem with JD, because he's super articulate, which I love to death, that's my thing. But JD has too many shady shit associated with him. Too much shady shit.
Wait, what shady shit are you talking
Oh,
about?
all types. Now, you know, he's great for our industry. He's great for blockchain and crypto. So I'm not talking about that. But his ties to Peter Thiel, his ties to Israel, which remember I said the thing that's going to be the defining moment for this next class of runners is they're all going to run on separation of synagogue and state, separation of Israel and America. So hold on.
Wait, can we please finish this conversation?
Yeah, we'll get you in there, AJ. Hold on. So
Yes.
that, and then because his ties to Peter Thiel, the military-industrial complex with the money that is essentially pushed him from a nobody six years ago into the vice presidency. There's a lot of things, and he has pictures because the thing that they're going to use, Bella, to say, okay, this should let you know you're bought by Israel, is he's gone to that wall, to that fucking satanic, heretical wall, put on that fucking satanic little hat, and made those prayers. And I'm saying this as someone who is a Christian. If you're a Christian, there should be no reason why you answer. So the thing is, Bella, I think he's connected to too much shady shit, and I think people are not gonna go for it. So
See, this is what you just pointed out to me was just what, which is why I said I don't think that he has enough to be the next leader of the United States.
What is this?
Because
conversation?
if you hold on just 1 second, I'll get there. But so you've got to realize that like when you watch or read his book, that is the kid that he is. He did make it to Yale and do what he did, or was it Harvard? I don't even remember. Whichever,
yeah, it was Yale.
It was Yale. Okay, so he did make it to Yale and do what he did, and he met his wife, and he's done what he's done, and he's part of like this entire coalition. But he does not have the cojones to be the next leader of the United States of America. And I say that with a lot of love for JD, but when you saw him in Israel doing what he did, part of the reason is that in order to go from that poor kid in Ohio living with his mama and like his drug burdened mom to go to Yale, he had to understand that like there was some sort of like cultural appropriations that he had to do, that he had to be part of, even if he was uncomfortable. And maybe that was one of them. But that's why I say he's not going to be the president of the United States next. I don't believe that he's going to be the nominee. That's just my personal opinion, and I love him to death. I really do. But that's just my personal opinion. He just does not have that alpha power to do so.
No, I definitely hear that, Bella. Go ahead, HG.
I've been suffering listening to both of you guys. I don't know why your obsession is with Israel and with Jews and everything else like that. Israel is the size of New Jersey. It's a tiny, tiny country. It's independent in 1948, as you guys know. It defeated 6 Arab countries 2 times, 1948, 1967, and again in 1972. I don't understand why you think, wait a second, why do you think that this tiny, tiny population of less than 15 million people, which they're like 10 million, because I've been to Israel, with less than 10 million of them live in Israel, controlling and dominating the whole world. That narrative comes from the Nazis. It comes from the Stürmer.
No one said they control the whole world.
It's such a horrible, horrible thing.
No, but HG, you gotta argue what we said. You can't argue something we didn't say.
It's such an onslaught. I'm gonna use you personally, King Solomon.
Yeah, because you gotta deal with what was said. We said separation of synagogue and state.
But the thing, like the synagogue of Satan.
No, I said synagogue and state. So you know how they say separation of church and state?
The church and state, the synagogue and state.
Yeah, separation of synagogue and state, meaning.
What about Islam and state?
Yeah, Islam is not married to. Okay, our politicians aren't bought and paid by Muslims. Our politicians are bought and paid by APEC.
Chick, are you forgetting about APEC?
Just let me land. Wait a second, let me land. What about Qatar?
What about Qatar? I don't like Qatar either.
Qatar.
They don't call me anti-Qatari. So like, what? You see that?
I'm trying to tell you something. Look, there is only one Jewish state in the whole.
That's fine. No one said Israel doesn't have the right to exist.
Like, why doesn't it have the right to let it
exist? You gotta. Just work with me. No. Work with me here.
Talking about what kids
Work with me. You're not dealing with what we're talking about. You're dealing with something else. We're saying as Americans, we have a right to sovereignty. Another nation should not be dictating to our politicians how our country is going to run.
No. I think this is an old anti-Semitic.
Yeah, but that nation's really on your side.
It's an old.
You said no. We don't.
Let me tell you something. When Israel, Ben Gurion declared independence of the state of Israel in May 14, 1948, the vast majority of the United States government told him not to recognize the
because he realized if he didn't, that the people around the Jewish people in Europe would genocide them. And
Okay.
he overruled all of his commanders. He overruled Eisenhower.
I'm confused. What does that have to do with today, though?
Because I'm telling you, in darkness, we understand what is true and what is
Yeah, and that's what we're doing.
and what
It's here. It's here. You're not. It's here. You can't. It's here. Let me just be honest with you. I gotta be honest with you. Those arguments from 40 years ago, they don't work anymore. Americans are done. We're sick and tired, bro. We're not gonna be run by any other country. You can call us whatever you want to. America is done. Our foreign aid, our money belongs to Americans. No. You can't Solomon. You can't. No. It's here. You gotta listen. You gotta listen. Those arguments from 40 years ago don't work. At the end of the day, America is a sovereign nation. We do not have an obligation to fund another country, give our resources to another country when people of our own nation. Hold on, HA, because you don't know it sounds like you don't know what's going on here in America. Americans are suffering, sir. We have our resources going to every other place but here. We have a right to our own fucking resources. And you cannot call it, you can call us whatever the fuck you want to call us. Americans have a right to our own resources. If Israel cannot survive on its own, then it does not deserve to be a nation. If they cannot protect themselves, then they don't deserve to be a nation.
Oh yeah. Why do you think why do you think we went into Iran? Why do you think we went into the Iran war? Why do you think we went into the Iraq war? Did you forget who claimed? I'm saying, did you forget who claimed there was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq?
Forget who claimed that?
And why we went in there and didn't find it?
And we didn't find shit, but we spent trillions of dollars.
Hold on. We found stuff there.
You said we found stuff.
Guys, why are we even here? Priorities, guys.
He asked me a question. I want to answer his question. I don't give a shit why America went to Iran. Saddam Hussein was the son of a bitch that deserved to die and free Kurdistan. I don't care why America went to Iran. That's my answer.
A couple things. We can quick go through this. The reason we went in is because we were told with intelligence that they had weapons of mass destruction. No, they had 100,000 metric tons of yellow cake, which is used to make weapons of mass destruction, and they were working on that. They didn't have it, but yellow cake itself is not good to let them have. Next, they did have weapons they weren't supposed to have, but what pisses me off is those weapons, those chemical weapons that they used, were the requirements and the agreements. We should have been going at it alone. Everybody should have been in with us. Why in the world do we sign agreements with these foreign countries, but yet, oh wait, they've got the Scud missiles with chemical warheads on them, and you guys are just letting us do this alone? This is the stuff that pisses me off.
Well, we should not have gone there.
Now listen. And then, we could ask the simple question, is how many people does something have to kill to be considered a weapon of mass destruction? And Saddam Hussein himself was a weapon of mass destruction. Okay, so they had them. They had the chemical warheads. We had an agreement that if they had those, that we were all supposed to go in as a group. And this is what pisses me off about America, is hold their feet to the fire. Say, if you're going in, we're going in, this is the rule, and you're all going with us. If you're not, we're out. Because at that point, we were sitting almost down near Olive. It's Trump that started making these people start pony
everybody knows. So when somebody says I'm not like okay with the APAC, that's completely bullshit. Because who made the APAC? Who is the CIA? Who is the like Federal Reserve? So all these like all of them,
واسه تجربه بازی دست شما درد نکنه خیلی خوشتیپ هستی
I don't know what he was saying, but anyway, everyone knows who controls this shit. And there is no argument. Nobody talks about 9/11. Nobody talks about the last president who got killed and what he wanted to do, why he got killed. Nobody talks about these subjects. That's the thing.
It's pretty good then.
Again, check that. Also, when it says it's Trump, but see up to start see that America first. Like this is not America first.
It's America only now.
That's
America only, bro. And I'm sorry,
God bless the US.
the world is changing, bro. The world is changing, AGN. Americans are just look. The younger generation does not like Israel. They don't.
Guys, it's not even good. Here's what this is
The great thing, George, respectfully, George,
so sorry.
it's a great thing. You cannot tell the children or the future of this country in a country where they don't feel like they have the American dream. Hold on, let me finish, AGN. Yeah, but, okay, so if you are that generation, but here in America, I'm not talking about here, I'm talking about here in America. In America, AGN, the reality is the younger kids don't feel like they have a future. You guys can try to ignore it all you want, but this here in America, the children don't feel like they have a future in their own country. You cannot tell a people that they don't have the rights to their own resources. You can call them every name you want to, but they're the ones who start revolution. It's not no old folks like us. It's them. They're sitting here telling you you left the system for us that doesn't fucking work.
I'm telling you, the 70s up generation.
And then you see all of our politicians making laws for another country.
So here's the thing, you gotta look at it. Hold on, Jack. So the thing about our youth over here is they're the first ones. They're the only ones that don't give two shits about the letter before a name. Okay? They were far left leaning until just recently. This election had switched because they said, wait a minute, we watched Trump and give us, we watched Obama tell us, open change. That shit didn't happen. Healthcare, we're gonna make it better, made it worse. You can keep your provider, you can't keep our, what? They hurt their parents complaining about it. I watched how healthcare, my healthcare, hold on, my healthcare, I never checked my account that my healthcare came out of. One day all of a sudden I did, and holy hell, I'm not talking a little bit. I called and said there had to be a problem. Okay, so I was paying about, I don't know, it was $450, $500 a month. My son's $1,200. Just for my sons, I had an HSA. Over $1,000 for an HSA. Guess what? That's what that did. So they said, F you. You lied to us. The next one's coming. You lied to us. These kids are saying, no. Things are going to change. And they will make a lot of changes, especially when they get to the position of being in power, because they've watched politics become so much bullshit. They're hearing their parents talk about it and say, they're all a bunch of crooks. And they're changing. And you know what they don't want? They don't want to see us sending over billions of dollars to Ukraine. What do we get for it? Nothing. Oh, hey, we're going to sit down and try to stop. They're telling us F you. In our own White House. Telling you, no, screw you. You want to argue with our president? We're sending you billions of dollars. And oh yeah, we can sit here and pretend that money's going to get used.
I have friends that are Ukrainian. One of his parents are in high positions there. And they said it's so damn corrupt there. They couldn't take care of the waste management. So we had a company from the US come in to do it. Put in tons of money, got it going. And then Klitschko, who's a mayor of Kiev or whatever, he's like, I need $25 million. I'm like, what do you mean $25 million? He wanted cash, like literally cash to come operate his city. He goes, we're doing you a favor. So guess what? Never got into operations. And then, guess what? One of the leaders of Ukraine, his wife gets caught crossing the border with $25 million in American. I forget how many euros and then how many other. If you look at the houses they live in, you look at the lifestyle those politicians live in, we're sending billions there. We've got Americans here. We've got veterans on the streets. We've got veterans that can't get health care for PTSD. They got to go to the VA, and then the person at the VA is no good for them, so they're screwed. Trust me, America and the youth are literally used. Who was it that said it? It is America only. Okay, they're going to start looking out for themselves right now. You know, we're going to rebuild our military, and we're going to be able to say, go ahead, China, go ahead, Russia, put your shit together. It's not going to be enough. Because guess what? Americans are sick and tired of sending billions of dollars around the world, and everybody still makes us a whipping boy. You hate us, you dislike us, and we still don't do enough for you. It's like kiss our ass. You know what? Nobody's going to put up with that.
Yeah, Canadians. Screw you, Canadians. Oh, no. I was just making a joke. Because the Canadians are all bitching. Like, well, we're just gonna do what we want to do. We're gonna boycott you. And it's like, you can't even boycott us. Even if you tried, you couldn't even start. But no, I mean, I have to agree with everything Corey was saying. Like, holy crap, yes, these kids are like, wait, why are we doing this? I don't get it. They're gonna be like the Bizzle of America. And they're gonna be like, no, you don't get it. Like, you just don't get a check. But that's only if the Federal Reserve and Bitcoin really come head to head.
That's what's gonna happen.
I know. But like
That's what's gonna happen.
But that is what has to happen in order for them to have the power to say no more industrial war complex. Like, we're not playing by the world playing big rules.
Right.
Yeah, because these world big rules.
That means it's separation.
I agree. Bitcoin's gonna have to become stronger before any of that can happen.
That's just the way it's all gonna play out. Unless Israel wants to bomb us.
Israel can't bomb us. They don't have the capabilities.
Look.
Ooh, the Civil War was really interesting. You just said that 1 second.
Somewhere that you have already control on it. That's funny.
I mean, before we go totally international, you just said, like, unless it's a civil war. Hold on, yeah, it's back. Who's me? Oh, Oleg. Yeah. Because that's...
That they still are divisions, right? They fund Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, but to be honest with you, I mean, like, I grew up in a Jewish Catholic neighborhood, so I have a huge Jewish Catholic, I have a lot of relationships with my friends. I also hold in a neighborhood that is, yes, it is very common around America that within cities that the Jewish and Catholics live in the same neighborhood. That happens. That has happened throughout time. However, what I was going to say is I don't feel like the Jewish population themselves is large enough to start a civil war unless they take all those with them. And then I guess maybe they got a shot.
They've already taken your Republicans, why would they have to focus on the libs?
They're not actually
He did take it.
That's my boy. He's a little too anti-Semitic for Soviet his purposes. But he would get
non-gay. You're doing a wonderful job. Wait. No, I got questions. Well, actually, with all due respect, no, I've been on stage for literally 4 hours and have just chosen to unmic to like be part of station. So, I appreciate you and I appreciate the authority, but don't even fucking try and over Trump me. Like, big buddy living in America. Can I tell you? Alright. Oleg, I gotta ask. Okay, so as a Russian born in the Soviet Union, how the hell did you get here? Give me the story. Wait, you were Armenian? Wait, how are Armenians? Wait. Armenia was part of the Soviet Union? Okay, I missed that white history lesson. I apologize. No, we're not gonna start fucking talking in other languages, George. Like, fuck up. This is a fucking Americanist space. Look, it says white belts are U.S. Like, emphasis on the white belts are U.S. Emphasis on the white. Fucking speaking, get off the fucking stage. Well, then stop speaking in other languages and I'll stop speaking.
Yeah, so, look, you guys, at the end of the day, these kids are not joking, they're not playing, they don't care about your little, they fucking hate our words, like the barriers that
You're trying to sign off. You're not allowed to sign off right now.
I just want
You're trying to sign off.
I want to say this before you go, Solomon. I want to say this before you go. The blackest people other than you, because you're Nigerian in the room, are me, Oleg, Pure for you too. Other than you and Pure. Sorry, Pure. I didn't know you were married.
Hang on, my DNA makes her, so we ain't worried about that.
She's American, so she can't prove
But yeah, say chick is black as fuck.
I forget that he's South Sudanese, but he loves Israel so much that it gets kind of difficult not to call him white.
And by the way, Israel can expand as much as they want. I'm on record saying I don't care. They can take all the minerals. Just do it with your own money. Don't do it with ours. That's my only request. Look, I don't know. Hang on. I don't know. Because here's my thing. My thing is
use Islam as their
yeah, that's the problem. So that's
sorry, Pure.
no, you're right though. Hang up. That is I have to remember your report, right? We can talk about that. Some other time. It's good seeing you.
Good night.
Good night.
Don't stay for my portion.
I'm sorry, Greg. I did that.
Yeah, okay.
It's freaking 2 in the morning.
I'm sorry, I missed you.
One last thing, just very optimistic. You said what? Very optimistic of what mentioned we'll talk about that. We'll talk about it tomorrow. That's a demon. I already told you I don't like it.
There's a video of Ben Shapiro playing the violin at like 12 years old. And you can tell the devil possessed that child at a young age.
I don't know. Ben Shapiro has to do really good. Really good.
Yes, he was a child prodigy.
He makes some good points.
What I find really
I'm not saying he's gonna be a
hello.
Sorry, Pierre.
What I find really interesting about the whole argument about this generation
generations, disdain for preceding generations is that number one, that I don't know if we've made it so easy for them that they don't understand, you know, we've taken the sting out of many things that they didn't have to endure. I mean, everybody gets an award, for God's sake. You know what I'm saying? There are so many things that they didn't have to do. They didn't even have to they didn't even fucking have to stay outside and drink from the hose. Growing up, they were able to keep their fat asses inside and play video games, right? So they didn't get the blood that we did, is what you're saying. They didn't get the land that we did, literally and figuratively, right? So, and it's really difficult for us to understand that road that we had to make it to where they can do fucking TikTok videos and make a living, right? There was a way that was paved for that to even be possible, to where they didn't have to choose either the warehouse or the school, right? And so to say that they're so, you know, they're so angry about the world that we left for them, I think that attitude comes from them not understanding that every generation has had a struggle, right? And because everybody got an award, now they're pissed that they got a struggle, right? Because they didn't understand, because they got an award for just being there, that you have to work for your position.
Well, that's just it, right? That's it.
Suspect is because in the 1980s, you had to work for 40 years to own a house. In the 1990s, you had to work for 10 years to own a house. And right now, you have to work for 30 years to own a house. So I don't think it is like a struggle so much. Yeah, of course it is. But
Well, you do it though, with all due respect, you keep on coming in, but yeah, but it keeps on coming in with inaccurate facts, yeah.
And that's cool, but let's not with this inaccurate fact.
And he doesn't live in the U.S., he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh, he doesn't? Okay.
No, he lives in Australia and he's from Nigeria. Because he just wants to talk, like he just wants to spout. Because I was actually talking before he was. I was talking before he was. He cut me off, but you guys don't want to silence me. Listen to him. So let's go ahead. Everybody's here. Everybody's here. Let's listen to him. Go ahead. Let's listen to him. Let's listen to the guy from Australia that is originally from. What are you talking about? I crashed out.
You crashed the fuck out. Yeah,
Okay, alright, let's listen to this shit. Alright, no silence, give him his time. Let's mute our mics and give him his time. Yeah, I'll take my time whenever the fuck I want to take it.
In the 1980s, it took roughly 5 years to buy a house from your employment. What, in Australia? Where you're from? Statistics. I'm talking about the right statistics. Yeah, I'm talking about the US. And in the early 2000s, that's when you had the budget class, the housing market that happened. And it took about 10 years. And then, right now, the average person in the 1980s who bought a house was 24 years of age. In the 1990s, they were 29 years of age. In the early 2000s, they were 34 years of age. Right now, in 2025, you know how old they are? They are 41 years of age. So don't come here and tell me like, yeah, they had a hard time.
Well, but I mean, like, as a licensed realtor practicing in the United States of America, you're fucking full of shit.
Shit, I did that in the country.
actually awesome. This is actually awesome. All right, land. Give it 10 seconds. Go. Okay, that's great because you just told me the average first-time home buyer in the United States of America is 41 years of age, and as a licensed realtor in the United States, licensed in 2 states, one is a broker, one is a real estate agent, been doing this for over 15 years. You have no fucking idea what the hell you were talking about. I will tell you.
Like wrong numbers, you know?
Wrong numbers.
What are you gonna say that's gonna change that so much?
Move out of her way, please. Yeah.
Are you gonna say something that's gonna change that so much?
Move out of her way, please. Yeah.
I'm moving out.
I will. The average first-time homebuyer in the United States age is actually 26. So I don't know what the fuck S-check is talking about with 41. Like, that's freaking awesome. Like,
Let's just ask ChatGPT to give us the curve.
where did he get these arbitrary numbers from? Well, that's a great question.
That's a great prospect.
There's no such a 26 years old in US that can afford like fucking $1 million, $2 million house without their parents help. They can't do shit.
FJ, there are plenty of homes within the United States of America that you can afford to
Here says 30 years old.
I just lose my employer. I just lose my employer. We have all these internationals telling us what the housing market in the U.S. is. No, I'm not going to listen to anything you have to say, FJ, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking
What
about.
is your source? I'm telling you, this is according to the National Association of Realtors.
What do you mean? Okay.
She's a whole real.
You're
35 years old now. 35 years old is what it is now. It was 29, 30 years ago. So here's the deal. The prices have gone up. Yes. Income is not 58 to 75,000 is the median income. Okay. So there we go. That's what it is. But if you're going to tell me that houses are $1 to $2 million, I can tell you where I live. Yes, they are. I sell them. $2 million. Yep. You're not going to get into. You're going to get into something called
You in
right now. Hold on. Finish because
you were able to get
you get a house for $200,000 to $300,000 in Florida, but you know what? You want to look at. I want to live by the fucking ocean. You are going to live by the ocean.
You know, we actually have the most coastline here. Like, you might live in California.
You don't deserve it.
We don't live by the ocean. That's awesome. In general, the median house is about 400,000 across the United States. People in California and New York. I don't know, 40 grand. It doesn't matter. Like, you have to take into account inflation.
Well, you know what they're not looking at? Let's look at the average size of a house in 1980.
Oh, that's a good point. That was about 800 square feet, wasn't it, Corey?
Yeah, it was half the size. Yeah, and the apartment is bigger than most houses are. This is what I do for a living, by the way.
It's even better because both Corey and I do this for a living. And hashtag no, because you don't want to listen. Are you going to listen? Are you going to listen? You can't even purchase a home in the United States if you wanted to right now. You don't have the capability to. So I don't know why this is a concern to you, really. Okay, what are you going to...
I'm putting it in sort of.
I mean, like at least you can't in Florida because we have rules against it because we're starting to push back and say you can't have our land just wild to me. It's wild to me. Hashtag like can you purchase a house right now? No, can you actually answer a question, one single question that I've asked you? Can you afford to purchase a house in Australia right now? It's a pure Jewish. Who's American? Your nieces are American?
You said something just now I want to hear. You said something, Kim. What is the home price? What is the home price that we're at? I think you get the size of the house and like, let's describe it.
Because in my PTR, 6.5 times income to in just in general.
No, it's not. Because, okay, here's the deal. I'm going to tell you this because I work, I know the market very well in these areas. I can go up to South Carolina right now. I can buy a 5-bedroom house for $300,000, $350,000 for I want a 3-stall garage, nice yard, all of that. So I can go somewhere different than where I'm at right now and get a big house for very little, right?
100%.
Now, where I'm at right now, different story. I had a house built in the 1960s something, whatever it was, I forget now. 2.8 was it? Okay, guess what? Where you are makes the difference in America. You can't, people, they wanted to say that the Florida market is crashing. No, the market on the West Coast is crashing because they had hurricanes hit, 3 years in a row? And people rebuilt, and then their insurance is saying, no, insurance is now $1,000 a month, taxes are $1,000 a month. That is why the left coast, the West Coast.
He's talking about the Gulf Coast because he needs to understand what he's talking. He's talking about the Gulf Coast of Florida. Oh my God.
And the U.S. is like 2 years old. Like,
okay.
the average weather is
Talking about the Gulf Coast of Florida.
Yes. But if you're looking at the market, mortgage rates are dropping significantly. Looks like a buyer's market right now.
The Fed is trying to attack because they had 2 people on the board, the chairs, that wrote letters of dissent because they said that Powell's basically doing this. He's just pissed at Trump. And let's be real, they went against everybody's advice just before the election. Everything said no, do not move the rates, and they dropped it. Okay? Political move? Absolutely. Guess what? Everything is saying lower the rates right now. Nope. Lower the rates right now. Nope. Finally,
they're going to lower it. They're going to lower it.
They're supposed to lower it Wednesday.
Yeah, and drop like 0.25 on Wednesday.
I would say at least 0.25. There's some people speculating it could be 0.5. And then there'll be one more drop.
Don't strawman me. No,
I'm actually.
Bottom line is
for once.
The reason they didn't drop it was political, and a lot of people realize that right now because Trump pissed him off. But that we don't play games, and that's why they wrote the letter to dissent, came public with it, because they're like, you don't play with the economy because you're angry at somebody. You don't play with people's lives because you don't like Trump. We're talking about making life easier for Americans, and the way you do that is lowering rates. Now, I'll tell you this, when they dropped the rates to what they did during COVID, when you gave out money that you did in COVID, you artificially inflated the cost of housing because you had people moving down here, especially, I'll tell you, in Florida. You could literally have doubled your money in short order. I had a house, I told them, straight up, you're going to have to bid at least 150 over, and I don't think you'll get it. Happened all the time. We had houses going for $600,000 over asking on the water here in the Venetian Isles. Guess what? Why? Because these guys were leaving a freaking place in New York, coming down here and going, wait, for $6 million I can have what? On the water? Big house? UK? Scott? How much do I need to offer? That's what was happening here. I'm not even exaggerating. 150,000 over was on a house that needed to be completely remodeled, by the way. That was the level. They artificially pumped the houses, the cost of housing up by dropping the interest rates way too much. That pushed housing so high.
Well, so here's the interesting thing about what you're saying, Samoa, from my chair, is that the average affordability, so I'm not talking about the guys who can afford the $6 to $50 million house on the coast. Like, I'm not talking about those guys. But for the average homeowner, which is the majority of the United States, those mortgage increases have significantly impacted their buying power. So significantly that you're talking like anywhere. So, let's say that they make 10 grand a month. They can afford, in theory, via the mortgage things, if they have no other debt, up to 43% comfortably. If they have the right down payment, it varies whether you're FHA or conventional, but again, 35 to 49%. So that specific payment for the average American, I'm not talking about your millionaires, can vary anywhere. Let's say that they bought a $500,000 house. That's like $700 a month increase from 2021 to 2023. That's how much the Fed has power to control money. And that's how much money Americans that bought at that time are suffering because their values are not going up in their houses right now. They're not. I'm watching markets all across the U.S. go stagnant when it comes to buying and selling houses. The home values are not going up right now. They're just kind of wavering, if you will. I have a good client that bought right on the cusp of COVID that tried to sell this year, and she's now 15 grand below where she bought. That's not something that should happen in general. In general, the housing market is pretty stable, but the Fed has abused their power to influx interest rates so heavily on both sides, up and down, that is what is controlling this entire housing market. And you've got to understand that.
In what area are you in? Because I can down here.
I'm in two areas. Number one is Columbus, Ohio, which was rated the 9th hottest housing market in the U.S. just 12 months ago. And then the second is Northeast Florida, which is where I live now.
Okay. Yeah, so down here, what we're seeing a lot of, and we get, you know how it is, we come into our meetings and we get all this data thrown at us, but the reality is this. They're saying housing prices are dropping down here. No, they're not. What it is, I know this, I'm very honest with people. One of my lists is literally, I told them what I could sell it for. This is what I would go on the market for. This is what I think it'll sell for. This is what all the data says. I'm comparing it a little different than a lot of people do CMAs. I'm actually looking at the pictures. I'm getting very detailed on them. And I've been spot on. The last deal, I literally told them what it would appraise for. I forgot what it was. She said, you nailed it. Exactly where it was at. I said, yeah, I do my homework. I know I was a builder before I did this, right? But
are you talking on the sell side or the buy side? Because the buyer's appraisers are always going to appraise for what the value, what the asking or contract price is. So what are you talking about? You nailed an appraisal.
I knew on the buy side what that house was going to appraise at. We go through this all the time when we build. We know what they're going to come in roughly. You're going to be close. I was spot on this time. The people had on the sell side, they were trying to tell me that it was $110,000 higher. And I told them I thought they were crazy. I know what the market is, right? And what it is we still have a market down here where I'm at, where people are still clinging to COVID. I told somebody, you'll at best see 1.4. Well, somebody else told me we could get 1.5. I said, I'll go to the market at 1.5, but I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. We're going to have to lower it. I got an offer at 1.350, and they turned it down. That was their best offer. Guess what? The price didn't drop. Yeah, I had to drop my price, but we still have so many people down here that when you give them a price, I want this. And then what happens is we sit on the market for a little while, and then we got to do a price drop. Now, that's not where most of us realtors are saying, hey, this is where you should be at.
Yeah,
this is where they're wanting to be.
Corey, with all due respect, I've been in this business a long time as well, and there are people who can afford to hold their homes and go through that whole thing, and there are people who cannot afford to. So, yeah, I mean,
not disputing any of that. What I'm saying is when people are telling us that our market down here, where we're at, the prices are dropping, that's not what the case is. We do this, you know, I don't know your area, but you would know if your people were cleaning too. Because down here, I'll tell you this, Miami went through the roof. Fort Lauderdale went through the roof. Pompano, not so much, went up. Lighthouse Point went up. Boca, that went up. West Palm went way up. You know, certain areas were more prominent. We have these people here that are still cleaning. And like you say, most of these people, they can afford it. They can sit on it. The ones who can are the ones that are moving, right? They got to get out of here. But this is the price drop. There's no market crash that the media is pushing. Sure, the West Side, Fort Myers area, that's a struggle right now. Like I said, they got hit hard. There are people that can't afford to rebuild. They were underinsured. You know, the costs are just through the roof. And, you know, but you get up into the Carolinas, you get up into the Midwest, you get into Iowa, you get into South Dakota, North Dakota, you know, Nebraska. You can get into houses much more reasonably, but yet the market is very strong there. Especially, you know, where I was at in the Midwest, that market's still doing great. The prices are going up. A first-time home buyer's house, which used to be about 115 to 120,000 when I lived there, I got up to about 145. Now all of a sudden it's pushing 300. So I mean, it jumped quite a bit there during COVID as well. But that market is pretty solid. It's a good area. Now the Carolinas are a little more like you are in Ohio. It's comical. They're saying it's getting too expensive here. Your houses, new houses, are 350 to 400,000. Be happy.
I mean, I guess, like, so I'm looking more at the Florida market than I am at the Ohio market because it's still pretty tight in general, especially if you're looking to be in Columbus, which is the hub of where everything happens in Ohio. Like, it's pretty solid. I've been looking for clients of mine now for 4 months. I don't even have any houses to send them because, not because of their price range, but just because, like, it's not matching their buy box. So I'm like, guys, just so let you know. Oh, wait, can we finish the conversation that we were having, George? You fucking asshole. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. No, but I mean, like, yeah, there's nothing coming up. People aren't selling, they're not buying, nothing's happening. It's, like, I don't want to lie to the American people. Like, don't be one of those realtors. I don't know. Say that, like, oh, your house is gonna go. It's not, unless you want to underprice it. Now you can reset, George. Go ahead. Do you want to reset the room? Do you even know how to reset the room? I'd actually like to hear how to reset. No. I want to hear it since you requested it. You have to do it. No. Oleg. George asked for the reset. Have him do the reset. Go ahead, George. Reset the room.
I don't know how to do it. I don't have those skills and qualifications.
Alright, so would you like me to reset the room? Because I'm really good at it. Alright, hey everybody. It's freaking almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Welcome to White Belts R Us. This is Chillism. What's left of left was the right is the question going on today. So, we got into a real estate hole from somebody overseas telling us what the U.S. real estate market was, which was really funny because they have no idea. But now here we are. So, what do you all think about these fucking leftists getting fired? Were they left of left? You answer me. That's what I got. This is Bella. I'm done.
Sounds like they couldn't take the L. Bella, that was a great reset. That was a great reset.
Resets are actually,
Taking the D is a matter of leaning into one's femininity. I wouldn't know because I'm all masculine.
So here's what I think was left of the left. It's a party that is fracturing. One's going to end up going more to independent, and the alt-left will become the Democratic Party that they are. And I'm saying this from Democrat voices like Bill Maher. CNN has had several people come on and call them out. You have even some of the politicians calling them out. You just had another Democrat leave the party. They're fracturing themselves because they become so divisive. And it's the small group that's destroying it wait, the Republicans are done, they'll never be in power again. And I was like, you keep telling yourself that. I enjoy that you got a win here.
Bro, look at how apes the humans are. Look at it like the left as like a biological phenomenon, bro. It's only biological, nothing else, bro. We're just fucking apes, dog.
Yo, what?
What?
Yeah, what? Yeah, why don't you elaborate on it? Do a 1 minute quick write. See what you come up with. Thank you.
Hit the bomb, man. Yo, I smoke weed, so it's not hate. But it's not hate. But
Free write without thinking for a minute. The left is biological. Let me see what you come up with. Thank you. You can, whatever, email it to me.
George, they are biological, they just don't know what biology they really are.
There we go, yeah. And they don't trust in biology. They trust in cope. That's what it comes down to.
I mean, the left's fucking lost their minds and they're all losing their jobs. I don't know what else to say about it. It's kind of crazy. I never thought of myself as like a right person. I feel like the more the left whines, the more they push me to conservatism. Like, honestly, Erica Kirk almost convinced me to go to church for the first time in like 15 years. And I really appreciate her for doing that.
Frigid hate. Frigid hate. That's what it is.
I actually think the Bible is gonna burn your hands, little child. I think the second you touch the Bible, it's gonna sting, or the Torah, or whatever you preach to. It's gonna sting.
I don't preach. That's the thing.
But
Ashik, I don't preach.
Yeah.
So what do you want? What are you looking for from me?
I actually don't care. But
Okay, well, why are you asking?
what's your left? I actually don't care. But
yeah, but
what I'm saying is
jump in there if you don't care.
the left is good. Yeah, people like her, like this scumbags. We don't care about people like that. But all I'm just trying to say is like, Gilligan with the left was the right. There's just Chillicothe for his views. And then that left was scumbags.
Oh my god, these Nigerians, I can't handle them. Oh,
Yes, there's such a
yeah.
scumbag.
Yeah.
I can't keep up, bro, with the accent.
I know.
To be honest, I can't keep
Right?
up.
I thought I was
Chad, I want to hear what you gotta say. No, Chad, I don't know what you're gonna say. What are you gonna say? Please, anybody but Ashik.
Yeah, I was gonna say, a lot of people know me on this side. I've been on this side since like 2000. I've been like really heavy on this, like on the politics and shit. I'm by nature very left wing.
This app has only been around since 2019, so you couldn't have been here since 2000.
I said since 2000. What?
Yeah, you can't have been on. You couldn't have been on Clubhouse since 2000.
No, I was on Clubhouse, but it was like, oh my bad. My bad. I didn't mean
2020. Okay, all right, thank you. All right.
Yeah, I was on like season 1. I was on like season 1. I will say a lot of people know me. Red Drum definitely knows me. I'm like far left, like by nature. I believe very heavily in like workers' rights, like even a lot of pro-black points. Born and raised in the American South. I stand with my black brothers and sisters. That's been my like stance. My entire like political kind of like ideology has been based around those left-wing principles. And what I can say is that I have not changed any of those beliefs. However, I've realized that a lot of people who I thought shared those beliefs with me actually just wanted those just wanted those things to like work in their favor, and they actually weren't people that I thought they were. And a lot of that's not just the Charlie Kirk thing, it's been a lot of recent shit that's kind of made me realize that. So my beliefs have not changed, but I am one of those people who is kind of like like a politician could reach out and grab me at this point, right? Whereas previously I would vote straight ticket Democrat every single election, like my entire life.
So, Trav, I got a question. No. Trav, I got a question. So I'm assuming that you've been on Twitter and you've seen some of the stuff going on both sides. I'm sure, or maybe even Blue Sky, seen what people have said.
Yeah, Twitter, not Blue Sky, yeah.
Okay, but so you've probably seen it come across your Twitter, the shit about people celebrating Charlie's death and just people getting fired. What do you think about all of that?
Yeah, no, that's kind of like what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's like basically it boils down to a certain there's like a certain line to shit that I think a lot of people on left.
What is that line?
That blurred, right?
What
exactly.
is that line? No, I'm asking you.
That line is exactly what the
line is the basis.
Wait. Yo, we're having a conversation.
Something's crazy. But
let me
speaking and let him finish.
Yeah. So that line, what I'm saying is, I've realized, okay, maybe with the founding, I've never been one of these people. You know, that sounds crazy. But I've never been one of these people that's like, oh, the founding fathers, but this ain't goes. But I've just kind of realized more. Okay, this shit, they actually really were pretty smart fucking people, and a lot of this shit actually was thought out beforehand, and that line of freedom of speech actually does mean a little bit more than just not going to jail for your speech. And I previously wouldn't have said that, but I guess I more impassionately now believe in that principle, like as a thing, because I think people got it twisted to where Charlie Kirk is not Nick Fuentes, and he's not some Nazi fringe person. He represents every Republican under the age of 30. He basically replaced the young. When I was in college, it was the young Republicans. Like if you were a Republican in college, you joined the Young Republicans. Organization on campus, all the campuses had it. PPUSA is basically that. It's not some fringe shit. These are like all the future workers of America who happen to be Republican. And if you think the person who all they did in their entire life was have those beliefs and open conversation about those beliefs, if you think that person is in any way, shape, or form warranted to have any type of violence committed towards them, let alone killing them, let alone mocking them or their family and their death, like you are not on any. My morals basically override that. You know what I'm saying? It's like I didn't think that would ever come to that point. But yeah, it's just like that. You're not my friend in any way, shape, or form, and I will not stand beside you on anything forever. If that's
Rob, can I ask you a question?
That doesn't have to matter to anybody, but that's just my stance.
Can I ask you a question? Can you agree that it's not left versus right anymore? It's humanity versus insanity.
I mean, yeah. For
That's not the answer, that.
it's both, but in a large part, yeah.
Perhaps. So a couple things you said. You said that you're kind of the part. You said something that Ronald Reagan said years ago. You said Ronald Reagan was asked why he left the Democratic Party. He stopped. He looked back and he said, "Excuse me." He goes, "I didn't leave the Democratic Party. They left me. Go look at my votes. They're still the same." That's what happened. I always say this, and you'll catch this. The best Republican presidential quote in the history of our country was, "Ask not what you can do for your country. Ask what your country can do for you." Right? No, that's not what it was. It was ask not what your country. You're supposed to. What can you do for your country is what he was talking about. That today, that was said by a Democrat. And guess what? Today, that's the most Republican quote ever. You mean the country's not supposed to do for me? That's what we're voting for on the left, largely, right? And so when I normally say it, I let people go, "Oh, it was Kennedy. He was a Democrat." Yeah, exactly. This is how much the party has shifted. He believed, ask what you can do for your country, not ask your country what it can do for you. And so we've seen this political shift that keeps shifting further left, and then it gets hijacked by a couple radicals in the party that just come in and make a lot of noise. And it forced them to really start, for whatever reason, because they were afraid of them or afraid of this. I think it's a fringe movement that forced them to push over. And now, like I say, you have the likes of Bill Maher coming out and literally saying, "I'm a hero on your channels, but you guys wouldn't listen when I told you you guys are lunatics." And this is coming from the left. So yeah, I mean, there's middle of the road Debs, but I think those people are like you. They're starting to shift. They've had enough. Like I say, there's just another Democrat that left. I'll be honest with you. I think anybody on here that probably leans conservative, was just like when what was his name, Fetterman, when he could barely talk and needed somebody to read for him. You were like, "Oh my gosh, is this what we got in office?" But now he's the most level-headed Democrat there.
Okay, he is, and I will give Okay.
Isn't that cool though?
No, that's not fucking cool because you don't know how they're gonna come out.
Like as a phenomenon.
Oh, and for Fetterman, I think it's absolutely amazing. For humanity, yes.
It needs to be recorded and studied.
100%. That's amazing. But at the same time, you still let a man into power that did not have all his capacities, which just totally explains Joe Biden
You know,
and how he got there.
And then you have him talking about how he was told to not be talking to the Republicans, how he was told to not talk to these people that were being appointed. He said, I'm sorry, I have to vote on them. I want to sit down and talk with them. You're not going to tell me what. And I was like, thank you. We literally had a party who says, well, if the Republicans aren't sitting down with us, they're not inviting us to the table. Well, let's go back. It was Bill Maher the other night talking about it. You didn't invite them to the table. You wouldn't even talk with them. You wouldn't let them be a part of the system when you were in control. And now you're crying about it? What about is fair play, and you get slapped now, and there's nothing you can do about it because you have no power. But
I watched Bill Maher's opening remarks of this past week's episode, and I have to say they were super unimpressive to me.
I didn't hear this one.
Well, you probably ought to go back and watch it, because it's like, all right, what the fuck are you doing here? You sound like the leftist that's like, well, I didn't want him to be assassinated, but he got assassinated, and so I'm not going to celebrate it, but I'm not going to do anything about it. That's how Bill Maher sounded. So, I mean,
Bill Maher's,
yeah, I mean, like, he's a good pulse of American society in terms of the left versus the right and trying to, like, gauge where everybody's at. However, I don't think that he is, by any means, what Charlie Kirk was, which was a movement in the other side that, like, was truly moving the young population. I never would have thought to get married at 22 years old. But that's what Charlie Kirk is doing, or was doing, I'm sorry, that hurts, to the new generation of young Americans.
Yeah, Bill, I completely agree. And to that same point, what I was kind of saying about the moral, like, line that gets crossed, like, I think also, this you could say is good or bad, whatever you want to say, just facts. There's also that line at a certain point where any normal person, any normal, like, red-blooded American is going to see Charlie Kirk on the beach with his family and is going to see the, like, basement-dwelling, like, purple-haired, like, 18-piercing, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people who are, like, gloating about his death on TikTok and shit, and are gonna, like, it does, at that point, it's like, it doesn't, at a certain point, it just hits you in a certain way where it's like, no, I don't actually care about a certain level of any of those people's, like, beliefs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have more in common with this person. I know that, like, this person represents me and, like, what I want for my country, my world, my whatever, you know what I mean? Than this other person. And that is just like almost like subconscious thing that I think at a certain point every American is gonna, like, come around to, you know?
When it's so funny,
I certainly hope so. Like, I certainly hope so. Because what I saw on Twitter this week was so disgusting. Sorry, I don't know who was talking, but yeah.
So yeah, a lot of people, you know, they used to look at the right because the right has never really been that great at getting their message across. It's really hard to get the message across, you know, pull up by bootstraps and let's get to work. It's not what everybody wants to hear. They'd rather hear, hey, we'll get you free healthcare, we'll get you free this. That's an easy thing to, I call it like high school politics when you used to say, no, homework, you know, that's the kind of, it's not real, you know, and the cost of doing that, we're talking trillions and trillions of dollars. I mean, it's not even feasible. So it's really tough, and it's always been tough for the Republicans to do it. But one thing that they're slowly getting to people to recognize is they're not the racist party at all. We don't like the white supremacists, but we don't want nothing to do with them. We don't identify with them. We don't like them. We don't agree with them. For God's sakes, some of my best friends are black, and you know what? I'll stand stand up for them before I'd stand up for any one of those guys. I don't care what color they are. But they're slowly learning that that's not who the Republicans actually are. They are doing things. They are trying to make things different. They do see. Guess who? You know what really helped though? The immigration thing helped because in New York and in Chicago, it was the black community who was out in the streets raising holy hell. Why? Because it was their community they started pushing them into. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now they're coming in here, they're suppressing our wages, they're taking our jobs, and they were pissed about it. And it woke up a whole new vision of saying, wait a minute, they're really just trying to replace us. They're trying to get that vote in. They were worried about losing seats in California. We got to get more bodies here. Then you come out and find out that they miscounted in the census. You know, these things that kind of continually keep falling to, oh, it was just a mistake, but it always falls on the mistake of that one side. It's starting to wake people up. How do you miscount 3 or 4 states and all of them were miscounted severely? Oh, and undercount the red states, but the blue states you overcounted. You know, it just slowly starts to wake people up, and I think they're starting to see it. Trump was a Democrat before. We can all say he says dumb things, says things we shouldn't. But I do believe that that man is trying to make a difference. He's working on what I would call his legacy. And that's why he's willing to be as bold as he is, you know?
And see, Corey, I by no means going the Trump train or anything, but I will say when I said it started before the Charlie Kirk thing, it's been going for a long time. My girl is from, I was born and raised in the South, right? And my girl, small town too. My girl is from Midwest, Chicago area. I've also, just getting older, getting in my 30s and stuff, met in my job and shit, a lot more people from the Northeast and Midwest and shit, and just being with her and around her, people, I've been up to Chicago a lot with her and shit. Anyways, I always felt like growing up small town in the South was the racists were it was kind of like a thing. Most fights in high school were somebody called somebody the N-word, their friends beat up them, their friends then beat up them. The next day it was racial tension. It was you wear a Confederate flag, you're the racist. It was kind of a easy to identify thing. And then now I'm kind of realizing a little bit when I know now how some of those same people are as fully developed adults, and then how some of these liberal voting people from maybe some southern supremacy shit, these liberal voting people from the Northeast and the Midwest, who if you even take them to a bar to get a drink where it's more than 25% black people in the bar, they're gonna be the Northeast and Midwest is segregated and shit. Those liberals don't actually live and work and eat with black people. And so it's they're literally why are you taking me here? Why are they're voting Democrat and shit, they're all pro this and pro that. Whereas that same motherfucker who has said some dumb shit on Facebook or whatever, and his dad, had him wearing the rebel flag in high school and all that. Not to sound corny, but would legitimately stop at 3 a.m. and get the shirt off his back to help a random stranger black person on the side of the street with a flat tire. You know what I'm saying? And also I could take to that same black bar and he would just have a rowdy ass good time and be goofing off and being his usual self. Because we, at least where I'm from, we all live amongst each other. We have tension amongst each other, but we live amongst each other. We all you know what I'm saying? It's different, and I've kind of that was kind of what started sparking it, where I was kind of realizing a little bit for the first time what people meant when they were talking about the liberal elite kind of mentality. You know what I'm saying? Because I wasn't really exposed to that. I thought liberalism was kind of just the good, you know what I'm saying? Being non-racist, basically, in the South, Sorry, I got kind of long-winded there, but that was kind of what started me in that little bit of move in that direction.
No, it's always good to hear, because, a lot of these rooms, you get a lot of the same voices. You don't hear somebody really saying, wait, this is why I'm doing things differently. So no, don't worry about getting long-winded, because we want to know. We want to understand what it is, why you're seeing that shift, and what makes it, because I think it's important for all of us to hear. It might open up other people's eyes, to me, it's I'll tell you this, Manchin, I wish Manchin would have ran as an independent, I take Manchin 100,000 times over that. Manchin at least, was us during COVID like, yo, no, we're not going to spend $6 trillion to send people money. Oh, well, got it down to $3 trillion, and he's like, all right, Republicans, work with me here. That guy saved us from. We had massive inflation with a $3 trillion deal. Can you imagine had we doubled that? 9% would have been 18. And Manchin was the only voice that was standing between that happening. And to me, I love seeing that somebody in a party was taking a stand. I had to laugh when they were trying to mock the Republicans about, hey, they're fighting about this or this or this, and they got to vote 13 times. And it's like, yeah, because they're not just. It's the one thing about politics that bothers me, and you probably agree with this, I would think. Pelosi, I don't know how that woman could have been in power because she can barely talk. Like, she is a babbling fool. And you can't tell me there's not a better mind, a better leader, better anybody to put in that position. And so, but they do it because that's what the party says. I don't want a Republican Party that way. I want a Republican Party that says, no, we expect certain things to get done. Oh, wait, McCarthy, you didn't get it done, we're moving on. And I'll take that dissent because I think that's the way it should be.
Yeah, I think a lot of Americans lost that mentality too, of like just directly voting for what actually helps your best interests in a real way, not what sound. You know what I mean? Not just what sounds good rhetorically or which politician sounds better or whatever. Like people vote against their own personal interests all the fucking time. All the time.
Absolutely.
And that's not, I don't want to sound too, because, that is on both sides. That is, people, people on the right wing do that too. But yeah, people vote against their own interests just because of what their Twitter feed is or whatever, all the time.
Yeah, the guy that, there was a guy, his name was Joe, I can't remember, but he was running for the same district as Maxine Waters, and his ad campaign was brilliant. He was walking through the neighborhood. This is where I live. I served 2 combat tours in Iraq. I moved back to this community, and this is my house. This is where I grew up. We had drive-bys. I had drive-by shootings twice, whatever he says. Crime has doubled. This is doubled. This is doubled in that amount of time. But you know who's your representative? Maxine Waters. Do you know where she lives? And he shows a map 5 miles away in this mansion, and she's in a mansion representing these people where there's drive-by shootings. And they still voted her back in. I was like, one of your own lives in one of your people from your community is fighting to represent you guys, and you guys voted the other way. That blew me away. I would never, for me, I ain't gonna vote for somebody in Boca Raton to freaking vote for me down here. No. They don't know what's going on down here, right? That's the mentality I have. But and it's on both sides. You said it. There are Republicans. I'm sorry, Mitch McConnell. I think he's a snake in the grass. I lived in South Dakota. I don't trust Thune. I think he became a pawn to Mitch McConnell. And those guys all keep getting that seat because everybody feels like in their state, we get special privileges or power. Screw that. Trey Gowdy said it best when he was asked why he left politics. 2 things. You got to like it and be good at it. I've never seen anybody better than him. But what he meant and he didn't say this then, but he said it on a podcast later, is he goes, I could no longer represent the state of South Carolina. Because it got to a point where I was going to have to vote for something that I completely disagreed with for them to vote for me to get something for my state. And I will never, ever do that based on principle. So I can no longer represent the state of South Carolina because that's what politics has become. And I'll take a man like Trey Gowdy any day. People say, oh, he cowered it out. No, he only wanted to serve 2 terms because he thinks there should be term limits. He served 3 because the other guy came in, and he wanted somebody that he could trust. So Trey, I think, did a 3rd term. But I think we should have term limits.
Yeah, I'm from North Carolina, and I always felt pretty comfortable about the fact that thing you're describing was happening, especially Western North Carolina, Appalachian, the people voting against their own interests. It felt like that. I saw that mostly. There's still some kind of union type people out there voting Democrat, but it felt like a lot of poor people in Western North Carolina, Appalachia were voting Republican when it felt like the Democratic Party was actually doing more to help. I'm in my mid-30s, right? So most of my life, it felt like the Democratic Party was doing more to help the working class, and so it felt to me like those people were the ones. They were there. You're not voting in your in your personal interest because you are brainwashed by some social issue or whatever to make you vote Republican because we think it, represents you for being white or for being whatever. And you see, that kind of seems like to be exactly what's flipping, where it's like I seem to see more people just like voting Democrat despite it not necessarily representing them anyway. And I feel weird saying it because that doesn't imply though that the Republican Party, because I feel like the Republican Party doesn't represent them either. So I don't want to imply that that does, but it's just it used to seem like it was going in one direction, and now it seems to be shifting in like a little bit of the other direction to me.
Yeah, and we have a lot of people who try to make everything a monolith, and it's like, okay, wait, you're black, you have to vote Democrat. If you don't, and then they come up with all these derogatory terms. Well, wait a minute. Let's be real. The Democrats held the House. I think they held was a House. I don't remember for 40 years. Up until 1993, and didn't get nothing done. And then in 1993, they balanced the budget. Oh, Clinton gets credit for that, but who's the budget? That was Newt Gingrich, And so we talk about different things, and my point is the parties, they always want to take credit for things, for maybe who's president, but we were in power, we wrote this, we wrote that, and it's just like, shouldn't we be bipartisan? Shouldn't we really be sitting down like adults? Be like me and you sitting down, Trav, and having a conversation over a beer, saying, all right, we're going to start a business together. How are we going to do this? And now we talk together and come up with a plan that's best for everybody. There's a system called the fair tax. Congressman Linder wrote it. As a congressman, he pushed it, and he says, but no, Congress will never pass it. And I'll tell you why. Because as soon as you pass the fair tax, Congress loses all of its ability, of their power and prestige, because they can't make money anymore. Because they get to make money. And this is basically what he was talking about in another show that I heard him on, is they get kickbacks, big time kickbacks for tax breaks and other things they get for companies. The fair tax eliminates that. There's no tax on business. Now people say, well, wait a minute. Well, a tax on business is no different than a tariff. And this is where the left I always laughed when people argued about this. Kamala literally said she was going to raise the tax drastically on business. Okay, do that. You're chasing businesses out of the U.S., and we've been doing it for decades. That tax on business gets passed down to who? The consumer. It's no different than a tariff, but tariffs are so bad, right? The fair tax eliminates all tax on business. You get no tax write-offs. There's no income tax. It's all on spending. And guess what? They gave it to all 500 or all Fortune 500 companies that left the United States and said, read this, get it through accountants and your lawyers, and tell us what you do. Every operation, every one of them said all operations cease to exist and come back to America. You're bringing production, manufacturing, technology back to the U.S. We had one problem. We don't have the manpower for all of that. Wow. Think immigration could have been streamlined?
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I'm just being really honest. This is where I feel it might just be me. It might not be worth it for the Republicans to change anything to cater, obviously, just to me, but I feel like there's a lot of people like me. But it feels like, I'm not going to play dumb. I know, because I'm super tapped in just to, like, politics and online politics and all that shit. Like, I know what does exist on the right wing. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to sugarcoat that either. I know that there's a lot of that actual real deal shit out there, like the red. I grew up, like I said, small town North Carolina. Like I know what's out there, but
wait, I got a question. What do you mean by that?
I mean like that it isn't a complete myth that there are like majority of actual racists, white supremacists, whatever, do vote Republican. I'm not saying they make up the majority of the party, but I'm saying. I don't want to sugarcoat things as if there isn't still that segment of.
I mean, I agree with that. I mean, I've never been a white supremacist in my life, but I would agree with that. So.
Right, well, okay, let me not even say white supremacist. That sounds hard. Right, like I said, I grew up small town in the South, so like racist people, whatever, that exist on the right wing, it is a real thing that exists. I'm not trying to sugarcoat shit, is what I'm saying. But it feels like you remember that dude Oliver Anthony who like played who had that song?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I gotta ask you another question. In the town that you grew up in North Carolina, like, do you really truly feel like racism as to the horror of murdering someone in the streets, that white people are murdering black people in the streets or vice versa?
Hell, no. Well, I would say no. I mean, there was lots of fight. There was lots of violence in my home. But I mean, I'm also like mid-30s, so.
But I'm talking about
16
today.
years ago. Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So do you feel like
I've
that?
lived in my hometown since then. I've been out going to college and working and shit. So.
But were people like dying in the streets in your hometown 15 years ago whenever you were living there?
I'm not saying dying in the streets, but I'm saying, wearing the shirts to say my ancestors had a dream too, and like with the rebel flag and stomping people out in the hallways and curb stomps and.
Oh really? So that makes me sad. That makes me sad.
Okay, but I grew up in Georgia, and I'll tell you this, that there's clear, listen, I mean, same thing that you said, there was somebody starting to fight with your buddy, and now all of a sudden, it is literally, the black versus the whites, because they're all as a group then. That was real too, don't get me wrong, but we also hung out, we were all friends, we did all of that.
Exactly, bro. No, you are right about that. You are right.
But we saw, where I was anyway, is it wasn't black and white hate as much as it was, we're the rebels and you're Yankees. If you're a Yankee, you're not welcome here. I mean, they were clear about that. If they found out you were a Yankee, you would not want to say you were from up north.
Yeah.
I was like, boy, you guys are hanging on.
Yeah, but see, and what a lot of people don't get who aren't from a small town south is that it isn't. The thing I just described, those same people, a lot of those white people wearing those rebel flags and getting in those fights with black people, like listen to rap music. And like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like there's this weird like mix of culture where it's like, and have a lot of black friends too sometimes. And it's like this weird like thing where it's like I just believe, and again, it's immaturity too, because we're talking about teenagers. Like, my daddy taught me to believe this thing, and like, but then I don't really live like I believe this thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of like part of like what would happen. Like, especially you talking about like football, baseball, you play sports. Football and baseball especially, bro, in the South. It's like you got like, you know what I'm saying? My hometown like 50-50 pretty much, like black and white, like nothing else. I didn't be a Jewish person to college or a Muslim person to college. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? So like football, baseball, it's like that's where that kind of shit happens. It's like you have those fights in locker rooms, and then you still go out and you battle, and that doesn't mean you like accept what that person represents, but it's like, it's still just part of like life in a certain way. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like, and then you mature, and a lot of those people go on to be like more developed, well-developed adults. I feel like than people who are like secluded in some like private school, you know what I'm saying, like away from that type of shit.
Yeah. No, it was different for me, growing up in the military and growing up in Georgia, and where I was at, I didn't have a choice but having black friends because I lived in a largely black area, and so it was just like, it is what it is. To me, I guess I was young. My dad, his best friends were black too, so it was just like, there was never I never got that, I never understood that, other than once some fights started and stuff, then you're like, okay, wait a minute, but, it was like, then I moved up to the Midwest, and I remember it's like, I didn't even think about it, but I was like, all of a sudden I'm in a McDonald's one day, look over and there's someone black standing there, and I was looking. I caught myself as a kid looking, and I was just like going, but I hadn't seen a black person in like 2 years. You know what I mean? And it's weird because when you live in like Georgia, that they're your friends. You see them every day. And then when you don't see them, anybody, for like 2 years, because nobody, and I don't know why anybody would move up there, because it is freaking ridiculously cold, but it was just weird because like up there wasn't that racist thing. The town I was in, there were only a year below me, there was one family that was black, and the dad was a ref, super cool, awesome dude, wrestling ref, and did all the other sports, and then Chris was a year younger than me, and then his brother was I think 2 years younger than me, but our community, it was like, it was no big deal. They were just like one of us, and I loved that, you know what I mean? And I wish more people could be like that.
I guess I'm just confused. Like, my high school was 33% black. I guess I'm are just confused. Like, I don't, where in the past, I graduated in the year 2000. So I graduated.
That's what about that. Okay.
Yeah. So I graduated 25 years ago, and 33% of my class was black, and we all got along, and we were just coming out of the 90s, like, after the Rodney King beatings, like, there was a lot of shit going on. Like, and I lived in a very urban area, I guess, in the Midwest. Like, to me, it's so wild that this is still, like, we, in the year 2000, had put this entire conversation out of our brains. We had already worked through it. We had already talked about it. We're already like, we don't give a shit what the hell your skin color is. That is literally who we were at that generation. So it's wild to me to think that 25 years later that we're still talking about, like, race as who you are as a human. Because I knew all sorts of people, black, white, Hispanic. It never mattered. It never mattered in 2000 whenever I graduated high school. It was just who you were as a human. Nobody cared about what you looked like. So it's wild to me to think that 25 years later, we're still having this stinking debate. That's wild to me. Absolutely wild. The more I think about it, the more I get wilded. I don't know what to say.
Well, I just listened to a black minister explain it to his church, and I was pretty impressed with it because he explained that whole about what you said, where we were compared to where we are, and he started calling out the people who are making millions. Do they live in your communities? No, they're driving the fancy car. What are you doing? They're going to work 9 to 5 every day. And he's explaining this, but we keep building these people up, and all they're doing is telling you your neighbor doesn't like you, your neighbor's holding you back, but you live next to them, and they're asking you to come over for a barbecue. He's breaking it all down, and he's basically saying they're making a living. There's certain people that are making a living off of pushing that narrative. There's politicians that need it. G. Edward Griffin talks about it. There's a book called The Crusaders that talks about how to divide and how to conquer. And this is what it does. The first thing, the easiest thing you can do is divide us by race. That's an easy tactic. Now you separate. And in this case, this is what the Democrats have done for a long time. And there's the old quote about, I'll have them voting that way for 200 years, you know. That's what they do, is they believe we can pull them back in by just saying race is an issue, right? They're racist. And so they're hanging on to that as the last thread they've got for a voting base. And then they started doing what? Oh, women and men. The men are, you know, holding women back, paid less, this, that, the other, that. Then it's the religion. Now it's the LGBTQ. They're dividing us into little sections.
Yeah, and you can take it further than that. I know a lot of gay people who are even getting sick of, like, you know what I'm saying? They're like, yo, we gotta get trans people out. You know what I'm saying? Like, even gay people are moving away from, like, wanting to be identified with all this shit.
I was gonna say, I mean, the majority of, especially gay men that I've known in my life, are ultra conservative.
Yeah.
It's just like, we're fucking done with this shit.
They don't have jobs and, like, with their life, right?
But that's the thing, is that, like, they don't just have jobs, they have the best jobs, and they make the best livings. Like, they really do. They have,
they do,
like,
Yeah.
like, yes. So,
Bella,
I
they
mean,
also have the lowest divorce. Lesbians have the highest divorce rate. Heterosexuals next. And gay men have the lowest.
I believe that. Every gay man couple that I've ever known, my next door neighbor has been married to his spouse for like 20 some odd years. Like, they've been together forever. Like, they just don't. But I mean, there's also the gays and straight, so there is that too. But
yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I don't have a whole lot of gay male friends, but my girl, like her, like she's like this, you know, couple who got married, the gay couple that are her friends, and they are like that type who, I mean, their beliefs are very much liberal, but they've been saying for years like they can't go to any of these like pride events and like. like one of them's a lawyer, like the other one, they're just like normal. You wouldn't even guess they're gay, to tell you the truth. But like, they're not conservatives by any means.
Well, but they're
Traditionally,
dinks.
but yeah.
They're dinks. They're double income, no kids. So they typically are conservatives because they're dinks.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. That's a fact. I'm just saying that they're saying they can't even go to these parades and shit. 'Cause it's like it's not what it's like a bunch of trans stuff and like hypersexualized everything. Like
So I right not too far from this is Wilton Manors, and if I get a call from somebody that says, hey, I just got divorced and I need to be within walking distance of Wilton Drive, I don't have to ask ever why they got divorced. I already know. But when I found out from a post-op trans person here that told me that twice in their life, beat within an inch of their life in ICU for I think it was a week or two at a time, messed up bad both times by gay men, and I was just like, what? They were like, I've never had an issue with heterosexual men ever, but the gay men, they don't like us, and I was like, I learned a lot when I moved here, because coming from the Midwest, it's not like Florida, it's not like Wilton Manors, and so it was interesting to me, but even amongst them, there's a lot of difference. One of the inspectors I used, I didn't know he was gay until we went to watch the Georgia Bulldog game, and he brought his husband, and I was like, oh, okay, no big deal. I would have never known, but they're different. They're very low key. They're just like everybody else. They're not I gotta rub it in somebody's face, or they don't hide it, but they're not out there being.
Oh, but they're so the opposite of the lesbians. The lesbians are like, we're gay and we're proud. We're gonna raise your children better than you knew how to raise them with a man. Like, I mean, no, right? Like, that's what they do. They're like, we're lesbians, so we can raise a man better than you can. And you're like, no, I'm in a heterosexual relationship, married, been married a long time. We're doing a pretty fucking good job over here. Right. But they're like, no. Our kids are going to be better than your kids are because we're two lesbians raising a man. And so they know how to raise another penis. It's so weird.
I mean, just think about how it's not just rare, it's zero. Zero, like, regular, like, straight men who have, like, gay or lesbian besties, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a thing, whereas, like, almost every, like, straight girl with, like, a social life,
Dude,
has, like, some
gay
gay,
men,
straight male fans.
Gay men
Like,
hate lesbians. They hate lesbians. Gay men hate
they're
lesbians.
weird in a certain way, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of, as a straight male, I'm not mad at lesbians for, doing their thing, but they don't socialize the same way. It's weird.
No, I just watched one of the lesbian realtors in the area I'm in try and, like, lesbian-splain how the whole Charlie Kirk thing went down. And I was like, no, if I just had an unlike button, or just unlike you. That was my response, because it's just like, I don't even want to deal with your bullshit. All these people are, like, praising her because they're also lesbians. Like, oh, you're doing so great. You're raising male children. You're doing fantastic. And so we just have to support you whenever you say. And I'm just going, no. Actually, no.
Yeah, I low-key feel sorry for the normal gay people. I know they never had to sign. They never had to sign on the dotted line to agree with, like, transsexual shit being, like, joined on to their movement. You know what I'm saying? They never had to agree to that.
But
So I feel sorry for them.
Here's the deal. I for real feel bad for heterosexual children growing up in a lesbian environment in which they're taught. So we're talking about men being raised by lesbians who are telling them that they should hate themselves for being men. Like, that is a fucked up environment. Like, and if we can't agree on that, then I don't know what else to say.
Lesbians aren't a monolith. I was listening to a psychologist explained this, and she said the best thing for children is a positive male role model, as a mother and a father in a home. But to get equal results, it can be just a father. If the father's not in the life of the child, the likelihood of drug addiction, alcohol, teenage pregnancy, incarceration, all go up. And I'm just like, okay, so yeah, you got a mother in the house, but you don't have the positive male role model that might be there to mold those things to be the disciplinarian. Sure, a woman can be that, right? But I'm just looking at the statistics. I know moms that did a great job. I was a single dad, did it all.
But here's the other problem we have. Here's the other problem that we have. I'm sorry, Miss Lopez. Can I just finish real quick? And then I'll let you. I don't think that you were up. I don't think that you were up. Are you serious? Are you serious right now? You are such a fucking pleb.
You got the 18 plus? Damn.
Thank you, Corey, have you read the stats on, I completely understand, I agree with you about a father being absent, right? But there's also something said to be with an absent mother. Because without that bond between her and the child, something psychologically goes wrong. And there are stats on that as well. Have you checked into that?
Specifically what I was talking about was drug addiction, teenage pregnancies, incarceration, I think domestic abuse. But I'm telling you that this isn't coming from me. This isn't coming from a male psychologist. This was a female psychologist. She's wrote a book on it. Actually, I bought the book a long time ago when I was fighting for custody of my son. Before I won custody of my son, sole custody of my son. Okay, what I'm telling you is the statistics show that it's equal with that positive male role model being the primary custodial parent. But the numbers go up drastically without that positive male role model in their life. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying there's not good moms out there. I know good moms. Hell, I dated a good mom. Just broke up with her. Damn good mom. Did it on her own because her husband was getting into shit trying to just, go after 26-year-old women and live that life. He was not present. I get it. It's out there. I get it. I'm just telling you statistically. And when they do these statistics, all of our psychologists, we go talk to a psychologist and we're like, well, this is private information. It sure is with your name attached to it. The information itself is not. That's how they do their studies. So they can come up with 300,000 case studies to look at. Because they don't want to say, well, we talked to 72 people that said they would let us look at their stuff. Their case studies are from 300,000, 400,000 case studies. They talk to psychologists. They get the paperwork. They look and they say, what are we learning? What are we doing that can make our jobs better? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying moms aren't good. But what I am saying is the statistics show having a positive male role model, and I'm not saying that's easy to find. Okay? I know.
Corey, why did you break up with the mom?
So honestly, here's the situation. She was coming to be an empty nester, and for the last year, she had let it obsess her. Like, we did nothing. Like, literally, she'd be on her phone looking at pictures of her daughters all the time, right? And I literally was like, one night, it's like, can we do anything? I don't care. Can we just go sit on the couch and watch a movie together? Let's go do something. I just want to do, and my friends never ever said negative word. She's a great person. Clever as a person. But we would go out as a group to do things together, and she would go sit somewhere and look at pictures of her daughters on her phone. It was overwhelming her. And it was just like, and finally I was just like, this isn't what I want in life, right? So it's, we're amicable, we talk all often, once in a while, it's just like, hey, how's it going? I think she's dating somebody else. That's great. Happy for her. So that's why. So for me, it was just, there was a lot of transition going on in her life, and it was, I don't know.
Just going to slide in here because we got some high energy people at 2:30 God's time. So I'm just going to say hi and mute up and listen to the takes. But there are a few great people in here, and I hope that everybody is having a wonderful start to their week, had a blessed weekend, and we'll be as best that we can be it. All right.
God lives in the Southeast, David.
What was that, Trav? I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
God lives in the southeast. It's 3:30 Jesus time. That's all I'm saying.
You caught the joke. Well, the reason why I call the Central Time Zone is God is central to our lives. So it's clear his time zone is the Central Time Zone.
Hey, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Okay.
But anyway,
It's
man.
adorable. It's
Yes.
adorbs. It's adorbs. We appreciate it. Moving on.
Yes. I was gonna say, just based on the title, left of the left was the right right. First off, I love anything that is a play on words, so well done, Vlad. Second, just seriously, some of you have known me for several years. I've heard the spiel, the broken clock, the emphatic attempts to inspire people to get more involved off the app. I don't know what else could possibly inspire you to finally go do it than what we just lived through. You know, everyone loves to talk about who's the next person to replace. It's not going to be one person, but we can take ownership of our own backyard, and we can collectively be Charlie's voice. We can collectively carry the torch forward through our own individual efforts, joining the county party, joining a local grassroots group, volunteering for a local candidate. If literally, there's very few people on this app, I rarely come on it. If literally a dozen, just a dozen of the conservatives on this app, liberty lovers, fans of the Constitution, whatever, and you know, if you hate labels, whatever, it's just a dozen of those people got off this app would have so much more value. Because I'm telling you, if one conservative translates their thoughts to words to actions, you will make a bigger impact than picture the 100 most insufferable libs that are still on this app, that run their mouths, that talk down to you, say all this horrible stuff, got the election dead wrong, but don't act with any humility. If you choose to do something on this app, then you will have made more of an impact than all those people combined. And if that's not satisfaction enough on top of the motivation that Charlie gave us, I don't know what we'll ever get through to you. So please pray on that, consider it, make that call tomorrow and go get plugged in.
Stephen.
Hey, Steven, I disagree with you on pretty much everything politically, as I did Charlie, but message heard and agreed for sure.
Trav, can I just say?
And also the thing that I respected and appreciated about and why I watched 100+ hours of Charlie Kirk's content prior to his death was because of that exact thing that I respected about him. So. And then I've seen people on my side ministering in his death, so, yeah.
I'm going to try to say thank you for showing the maturity of recognizing that conservatives are hurting right now, and it's just not the time to be acting out, and that you're carrying yourself with some class. I want to thank that. I know it might seem you were probably raised right, but I'll just be honest with you, man. It's becoming rare. I have been surrounded by people on the left who show no remorse in just saying the most ungodly things about Charlie, you know, trying to be antagonistic. I mean, it's basically demonic. And you know me, I'm a serious person. I'm not throwing that around. I'm being for real. Like, I'll just keep it 100, man. If there was like a super prominent figure on the left, let's say like an AOC or something gets assassinated, you think for one flying second I would be coming onto social media and running my mouth and banging my chest when like a bunch of people would be hurting on the other side, even if I vehemently disagreed with them, but god dang it, man, 99% of the libs that I've been encountering on and off in social media, zero compassion, zero remorse, zero consideration. And so I just wanted to give you your flowers. The fact that you're conducting yourself in a calm and reasonable fashion, saying, hey, my liberal politics can be put on the back burner for a couple weeks. Because I know a whole half of the country is mourning right now. And so if you can continue to be that example, and if you could maybe check some other people on that, if you see it or hear it or read it, then you'd be doing the Lord's work. So I just wanted to thank you for that, Trav.
No doubt, bro. And I'm telling you, I I have a burner that I'm, for good reason, not gonna give out here, but I have a burner on Twitter that it's so funny that I've used the word demonic towards liberals more, and that exact word, demonic, that in the last 4 days or whatever, than I have ever before in my life towards any conservative ever. And that you weren't here, but I expressed this earlier in the room, and it's not about me, whatever, but like, yeah, there's a certain line that I think a lot of people have lost that like that. It's not even about, like I said, I watched hundreds of hours of Charlie before he died, and it wasn't just hate watching. It was like, there was a reason, you know, I don't watch hundreds of hours of a lot of other conservative people. You know what I'm saying? It was because of that exact, like, level of, like, just, you know, ability. He was willing to have the difficult conversation, tell the whole truth, and the fact that a lot of those second halves of his sentences that he has said, that the only difference between him and any other conservative on earth or in America is that he's willing to say the second half, like the gun control statement he made about the certain number of deaths happening. Like anybody who owns a gun or believes in the Second Amendment knows that there's going to be some gun deaths, like because of that. And I'm one of those people. Like I own a gun, I believe in the Second Amendment.
You know what I just realized? That I'm an AOC fan and a Charlie fan. And I just realized that, like, oh my God. Like, what position am I in?
Well, you're just like bully Latinas, that's all.
Problem. That's the problem.
Yeah. Anyway, so kind of, you know, seeing how people who I otherwise would have thought had dignity, you know, and had who were on my side and things, like using that courage he had to, even though I disagreed with him on everything, had the courage he had to finish that sentence and to say the full thought that he had and to have it, and that's all he wanted to do. To me, there's a line there where, like, I respect that more than I'll ever respect somebody, you know, some, like, fucking basement dwelling furry who, like, might vote more along with me, but, like, wants to take somebody like Charlie away from American politics.
Did you notice his wife was, when she had a rosary in her hand? I was surprised.
Hey, Don, that's not me.
I don't.
Don, that's not me. Don said to confirm.
That wasn't a rosary. He had his cross in his hand.
Don, that's not me. My PTR, Don, that's not me.
I know,
No, it was a rosary. She had a rosary when she started.
No, that was that. So here's what happened. When he got shot, they ripped his cross. So she asked him why he never wore anything. He goes, I'm not a jewelry person. She goes, I think you should wear a cross. She bought him a cross. I forget what it was. Something hit him one day, and he put it on, and he never took it off again. He wore it all the time. When he got shot, they ripped it off and tried to save his life, and they gave it to her, gave it back to her. And so she was holding his cross out the window. That's what that was. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I can't imagine, like, dude, that's just heartbreaking. I don't care how much I dislike somebody.
I don't know why it said rosary.
It appeared like it.
It did, right? It did look like one.
It is a rosary.
It was, right?
No, it was his cross. They made a comment. At Turning Point or somebody had made a comment about it. She was holding his cross out.
I was under the impression, and I suppose there's a small off chance that I'm incorrect here, but I was under the impression that she was Catholic and he was Protestant.
That could be.
That's a fact, actually. She is Catholic.
Okay.
Yeah, she is Catholic, so that's why.
Talking about Erica?
Yeah, I just asked it.
Yeah.
They said yes, she's Catholic.
Yes, Erica Kirk is Catholic. She's talked about it and written about their relationship, their religious relationship, and their differences.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so it was a rosaries. Yeah, it was right.
That's beautiful, man.
It is
Yeah.
beautiful. I have a whole not collection, but a number of different style rosaries from over the years. And when you kneel or sit and dedicate yourself to pray the rosary and really meditate with God, it's a very moving and special experience.
It is. I have a collection as well from my grandmothers, my great aunts, my grandfather. Beautiful, beautiful rosaries. So I respect that. It's beautiful. It's heart wrenching.
Martha, you know what church he belonged to?
Which one?
He was a Calvary Protestant, like a, you know those Calvary, they're like Baptist churches?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a part of that growing up. I don't know if he like still belonged to that church in his later years, but he was raised a Calvary Chapel kid. That's why he's such a good speaker.
My dad was a part of Calvary for a while.
Yeah, Baptists are almost. They wouldn't be. Are they considered Baptists?
No, they're not. They're Protestant. They're under the Protestant umbrella, but they're like hardline Baptists and Lutherans. Like get along.
I have to chuckle when I hear. I know that you weren't using it more than just in its technical definition, but I do always laugh when I hear someone say under the Protestant umbrella. Because no, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like the technical definition of just like, yeah, there's the variety of Protestant alternatives, but do you not see how it's always kind of humorous when you think of the concept of a Protestant umbrella, because literally it's the antithesis of any concept of an umbrella.
Yes, but liturgically they align, right? Liturgically, theologically, they align with certain ideas that came out of the Protestant Reformation. But I agree, it is funny. But we group of people, that's how our brains work.
No, I know. I enjoy word humor. I'm a bit of a nerd in that regard.
But these Baptists, man, they're all really good speakers. It's always interesting. Like they speak at a young age at their churches, and especially these Calvary churches are all singing and dancing.
Yeah, but I grew up Episcopalian, which is pretty close to Catholicism, and it's pretty in terms of Protestant denominations, it's pretty much as close as you can get. Father, and we call it priest father. We got communion every Sunday with real wine. Very liturgical. But damn, I completely forgot where I was going with that. My bad, Jeff.
You were gonna say something racist, I assume.
Nah, I was legit completely forgot. You said something I was gonna lead to with that, and then I got to describing Episcopalianism, and I forgot what I was gonna say.
It says that she's.
Go ahead,
Sorry. I'm so sorry. It says that she's holding not only outside of the plane, but outside of the silver. I don't know what car she's in. It looks like a long car. Erica Kirk raises her rosary to onlookers as her husband Charlie's body is transported home. But it looks like a cross
It is the cross. You can see the cross. It was his cross. It was a silver cross.
Yeah. It might be a rosary as well. It looks like a couple different necklaces, so might be both.
That's what I thought it said. And I made a comment to my wife, like, oh my God, she has a rosary. Like, so, you know, I was like, oh.
I'm trying to
okay.
I posted a link to the picture of, maybe we're talking about different times, but when she was riding away, what's that?
I say, Vlad Corey, I go, do I know Megatron? Is this an alt or something?
No, maybe. Are you single? It means you wanna.
No.
You know, you just 2 seconds ago you said me and my wife, and now you're asking him.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I can switch it up. I'm always.
I was a little lost earlier when I was talking and Megatron came around and saying some shit about AOC.
Yeah, AOC, and I'm a Charlie Kirk fan, so you never know what I'm feeling. Depends on the wind's blowing that day.
Strange.
I remember what I was gonna say, by the way. I do appreciate you were talking Haggob. You were talking about how Baptist preachers can talk, and I agree with that. But I do appreciate the denominations like Episcopalians and Methodists and I believe Presbyterians, where you know there's a like diocese for the state, and then all the churches that exist under that, and so it kind of prevents any like. You know, shit people hate about the church, you know, being like money, you know, trying to get your money through donations. Like, you can easily find out the finances for your church because the state diocese of the Episcopalian Church is the only thing sending you that money to, like, pay for your light bill and your pastor and all that. So, like, nobody's trying to steal your money. Everybody's just trying to do good shit for the community, you know? So, I think it's good for a church to maintain that bureaucracy.
Can I just go back for just 1 second? Who was the motherfucker that said, I believe in AOC and Charlie Kirk?
Megatron.
That was Megatron. He's no longer in the room.
Oh, alright. Sorry to interrupt. Alright, I gotta.
No, you're good. Nobody cares anyways.
No, you're good. I'm gonna turn in, by the way, but it was good to see you. Glad to go. Bella, Corey, Trav, Don. That's all as well.
Have a good night, my friend.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Night, everyone.
Good night.
Anyway, here we go.
Oh shit, you're back.
Yeah, that's what I just.
AOC in the house.
Yeah, you know, I'm telling you, man, there's just something really attractive about her.
Big bunch of Latinas, man.
I agree, bro. I saw, like, when she's on that, she's, like, meant to be there. She's just meant to be there. She just, from the beginning, she's just putting these big CEOs and these big corporation dudes. He's just, like, slaying them. You know, and one by one. Man, like, remember she called out like this pharmaceutical company for charging a certain amount of money or something like that. She just did it like I don't know. It was just when I saw it.
That shit was jiggling when she did that shit.
Yo, she just did it so nonchalant. And it's just like in the beginning too. It just came in with fire. And let me tell you, man, since then, I'm just like, this is like I was proud to be Puerto Rican at that point. I'm like, I love this fucking.
Yeah, there's something about a strong woman that's attractive.
Yeah.
Character.
You don't give a fuck.
Y'all know who Alex Stein is? Alex Stein, number 29.
Oh, yeah.
The pimp on the blunt? Okay.
I like him.
bartender, yada yada yada, and I'm just like, well, she's wasting time behind that bar. He's probably at the right bar, looking to the right people about politics. Because I mean, damn.
Well, she was a bartender. You know that, right?
Yes, yeah, she was tending bar, but I think that was just because it's not that she wasn't educated.
Right.
You know, it's just that some people are in no transition stage.
You should have stayed behind that bar.
She was like a coffee, right? Wasn't she a barista? Or am I tripping? I thought she was doing coffee.
No.
It's an interesting career progression if you really think about it.
Yeah.
You go from serving drinks to drunk people to hanging around with a bunch of drunk people getting drinks served to you.
Low-key, AOC really might be the best. Well, not take the back. Not the best. Gavin Newsom probably still the best, but AOC could probably do some damage for the Democrats, though. Not gonna lie, because she is a big wheel lieutenant. She'll get a lot of people on her side.
This country's not ready for a woman president.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, nah, she'll
I
lose.
knew some long ago. He's coming up. He's gonna do it.
Yeah, he is. I'm excited about that.
You are. I'm so mad because he's just to me because I live in California. Well, yeah, you know, but he's so shisty like a mob boss. I'm so sick. But I used to like him, but now I just see right through him. I'm like, God damn it.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Don, don't you feel like that's exactly why he might be exactly what the Democrats need? You know what I'm saying? Because you know, he's going to play the game. You know, he'll play the game. Like,
Did you guys see what he posted? Did you guys see what he posted on Instagram? He posted a reel of a Photoshop of JD Vance, you know, the fat face JD Vance. The one where it looks like Trav's PTR, like Drewski's face blown up a little bit. And he posted that on his Instagram reel of JD Vance dancing. So he's like fully going in full send on that, making fun of the Republicans. We need that. I like that. I support Newsom. I'm a California Dem. I like Newsom. I think he did good for the state with the shit that he got.
I'll switch it up a little bit and just ask you guys about yesterday. I mean, that was Big Mike. It's not, to me, it's not so much of the win. How dependent are people nowadays on ChatGPT? It's like people can't think for their own anymore. Why is that? Why is it that? Because I remember when this thing first came out, no one is even. I remember when I first started debating online years ago. Even using a Wikipedia was like, you had to have the memory, like the you know, you had to answer back in like a certain amount of time. You know, that you could tell if somebody was reading off of something. Like nowadays, people are just like straight up upfront and telling you they don't know it. When they read it and repeat it, it's their words. Like, is that the norm now? Because, like, as far as I'm concerned, like, me knowing Bible verses in my head, like, or even Quran verses when I'm debating a Muslim, is crucial. Because I'm depending on my fat, witty reactions to get further in the conversation. Do you get what I mean? Like, what is this, like, schooling and it's not so much like I could care less. I'm just saying, like, is that how people, like, how would...
There's a phenomenon called cognitive offloading. That is the biggest fear when it comes to how overly dependent current generations are going to be on language models and AI, you lose the ability to develop that independent thought. In this room, people overutilize it as the arbiter of truth. It kind of destroys critical reasoning. This morning's argument, I agreed with Bob. I really like the way Bob broke it down. That was like my second time talking to Bob, but he had the same position I did, that it's all about comparative definitions.
Since a young age, they slowly teach us to not think for ourselves. And like I've been saying for a long time, they don't teach us to critically think. They teach us to follow the fucking leader. And they want us like that. And even the elite colleges are commenting on this, saying, we're getting you as students straight out of high school. We almost don't want to accept them because they're not so bright. They can't critically think. There's a problem there. And so when I dove into it about 4 years ago, this school board said that it's because they don't have the time and they can't manage it because there's no time. It's easier to teach students to think inside the box. It's wild, I'm telling you. And that, along with what Agap is saying, fits.
Yeah, because the conversation is either way, right? Neither one of us was wrong. It's not so much that the reason why it was interesting, I thought, is because I'm saying to myself in the middle of it, I'm like, wait a minute, am I wrong? Because I see myself saying this in both ways, right? Well, I'm like, wait a minute, like he's got a point. At the same time, I guess it's just how you say it. But then it's the same thing though with AI, because if you punch it in a certain way, it's gonna agree with you. And if you punch it in another way, which would be the opposite, it'll agree with you also. I'm saying to myself, like, then who is right? Is it just gonna be like popularity thing? Like, it's not so much being right, because I felt like the conversation went either way, right? So, and I think Bob did say it both ways, right? Is that what happened there, Hugo?
Yeah, it was about how both definitions work, but like it's words like language, and specifically in the cases of things like atheism, theism, and deism, like the linguistic history is important, the development of the word is important, but ultimately it's comparative. When you're comparing theism to deism, one is a belief of a God who is absent, a creator who then leaves, and the other one is a belief of a creator who's involved, right? But when you're comparing theism to atheism, which is its direct and like a is the prefix to say opposite of, right? And it's based in a Greek word, and it's anti-theism essentially. So in that context, the definition in a comparative way would be the belief in God. Then you get into like a slippery slope of like fallacies, like appeal to definition, and then it becomes annoying, and then people pull up dictionaries, and everybody's arguing about dictionaries. But yeah, I think both can be right. That's what Bob was arguing.
Because the word theist is going to fall into that umbrella. The umbrella of who's a theist and who's not a theist. And then the umbrella of theism, then you have the categories. Theism, pantheism, deism. You know what I mean? So, umbrella term, it's used
formal of when you call somebody a theist, not in conversations with people who actually understand or have a knowledge of like the comparative definitions colloquially, like for the layman. Theism just means believing in a God, because they only know the comparative definition to atheism. So that's why certain people will have that position.
Which why it's a plain words. But so a while back, as we had a while back when they first started putting their group together in Andrew's room with Rob, you wouldn't find it interesting to speak to somebody if they came up and said they were science, they were deist. They wouldn't think that that's interesting for conversation. They mashed everyone together. If you were a pantheist, deist, they just called you an atheist. Because there's no interesting conversation for them to have. You weren't part of a religious group. And you're you know what I mean? Like if you weren't using the Bible then in that debate with you, atheism and deism just wasn't interesting, because they kind of felt like they were saying the same things. You know, as a scientific atheist and an atheist, they're gonna agree things. So that group themselves mashed in deism and all the other which was, you know, theist classifications under atheism. You know, they did that for a while. It's just like, so the group starts to form this sort of, you know, like they have their own style. But I speak to many different people all the time. My adventure of learning these types of things is to talk to different people all the time. Nate does too. Me and Nate, we always had like this thing with them, like, you know, you guys create your own language and you speak to each other. You guys go over the same words and the same sort of concepts. You guys, because they don't really talk to many different people, like they develop a style. They trap themselves in saying, well, you don't understand. That was like the thing for a while. It's like, no, it's not that nobody understands. It's just that you guys are so used to speaking to each other. You're used to going down a certain, they use the word truth table or whatever the hell it is. Like, I don't even use these terms because to me they're meaningless. But it's very interesting to see that a specific group gets into specific, groups of nations. Not every group is like that. I just liked how Bob was actually, he was just being honest about it. But a theist, the thing that gets me, like, would that be like their thing? The fact that they say deist is the umbrella term?
An Andrew?
Yeah.
An Andrew room thing?
Yeah,
Possibly. Possibly. I mean, it depends. Like, do they... Actually, no, I would be surprised if they were to think that. Because they would be now the room that actually, like, sits and debates the different types of theism, right? Because they have people in there that are pantheists. I'm pretty sure they have deists. I know they have Christians, they have Muslims in there often. I don't know if they have any Jews, but they have people of different religions now. And I think they've probably grown up and matured because they got a lot smarter people. Like Andrew made the mistake today, again, of like the whole, you remember the provisional atheist conversation?
No.
Because that was something.
We usually don't talk to him very much.
No,
We don't really go back and forth.
I don't blame you. But Sykes said that he was a provisional atheist, which is a term I hadn't heard. And it's one of those things again, right? Like when you hear atheist, you assume someone who has no belief in God, an unchangeable belief that there is no creator. But a provisional atheist is like an actual agnostic, but an agnostic who's interested in learning. So a provisional believes that there is not enough substantial information yet to decide whether there is a creator or there isn't a creator.
Yes, I mean, it's provision. It's so ever changing. Yeah, I understand.
I like that. I like that. I hadn't heard that before.
No, it is interesting because it makes it gets that it puts you on edge.
It gives you an idea that a person can be convinced to believe, right? I'd rather speak to a provisional atheist than an agnostic who doesn't care, right? If there is or isn't.
Well, that's what I mean. Again, they think that being an atheist automatically puts you in that category. Being
which is what he was arguing.
Convinced, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, these people have their own terms. A lot of times you're getting into conversations about semantics, and the group will agree with them because, again, the group is learning also. So they kind of want to agree with the people that they're learning from at the same time, not trying to go against the grain, even though they might have a different view. And then even if they go against the grain, eventually the group kind of forms everyone to think a certain way. And I mean, that happens with Christians too. Like, yeah, you know, if you're hanging out with a bunch of Catholics and stuff, that's the reason why people are like, oh, why don't you hang out with just Catholics? And I'm like, because they're not going to be talking Catholic all the time. You know, we're going to be talking about things that, we're going to be talking a different language. And then if I'm going to try to go to a different group, like, I'm just going to be lost. Or whoever's going to be talking to me is going to be like, oh, God, I don't want this guy. Like, I'm going to be talking about things like, about Thomistic ideas and theories. And who the fuck wants to talk about Thomism all day? I mean, I could too. I can really talk about Thomism all day long, you know? But who's going to have that conversation with me about that group? No one. You know. Well, really, my stuff is just about the Trinity when it comes about the. What version of the Trinity do you use? You got? If you mind to ask.
We're apostolic, just like you guys.
Do you use the Thomistic? Do you use the Thomistic model?
No, that came later, right? So we use like what the early church.
What do you mean, like a monarchy? You went out there, I can't hear.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Oh, okay, dude, my fucking mic disconnected. To be completely honest with you, I think we believe that power emanates from the Father, but they're all co-equal. Like full Nicene Creed just don't have that addition that you guys have in there. But yeah, full-on original apostolic faith. But the Thomist stuff comes much later, no?
No, it does. Are you divine sinless?
Define that idea for me.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So because we're saying the filioque, the filioque means we're talking about procession. So since what precedes the Spirit vibrates from the Father and the Son, meaning that the Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son. We say spirate, procession. We use the word procession. So we don't, there's no monarchy. We're saying that it is, it's divinely simple. Meaning they're all, it's all an equal saying.
So like co-eternal, right? Like,
Well, we use the word co-substantial. Yeah.
co-substantial.
I think you would use the word. I think you would use the word co-substantial. No.
I haven't heard that before. No. Like the way I've heard it described to me is that they're trying to remember. It's distinct, three distinct but of the same essence, co-eternal, right?
Yeah, yeah. We're going to use the. Yeah. So the Father would be the first principle without principle. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, the first principle. This is before creation. We can't look at this as a procession from creation, because then that would set aside the Son from the Father. We're saying, or creation, the action, procession, proceeds from Father, Son, and Spirit. You understand? So they're all first clause. It's all first clause. Yes. Well, you would explain it. There's a specific way to go about it.
Is the Father still the source? Is the Father still the source?
Well, that's what we say. That's why we say the principle, the first principle, and principle.
So it's the same.
Almost, yeah. The problem with, I don't like to use the monarchy system. I never did. Never understood it that way, to be honest. Like, anytime anybody tries to explain it to me, it's kind of foreign to me. Even though that is naturally what people would say, I think it's so easy to dip into sort of heresy and saying that the Father is the Son, and you don't want to say that. So when we say, when we use, because that dips right into modalism. You don't want to say the Father's the Spirit.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then it's just one in different modes, right? There's no distinction. So to keep the distinction and to keep them together, they use divine simplicity. Does that make sense now?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. And I know we don't talk about that very much in here, and I know that would freak people out, because
there's no Trinitarians in here, bro. There's like three of us. The majority of the people in here aren't even like regular hardline Christians. There's a lot of Unitarians here.
And Nate wouldn't be considered someone a traditional sort of Christian view. I'm not to say anything like, but he has like a very watered down explanation of Christianity. To tell you the truth, years ago, when we first started talking, getting into religion, about talking about politics, everyone was kind of on the fence. Not to say that they were atheists. They weren't atheists. But they weren't like hardcore theists. Then we started getting into like the atheist sort of conversation. The philosophy end. And that's when people were like, all right, I gotta make a choice. Because now we're getting into these conversations. You have to decide. You can't be like, lukewarm about certain things. Like, you're gonna have to pick a position. And the position was that, screw it. We'll pick we're gonna pick the God side. Even though we didn't really know much about it, but the philosophy came easy because we started engaging with other Christians about these doctrines. A lot of people don't like the Trinity because it makes them feel uncomfortable. There's a lot to know, lots to understand, and you can easily get tripped up. You use the wrong language.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people like to stay in the safe zone. Like to just step away and say, he used those things because we don't discuss these things at church.
No, we don't. It's just accepted. That's why I am fearful of, like, I know what I believe, and I believe in what my church teaches, but I don't engage in the Unitarian versus Trinitarian debate because I'm not confident enough to be able to debate it without committing, and speaking incorrectly and breaking it down into modalism and then dividing everything and then disagreeing like completely with what I believe I understand, or what I understand and I believe, if that makes sense. Where were you guys having these conversations? This was on Discord.
Yeah, man. This is like before COVID.
Oh man, you guys go way back.
No, we go back before that. 2 years before COVID.
I never got into Discord, man. It was too confusing. Like I couldn't find channels to join back in it. I'm gonna go sleep though. I will make you a mod, Barth. So if you want to keep the room going, that's on you. If not, I can close it. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'll invite Moshe up and we'll talk about houses and stuff. Sure.
All right. Have a good night.
You too, bud. What's up, Moshe? Good morning. What's up, Moshe? How you doing?
Good morning. Yo,
How are we? How are you?
fine, doing fine. What's this topic? What's this room about? What's left is the left? What's right? What was the right?
This is a room, Moshe, of friends that I've had for a long time, the people that started this room. And, when we first came on this app, this was the room that kind of was, kind of started. But, I kept having conversations about God. They had more conversations about politics and Black America, which they enjoyed, which, I can only talk about for so long because, even though I'm Spanish, I don't really know much about Black politics like that. Or is it conversations about it? But Nate does. He really enjoys talking about that sort of, those sort of things. Because we were part of a bigger group that then, became subgroups and subgroups and subgroups, So, this is just the other side. I can be modern here all the time, but I don't want to be modern here. It's just too much. I don't know, it's a different way of talking. I'm not interested in talking the way these people like that conversations.
Why are you still up, Bob? It's 4:20 out there.
What do you mean? I'm going to work.
Ah.
I'm not working at night. I'm not working at night anymore. I was just working those nights for the summer, and then now I'm in
Early morning.
Yeah. I've been up since 3:30.
Oh.
See, when I get up, Moshe, I have this routine. So most of the time, when I'm waking up, I have my coffee, I'm getting dressed, I'm preparing my food, but I have to use the bathroom before I leave my house. So I wake up an hour earlier so that I use the bathroom because I don't want to be in a situation where I'm going to stop doing what I'm doing to use the bathroom at work. I don't know, it's just really bad. It's just a habit of mine.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
So 3:30 a.m. You wake up at 3:30. Well.
Yeah, I wake up 3:30. I usually go to sleep at like. I usually go to sleep at like 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Oh.
Sometimes when I get home from work, me and my wife would fall asleep on the couch at like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and take a nap. Because we're up up so early.
Does your wife work?
She does work, yeah.
Oh. What does she do?
She's a teacher.
Oh, great. Teaches what?
She used to be a nurse. And she actually stopped doing it. You know that? And then she became a teacher.
I see. That's good.
That's kind of a big change, right?
But is the pay better or worse?
The hours are better.
The hours are better,
So, yeah, the hours are better, and the pay is the pay is the same. I would say. I mean, if you get into the union, yeah. But it's hard. It's hard to get into the union. But she got in. I don't know how the fuck she did it. She did it.
So the unionized teachers get a better pay than the non-unionized?
Yeah, because basically you fall under a specific pay rate.
Okay.
And then your job is protected.
So not everyone can join the union, huh?
I was calling, how do you call it? Hold on a second. I try not to bring up Islam in the gas station.
Oh,
False alarms in the gas station.
I see.
Yeah. But I was saying that I was saying yesterday that Muslims are deists. You know what a deist is, right? A god that doesn't interact with the world. They consider themselves deists because Muhammad interacted with God. So it's like, wait a minute. But you're saying Muhammad interacted with God. Do you interact with God?
But did Muhammad interact with God? Muhammad was interacting with the so-called
With an angel.
Jibreel. With Jibreel. Yeah. That was not God.
It was never God. So it's like, but that's what they say, that because he interacted with some godlike figure, that they are theists. And I'm like, wait a minute, but do you communicate with God? Do you have a relationship with God? And then it usually turns into this weird conversation like, oh, you talk to God. So it's like, I feel like I'm talking to an atheist again. You know? It's like, I thought you guys believe in God. Like, well, what do you mean?
Yeah, like I used to
You're a
say.
prophet.
I used to tell my friends, there's not much difference between an atheist and a Muslim actually, because an atheist says there is no God, believes there is no God. The other one believes in a God that doesn't exist. What's the difference?
Yeah, it is the same thing. You're right about that. That is pretty funny. Last ChatGPT post that I made about the stories and the tafsirs. Did you see it? It's a really interesting one.
Yeah, I did save it also, yeah.
Oh, you saved it, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That one's an interesting one because I kept asking it questions, more and more questions. And actually, you know what? It made me a Word document of a chart going into the details about what the tafsir writers used from the Bible, or the Mishnah, to explain, because in some cases, like the Cain and Abel story, they had to use both references. They had to use the Mishnah and, because the crow story is not in the Bible. You see that one?
The crow story is kind of weird anyway.
What, the crow story, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it so ambiguous? Like, when I just read the story from the Quran, I'm like, wait a second, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah. The crow is teaching Cain to bully his dead brother. That's funny.
Do they say it was jealousy over the sisters?
Does who say that?
Who say that? No, right?
No.
No, it's about the atonement, right? Or it's, I don't know, like, I've taken that story to mean a lot of different things.
Which story?
Cain and Abel.
The Cain and Abel story in the Bible is not very clear. It's not very clear why Cain kills Abel, right?
It isn't. It isn't.
Yeah.
And what do you think it's about?
I don't know. I kind of when I read the story about the jealousy over the sisters, it kind of makes sense. And if the Jewish authors just left out that part of the story from the Bible for their own reasons, I wouldn't blame them.
I think it's about an era in time. There's a guy in here. His name is Trini, and I like his explanation the best. His explanation is about the era and time that we live in, where the sheep herder, considering that we were going into like an ice age, or an end of an ice age, or we had longer winters, kind of like the Gilabati Tepe sort of understanding, right? That we had to farm more to last the colder winters, and the sheep herder would die.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Okay, so?
So if we remained the sheep herder like they were before the ice age, before things started to melt, before we had longer, because when the world changes, right? As we know, like we see these catastrophic changes in the world. Things become, we have longer winters, shorter summers. If we have longer winters, then we have a shorter time to make grain.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense that they had the ice age during the time of Cain and Abel.
No. You see, and that's where I think that this story, the Cain and Abel story, could be manipulated in that sense, because there's different versions of it. So, where would we keep these animals through the winter, like a lamb or goats or things like this, if we had longer winters? How would they survive? In other words, right? So being a farmer would just make more sense, right? But then if we didn't farm properly, the crops, things can go bad quick. So keeping up with the astrological age and things like that was important, and I think it shows that. It's very interesting. It's a
very interesting twist. Because I feel like this creation story could go different ways. Does that make sense? Different eras in time.
Yeah, that's assuming that they had winters in the time of Cain and Abel, right? If they didn't have the winters till after the flood,
Yes, but we're thinking of, right? Just think of the world in in a sense where the ice was a mile high, right? Like it was before it melted. And there was more land in the world, right? There would be naturally more animals because they would have these natural springs, and the earth actually would have natural water, natural spring water, and the ground would be rich. So growing would be easier, right? We would have more streams of fresh water melting from the ice caps in the summertime. So it was easy to water, easy to sort of like have crops. Do you get what I mean?
you know,
So this utopia, think of this world as this where the natural springs of water and streams and natural like freshwater lakes and so on and so forth. Um, there was probably this utopia at that time where living was different. So to me, the Garden of Eden, it represents that era in time. It's telling a story. To me, it's encompassing the story of before the flood and after the flood. That's how I see it. That's how I understand it. So this to me was like somewhat of a prophecy of what was to come from living in this utopia of the world having these, natural sort of springs and trees and fruits and things growing naturally without having to actually farm or making sure that we farm. Does that make sense?
yeah, but yeah, but the biblical narrative tells us that they had to farm, right? Because from the very beginning, after the fall, Adam and Eve are sent out of the perfect utopia would be paradise itself before the fall, right? So after the fall, they had to sweat it out. That's what the Bible says. They had to sweat it out. Means they had to work to make a living, to survive, to have food, to have animals, and to have crops or whatever they had to grow.
Yeah. So that's why I think the Cain and Abel story to me kind of like kind of sums that stuff up. Being the sheep herder, I don't know. I don't know. To me, it can just go in many different directions. I actually happen to like that explanation of saying that. Um, I don't know. Are you familiar with the astrological age? For example, so during the time of Moses or the end of Moses, going into so we were in Taurus going into Aries.
Okay.
So if we think of that, right, the golden calf was the ancient, was the bull.
Okay.
Or the calf, should I say, right? But then we went into the goat. So the goat would be the representation of the lamb. Does that make sense? So we were going into this new era of the lamb, or the goat, should I say.
Yeah, so, but what is this based upon, this age of
the astrological age. So then when when Christ came along, which is when we had the which was it Pisces that we're in now. That's why it's like that fish that it shows, right? When we have it's like that little fish. This next age that we're going into is going to be Aquarius. Is it Aquarius? Right. What's after Pisces? Here,
I don't know the stars. This is according to those that Virgo and Leo and
yes,
Pisces and all those things, right?
Yes.
So does it say we are in the age of the Pisces? Pisces or what? Fish? I didn't know that.
that's how yeah, look here, I'll post the link so you can see it. So this is how we could kind of keep track of when these ice ages or how the earth kind of goes into this what they call it the Milankovitch cycles. The Milankovitch cycles, they call it the Milankovitch because he's the one who discovered that we have an ice age because of the precession of the earth. So the earth has a wobble, and the wobble means that it spins like a top on an axis as it spins around. So we're circling the Milky Way. It's the galaxy we're in. Just to think, our sun has rotated around the whole Milky Way only about 20 times. In that 20 times, it goes in a wave. As we're going in this wave around the Milky Way, the Earth is tilting it tilts from 27% to possibly a 24, 23% as it wobbles. So when it wobbles up the top of the Earth, it's not going to get that much sun. So the ice builds up. But then as it wobbles down, and the north part of the world, the upper part of the world gets more sun, it starts to melt. So we go in and out of these ice ages. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm kind of reading about the astrological ages.
Yeah, I'm gonna post a link. I'm gonna post a link at the top here.
The 2160-year period corresponding to one of the 12 zodiac signs.
Yes.
And it works according to this precession of the equinoxes.
Exactly.
The zodiacal shift and the cycle of ages. A full cycle of these 12 ages takes 25,000, around 26,000 years.
Yes. So if you click on the link at the top and you click on the overview of the Wikipedia, if you look at the overview, right, you'll see that the age that we're in is Pisces. And then the next one is Aquarius, right? But you see that the age before us was Aries, right? And then if you see the one before that is Taurus, which is around that time of when Moses, or they try to put it around that time, right? So it would make sense that he was trying to tell his people that we're in a new astrological age, so on and so forth, and that we're into this, this sacrificial system of the goat, which is interesting if you put it together like that. We try to understand it that way, and then right when Jesus started, we're in the Common Era, which they started. I'm not so sure how they. But there's some people in this world that know this stuff. Put it that way. I'm not exactly sure how to explain it.
No, I I understand the theory behind the precession of the equinoxes, but what I don't understand is who made up these astrological ages? Who divided this 26,000 years? And when did they discover that the 26,000 years could be divided into 12 ages? And what gave them the idea that each of these ages is characterized by so and so and so and so? I don't know.
This is the mystery of the technology of the ancient past.
Okay, I'm reading on Wikipedia that the astrological age is a time period which, according to astrology, parallels major changes in the development of human society, and there are 12. How did they discover that there are 12 astrological ages? Okay, the precision I understand, and the signs, I don't understand how they attributed the signs, that is Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, etc.
Okay.
I don't understand.
Okay, so think of this, right? As we're going around the Milky Way, right? What we're gonna look at is into, just think of the rest of the universe that's around us, right? We look up at the stars, and I guess at certain times we're primarily looking at Pisces and going around the Milky Way. Yeah, now you understand, right?
Yeah, I get that part.
Yeah, so that's where they would put the age.
Okay, so during this age of Pisces, you're going to see the certain constellations and the certain orientation when we look at the cosmos, when you look into the sky, look at the sky. Yeah. But how does that correlate with human life and what is happening on the earth?
What's happening in the earth is this in and out of this ice age. So it was a way to keep human civilization alive. That's why I tied this into the Cain and Abel story so much. I try to make that connection. But like I said, this is like gonna go beyond, because the Bible references a lot of different things, a lot of different stories from the past. They try to tie it in together, I took a deep dive into when I first started learning about this stuff. Me and like a group of people, because it changes all the time. Like on Discord, we would talk about this for like weeks on end until we just fully exhausted ourselves. But this was a topic that I spoke about a long time ago. One of the many topics.
But when they talk about this precision of the equinoxes, they are saying that the same configuration which was present 26,000 years ago will present again only after a complete cycle of 26,000 years again. Means what people saw 26,000 years ago when they looked up at the sky, to get the same configuration again, okay, it takes 26,000 years. Means the relationship between the stars and the planets. That's what they say. So how did they calculate that? They calculated that based upon the assumption that the sky above us has never changed. The cosmos has never changed. You get that, Buck?
Yeah, but we could look at the Big Dipper, like Orion's Belt, or even the Big Dipper. We could see that in Egypt, they kind of looked at the Big Dipper, and it was kind of, because it looks different than it does now. Like the stars are getting farther apart, right? So the Big Dipper would look different during the time of the Egyptians, or that era of the pyramids. because they kind of drew out the Big Dipper, and we look at the Big Dipper now, and it's different.
Yeah.
So this was the way of the ancient world communicating with the current world.
Yeah.
That was one example that they would use. So the Mayans, or should I say the Incas or the Mayans, they had these things called reflection ponds. So automatically when we think of like a little like a kind of like a big bowl or like a concrete bowl, and we put water in it. So what they would do is, instead of looking up at the stars, right? What they would do is they would have this reflection pond, and they could look down and study the stars.
Why was that better than looking up at the stars?
They said because looking up, because then they could set the pond up in a specific spot and look down at the stars of that constellation at that time.
Okay. And study study their relative positions.
Exactly.
To watch the pond like a clock. Okay, get it.
Exactly. So at night they would look down at the pond to look at these astrological sort of constellations.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah. And the Mayans had a very sophisticated calendar.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just, and they probably carried this. There was probably like remnants of this. Because there was no horses in the Northeast. There was no horses, in North America, South America. There was no horses. They brought the horses from in 1492, 1493. They brought 16 horses over from Europe.
You mean the Red Indians never had horses?
No, they never. The Native Americans never had horses. The only time they had horses was when they brought the horses into South America, and then into the islands, and then brought them into America that way through boat. But they say through Mexico, that's why they called them the wild horses. If the horses got away from the stable or for whatever it was, the wild horses went up from Mexico all the way up into the plains. And then that's how the Native Americans got horses. When we started to discover America, you could research this. That was very interesting.
I didn't know that. I thought the horses always existed there. Okay.
No. So if you think of the end of the Ice Age and what happened in America, when it was going on and there was nothing but ice, all of Michigan, Lake Michigan, Maine, parts of the, like up in that area, the ice was a mile high. It was huge. So if they did have horses before the end of the Ice Age, and they had horses in North America, just think of like, when the horses get stuck in the mud, they're gonna die. They're gonna die. They can't get out of it. But if you think of all the animals we have in the north and east, they're all mountain animals. Because then how would they survive the floods from the ice melting, right? If there was huge floods in North America, like if we look at the Grand Canyon, we look at this sort of like, it looks like huge water rushed right through it. So it's almost like there's different theories about this, but as the sun, they say a meteor hit. I mean, it's easy to say that. And that's also like, that could also be a theory. Because if a meteor hits the Earth, they say that there's this diamond dust it scatters. So that's why they thought in the beginning that it was a meteor. But then, if you think about it, and the precession, right? The Milankovitch cycle, that the water starts to pool up in this ice, in these huge ice caps. Eventually, the water would become so heavy that it would break through.
Yeah.
And then we would have these like gigatons
canyons.
of water. Yeah.
Forming the canyons, right?
And then there's the diaphragm effect with the ice pushing down on the earth. Once that weight is pushed up, it could start, volcanoes, it could start earthquakes, tsunamis, so on and so forth. So, but did all this happen at one time? It probably happened a series of events, cataclysmic events. So those animals wouldn't be able to survive in the northeast. So it makes sense that there was no horses, elephants, things like that. They would die. But then you see Africa has all these, because Africa is such a huge continent that it could be affected. At the same time, it is a safe zone. So when they always say human civilization started in Africa, I think it's because it preserved human civilization for that long. So we could have had, just the way we look today, it could have been like millions of years that we looked like this, but that we went through these changes, It's very interesting.
I don't believe that, that this human civilization started in Africa.
Me either. I don't believe that either. But the Africans have less Neanderthal, the least. So if you would say pure Homo sapien, right, would be the Africans. So they kind of look at it like that. They had less and less Neanderthal.
You know what? But if we are to believe the Bible, okay, that all of mankind came from Adam and Eve, then we have to assume that the pure Homo sapien would be a complete mix of the entire gene pool of the entire Earth. Okay, you'd have to have a complete mix of the entire gene pool of all the races on the Earth, and then what do you get? What is that human being you get out of that? That is what what would be the perfect human being. Means he would have almost the same genetic makeup as Adam and Eve himself. Then that's what makes sense to me. You there, Bart? I can't hear you.
I wouldn't say there were different species. There would have to be a different species. Not the same species, but different gene pool, right? So
But you just came back on. Were you speaking all this while?
Do you understand what I'm saying, Moshe?
I mean, you just came back on. Yeah, I think you were silent for a while.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Yeah. So this natural sort of thing emerged where we started to look different than the Neanderthals, right? The different gene pools, and it's possible that this is explaining, this man and woman that ventured off into their own Garden of Eden and started to mate together in this specific, see it like that. Like there's these clues, these sort of. That's how I look at it. I try to look at it like a bigger picture. You know what I mean? I try to understand the clues and things like that.
There are a lot of biblical scholars, including scientists who are included among them. They kind of say that the Neanderthal and all those different hominid species and Homo sapiens species, they were all Homo sapiens only. They were not different from Homo sapiens at all. They were just people, human beings who had slightly different characteristics, like the Neanderthal had more prominent ridges above their eyebrows and bigger forehead, and those kind of things you get even now among some groups of people.
Yeah, yeah. Because if we look at the Neanderthal, they almost look like the mountainous, winter sort of, they don't look so much as like they probably didn't travel. It's very difficult to travel probably at one point. Like it's easy for people to be landlocked. Like when I look at Asians, like with the squinty eyes, they say that goes back to the Sands people in Africa, in that lower region. So they squinted their eyes because they were always around sandstorms, and they kind of ventured off into Asia, and then those people just mixed with each other because they were landlocked, and then kind of just the way like they say the Tower of Babel, right? But we're landlocked around the world. Then you start to see that they're really light skinned, but then as you go into Asia, you see like the Indians where they kind of look a little Asian, but then they're kind of darker skinned, and then it starts to for example, that transition would have been like like how we see Indonesia and those sort of areas, right? And then those people would have been landlocked, and then we have obviously the Indians. They would be landlocked in the area, so you would think that they're not so much Asian, but they're kind of different in that sense. Does that do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
So that gene pool would be kind of landlocked, so that these sort of cultures kind of stay rich. I think that kind of started during the time when there was this catastrophic change, and everyone was kind of like they had to go back into like some sort of caves. So we had to regress because the outside world. You see what happens? They say when there's a lot of volcanic eruption, like a lot of volcanoes going off because of the changes, that the soot sends in this radiation that's protected. So there'd be more radiation if there's more volcanic action in the sky. So that radiation kind of seeps through. I mean, I could get into that. I could talk about that for like fucking a few days. I would have to show you screenshots and stuff. There's these stick figures. It kind of looks like a Northern Lights. When we're in the northeast, north parts of the northern parts of the world where we see like this, colors or this Northern Lights in the sky.
Yeah, aurora borealis.
Yeah, exactly. There's this like sort of radiation rays that comes down and looks like a stick figure, sort of spiral thing.
Yeah, I think I remember you spoke about this one time, and they have these depictions of that event, of that
cosmological event. I think that's what it was, right?
Yes, and then there's these stick figures that they have in these caves that resemble each other, but we have them in Chile, we have them in Europe, we have them in Africa, we have them in China. We have all these sort of like these spiral stick figure looking sort of things that these raises, which would make sense of them staying in the caves, you know, for a certain amount of time. So we could have been stuck in the caves for, man, 500 years, possibly 1,000 years, just until, you know, like everything settled off. Who knows?
But that kind of, big scale cave dwelling happens to be found only in Turkey and very few places on Earth, right?
No, China. No, did you see the ones in China?
Oh yeah, I've seen those huge, incredible caves in China. Yeah, I've seen that.
God.
Yeah. Yeah, and they are very strange looking, and it's very strange how they look like that, how they made them like that, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen that. Yeah.
They must have used something. You know, who knows? Yeah, I mean, shit. I mean, I could talk about this stuff for hours. That's the thing about the Bible, that it has all these clues. You know, these little stories, these little clues. Like even the Nephilim. You know, to me that represents like the Anunnaki story, kind of. You know, a little bit.
Yeah. Maybe the giants made those caves up.
Listen, I do believe that there was a species of humans that were possibly big or bigger.
Yeah.
There is something about that just keeps my eye. It's kind of hard to prove. You know, it's really hard to think that was true at one point.
But all civilizations have these tales or these stories about these giants. All of them. They have drawings by the Red Indians. There are stories carried by word of mouth by the Red Indians. We have it in India. You have it in the Bible. You have it regarding the Nephilim and the Anunnaki. You have it in words in all the languages for giants. And yeah, so there are hints. And then there are these incredible, huge, massive structures, man-made structures, which they have no explanation how very tiny 6 feet tall human beings could have made those structures.
And we see like how like people that are really tall within our species, how they're very deficient. It's not as efficient. So if somebody were to be really tall like that, it would have to be a different type of humanoid, you think, right?
Possible.
But who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
It's all speculation. We don't really have evidence for things like that. We only have what?
But even in medicine, we have this abnormalities, genetic abnormalities, which result in people becoming giants, right? It's not unknown. It's gigantism, it's called.
Yeah, but that's a degeneracy within the
Yeah.
yeah. It's interesting to put that down. What's up, Dad? I can't stand that guy Necro's voice. The cadence in his voice is too much. I can't talk to that kid.
I was
voice puts me to sleep too.
Thank God that I fell asleep on mute. Wait a minute, how did you know that I was in the room with Necro?
Because I went in there to visit you, but it was really quiet. So.
Was he still in there?
Yeah. He was probably talking to you while you were sleeping.
Just
Fucking kid is obsessed.
I don't understand why he likes me. I'm a cat. I think I'm almost twice his age.
I can never spend as much time as Andrew and all these other guys do spend on this app. And I think I spend too much time on this app. But they literally are on this app, like, way too much. Like, there's no way I could be in that group. They have to have some sort of dedication to this app. They're married to this fucking app. I just don't have that dedication.
It doesn't seem like some of them have a wife. Perhaps.
Yeah, we had the same sort of culture on Discord. We would think that these people are either on Social Security or something, or they're handicapped, or they're possibly like veterans or something, or I don't know, out in the middle of nowhere where they're always online. That's the only way I can make sense of it.
I have my ideas of who they might be.
Who are they?
Well, they could be agents, or like you said, like you said, all of those things. Agents can be on social media all the time.
Yeah, I guess they're paid agents. You know who I think is a paid agent?
Who's that?
For Islam. Who's that guy? That remember Sneeko Moshe went to go visit him? That sheik guy. What's his name? The guy with the glasses and the white beard. Remember Sneeko went to go visit him and he asked him about doubt and he was like, "Oh, if you doubt, you're a heretic or some shit like that." What was that guy's name again? You know who I'm talking about, Moshe? Makes videos, Islamic guy. He's like a sheikh.
I can't recall his name now.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. Sneako's had a backlash against him for asking people to pray for the family of Charlie Kirk, you heard that?
Yeah, he got a huge backlash.
Why is everybody so inflamed about? Gosh dang. How could you celebrate somebody just getting murdered in front of you, no matter who it is? Or how it's done? How can you celebrate that? It's a human being.
Yeah, but we did see it, didn't we? So many people were celebrating.
I did not watch that video.
His name is Asim, or something like that. His name is Dad, you're breathing right into the mic there.
Sorry.
We're getting you in Dolby surround sound there.
Yeah, his name is Asim Al Hakim. Asim Al Hakim.
Yeah, Asim Hakim, yeah. That guy is a paid agent. That guy is definitely a paid agent working for the FBI. The things that he says on his YouTube is just like it's just to me like who the hell, if you're really a Muslim, like who the hell is gonna say these things on to promote this sort of behavior? Like you have to be sick. Like he has to be a paid agent. There's no way he's not. This guy, like this is his page here. Hold on 1 second, I have it here. This guy has to be a paid agent. There's no way he's not. I put it in the chat. That's the guy. This dude is definitely paid by the FBI. He's on the payroll to promote this sort of ideology.
Well, what are you saying here? Are you saying why would the FBI want him to say these things?
Yeah. Correct.
Why? But why, Bart? Why would the FBI want him to say these things?
So that they could keep these what they would call mercenaries. They could keep these sort of people in this sort of mentality. They can use them. They can use these Islamic people as mercenaries. Keep them uneducated. Keep them thinking to keep them into this ideology, so that they could possibly start wars, whatever. I think that Islam is like a perfect ideology that could be manipulated. It's a certain mindset. I think all through time, even during the Persian and Roman era, which is the reason why they probably never ventured into Arabia, because they used them as mercenaries. And that's possibly how they took over the lands that they took over when they did, because if they were different mercenaries and they knew how the other people attacked, that's how they probably got to win all those battles, because they knew their formation. They knew how they ran their armies. They knew their style.
From Arabia, they have those, what do they call those horses? Those stallion? Those beautiful.
They're really fast horses. What are they called again? They're like in Arabia. It's like an Arabian horse. Forget what they're called.
They're beautiful. Yeah, you're right.
You know what I'm talking about, right? With the long nose. They're like a long, skinny nose.
Mm-hmm.
They're like really fast horses. So, if they knew how to ride these horses in a certain way, they could possibly communicate way faster than the Persians or the Romans at the time to tell each other where to be, what to do, if they knew the landscape better or they knew the landscape just as well as they did. Very possible for them to communicate. Who knows if they had people part of their armies on both sides. I mean, that's just my educated guess. I'm not saying that I have sufficient evidence. It's just my observation of looking at how they took over. To me, that's how I make sense of it, the most sense of it.
It's a dang shame that people, human beings, can't just be peaceful and coexist and non-greedy. They have to act like fools and crazy.
Come on. We're the most greedy people on this planet.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
bad.
We're the worst.
I've traveled, I know.
I mean, like when I have these conversations where these people talk about Gaza, I'm like, yo, and they're American, and I'm like, yo, do you know, like when after 9/11, like the U.S. went in to these areas and decimated people, decimated economies and stuff like. You guys don't bring that shit up, but like just because the Jews are killing people, you guys want to say that they're genocide. If let's just put this out there, right? Let's just say the Jews, right? We're going to classify the Jews as genociding the people in Gaza, right? Do you know this is the first time in history, in recorded history, that a group of people were blamed for genociding a certain group and also giving them aid, giving them water, giving them food, giving them medical attention or medical, like this is the first time any country or any organization has ever, like after we did Hiroshima, yeah, we went in after the fact and helped them establish their government, right? Or, their economy again. That happened after the fact. During Germany, after the fact. Israel is doing this while they're in war with them. Like, that's the reason why it's difficult for the UN to classify it as a genocide, because it's like, how do you classify this as a genocide if they're doing airdrops? They're giving them food. They're giving them aid. A genocide would just keep them from having anything. So it's a very weird way to say that someone's being genocide.
And the sad thing is that anybody who survives that is going to be more likely to be radicalized because of how severe the trauma will be. It's terrible. They might have, it'd be much easier to be easily, thrown over the edge,
Yeah, but the problem with that is that they've been studying this death cult that they're promoting for a long time. Anytime these refugees have gone to any neighboring countries, they've become very parasitic.
I see. I don't know anything about that group of people. All I know that it seems to be very, very, very terrible what's going on over there. I mean, there's a certain amount you feel bad for women and children for sure, right? They're the ones that are innocent.
Well, this is the question that arises when you say that, right?
Mm-hmm.
If there was a group of people
your society that was terrorizing your people, right? It would be easy for them to say, okay, guess what? I don't want my children to die, so these are the people, America. These are the people, Israel, that want to attack you. We have nothing to do with this. Those things aren't done. Do you get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to differentiate who the enemy is and who the enemy isn't. And I know that I get a lot of backlash when I say that. But, you know, if you have this hybrid slash, you know, activist slash civilian, like, who's Hamas then? Who's Hamas?
I think a lot of those groups are used by foreign groups. They're just paid to do it.
Yeah, this is why I go to this guy Hassan Hakim, this fucking scumbag. The videos daily, 2 hours, 7 hours, 15 hours, 21 hours, 1 day ago, another day. This guy's constantly posting fucking videos. In a million views. No, not a million. He's not getting that many views. But I mean, some of his videos go up to 1 million. Brother Master, I'm sure. One of his popular. Does Allah forgive those who masturbate and commit major sin? Is oral sex permissible in Islam? Like, what the fuck? This guy's been online for 12 years.
Why would he be having those discussions in public then? I don't think they're even supposed to.
But go to the link on the bottom there. You'll see this fucking guys. Like, the weirdest fucking thing, man. I don't know.
I looked up some of the rules that they have, and they're so restrictive. I mean, if you're not allowed to date, how are you supposed to find somebody? And then the pool of people. Also, there's like marrying a close cousin can cause so much trouble, like, mentally to the offspring and physically.
Yeah. What happens when you're allowed to sleep with your cousin, but then you marry the other cousin, and then at family reunions you see the first cousin that you used to bang when you were a kid, and then you start cheating on your other cousin with your first cousin. It's a really weird situation.
I mean, I have a problem in where I live because, like, I can go to places, I see people who look just like my relatives because I am related to, like, a lot of people here because of how many offspring my family would have in one generation. We'd have 12 each generation. So I'm related to so many people in America. It's ridiculous, especially around where I live. I saw this kid, he looked exactly like my little cousin. Like, he was the genetic, like, he looked just like him. It was crazy.
So, the train's here. I'm about to jump on the train.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get with you. I'm gonna do a nod.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Did you get dropped off?
Yeah, no, I think it's in the Friday because it's a presence on the I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
was small. I want to stay concrete. I got to apologize, particularly about the ass for the past week or so. It's been pretty bad for you, but you had it coming.
Your knowledge when Sully did you like that, I was like, damn, look at my dog knowledge going out. Like Willie Lump Lump.
You talking about or Sully?
Sully.
I gave Bob a little belt to ass, but I gave Sully even worse belt to ass.
I didn't see it. I wasn't there when it happened.
What was the argument? The argument was... Well, it was Barnes' argument about the opposite of Diaz.
Why did you say the opposite of red is blue? Like, who says that?
A lot of people do.
You repeated it like you believe it.
No, I said under Bart's definition, I was very, very specific. I said, if Bart's definition of Diaz is an interacting God, and then I actually looked up the definition. I was like, oh crap, he actually is right. The definition of Diaz is actually an interacting God. So yeah, the opposite would be a non-interacting God, not a not God. So the opposite of an interacting God is a non-interacting God, which is by definition Diaz. He was semantically correct.
Good morning, Death Hippie. How you doing?
I just spoke to you last night. Hey, what did you think about Jacobus' argument of the, what was it, the Trump Jesus?
He said it was to get niggas excited.
Yeah, right. It was a good bait, right?
No, not really.
So many niggas got mad about it. That's the whole point of it. It works.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
The idea that you can go out there, where's everybody at?
I was thinking about closing this room down and starting a new one. This one, same room from yesterday.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now.
Doing that, bitch.
And then there's motherfuckers I never seen on this bitch that was getting people out the woodworks. Which one?
Live on Facebook.
Left and right.
That's where they was coming from, Bree.
Who is the undercover that be on Clubhouse? I don't know.
What, from my room?
People was coming from that.
Oh, I don't know. Somebody was in a group chat they talking about somebody undercover on Clubhouse. I think I was at work.
There was some people from my room.
About that?
No, they said it's Baton Rouge.
I'm talking about that shit with Keith Cameron.
Oh no, I think I know what you're talking about. You talking about that shit that happened on Twitter earlier.
I ain't see it. I gotta go back and watch it.
I don't know.
I ain't lying, Kelly. You got it. It got Marisa.
Kelly, why am I in your What happened, Eric?
You follow me, like,
A female exposed niggas that I was dealing with, nigga talking to the female about me and Josh.
what?
I swear to God.
Josh called. I talked to Josh Saturday.
He called me last night. He talked to me every day.
I talked to him Saturday. I missed 3 calls from him Friday night. He called like.
He don't even know yet. It happened this morning, yesterday morning.
Talking bad about him?
I'm talking breeze about both of them.
And they said all this?
Nigga say he only called home, he only bought me some money. I ain't gonna sit up now. But I already told, I said, man, Josh don't need y'all, he got me. send him every time. He don't need y'all. I done been doing shit since he been in there. I ain't never stopped.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, man. He never asked me for anything. And he might ask me to call somebody for him or put something in motion, but he never asked me for anything. So
guess who it was? Hold on, I'm about to tell you exactly who it was.
Who it was?
Oh yeah, I don't think I was born. You still got that 954?
Yeah.
I just teach you.
Oh, I be saying them in my own thing.
Yeah, that's who it was. I'm talking about. Shit, the girl wrote me on what I was talking about. Yeah, he needs to stop acting like a hoe. He be talking, he be feeling talking about all his cousins and all his homeboys who locked up, who speak so highly of over here. So I sit down and asked him, like, well, you know what's going on? She get to spit all kind of shit out, telling me everything that Bob saying, all kind of shit out of her. I said, ain't no way.
My work best friend, I was like, I don't know if I should tell her that, but I'm cool with this transgender from middle school. And we was standing by the time clock or whatever, and he was just talking about niggas that, he was like, there go my download dude. And I'm like, which one I'm trying to find? He was like, he got his head turned to the back. I said, okay, got him. So I was like, is that so-and-so? And he was like, yeah. And he gave me the government, he told me the government name. But mind you, I don't know dude. I just know my work best friend be talking to him. I said, okay, cool. Then he told me this person, he was just pointing about 5 niggas out. So she went there work today. I call her. When she got to work, I say, is the the boy you be talking to, is his real name so and so? And she's like, yeah. I say, girl, I'm gonna tell you something, but please don't put my name in it. Don't even say what I say because I don't want him to know where it came from because that could put other people in danger. I was like, yeah, but I said, but he messing with the guys. And she was like, I was like, I be talking to a few of them over here, and he messing with them. He said it's this down little baby. But I ain't gonna lie, if I hear a nigga, one of my homegirls or somebody I talk to, man, I'm gonna tell you, and it's up to you if you want to still mess with them or not.
I told her that nigga that I smiled at me.
But that be so dangerous, though. I ain't lying, like boys, and when you can do it, but you feel like you gotta protect your image, so you'll try to hurt somebody else because your secret.
That shit is dangerous.
They gotta deal with the stud.
Oh, that's the one that was saying Queen was talking about.
Yeah, that's what they were
talking about. When they were trying to tell me, I said, they better watch what they know what they be playing with.
I ain't lying, nigga bad for them boys. Oh, you fell off everybody.
Man, I had a punk friend. That nigga ain't tell us his business, but if he know we messing with them, he be like, oh, don't mess with him. But other than that, he not gonna expose his dudes. But if his friends talk to them, he gonna say something.
Before we play with post on
good. Hey, love.
Man, I'm talking about Twitter so lit right now. Twitter too lit. Now that bitch dog we set up. I don't even tell the bitch off. She just tweeted on there talking about a lot of y'all might want to hit me up. I got some info for y'all.
Can you drink 2 emergencies in one day?
What you need that for like that? You can buy my poison. I'm gonna go. Oh, and then you can have a miscarriage too. Too much vitamin C make you have a miscarriage.
No, okay, so I took one and I drank the first water bottle and it had to be like something.
What you need another one for? That's what I'm saying. What is your need?
Oh, I got a little sore throat, and this helps me get through my shit. I don't need all that cold medicine and shit. This all me drinking this. No, I'm just trying to
drink some hot tea. Don't get another thing of vitamin C.
No, I'm gonna drink the tea. I was just trying to do it before I leave work. Because I thought I was gonna be able to do it again. But I definitely be asked that question for you.
Yeah, no, don't do that.
My cousin had took so much vitamin C, vitamins, ate so many vitamin C vitamins when she was pregnant.
Well, good thing I ain't pregnant, huh, Kevin?
I'm crying.
Vitamin C can fuck your bones up.
Can't jump your bone.
Fuck them up.
Fuck your bones.
I tried this new Gatorade, and it's like, but
I thought it was too much milk.
No, milk is good for your bones.
I was about to say, I think milk is good.
It's not good for your teeth. It's crazy. Too much anything.
It's a city.
But that, I ain't gonna lie, that's like, you could take something for something else, and it got a side effect that's
Because my daddy heart medicine caused his kidneys to go out. That's how his health down.
It's always something.
Yep.
It's something to fuck us up.
They got medicine for anxiety that cause brain tumors.
Just crazy.
Yeah,
that's why I'll be taking that, y'all. I promise. They took me out 5 blood pressure pills. And the diabetic medicine, and I never took that shit. A diet will help you.
I know what you need.
You already got the Gary Kyler before. Leave her alone.
Oh, man! What?
Yeah, man.
She said, what the fuck going on with you? What the hell did that? I had forgot to say, I had forgot to hit my motherfucking trademark too loud.
Man, I'm gonna hit the blunt on that though, girl. She
can say hi.
I did that shit. T-Thing told Trifling, what trade? The one who stole my friend gun? I said, huh?
Why? That's exactly.
And technically, he did not mess it up. I just got caught in the act.
I was being real discreet and secluded.
I was texting my bitch back yesterday at work. My manager walked right up on me. He said, is everything okay? I said, yeah. He said, okay, not on the phone. He ain't ready up in it.
You know what's so funny about that? Guess what I had your name under?
Reed. I think you had told me.
Tell me.
I had him in the brief bag. Oh, God, I did.
Down the ass.
Hey, Lee. Really did.
You worked for a little minute like you.
He did work for a little minute. Until they started seeing the name pop up twice. Like,
why is you texting this person? Why are you texting reflected? What y'all got going on?
Who is this child on the phone?
We talk about things, you know.
No, I'm talking about that was the perspective that what's the call again? Why is you telling me?
Right.
I would have been so confused, y'all.
Look, if you wouldn't have liked that, message, you would have made it through. You would have made it through. I ain't lie, I do the same shit. I be saving people number as my homegirl's name.
I ain't never get that shit because I be texting the wrong shit.
No, I know. Some of my homegirls got their pictures on their shit, so I know.
Girl, I'm still slow as hell. I still text the wrong person.
Well, it's better if you draw myself than to sit there busting my eyes. Why the fuck over?
I swear.
Not me. Bitch, if I ain't calling your phone, bitch, I'm not texting you. Bitch, you better answer while I'm calling you.
Yeah. Answer while I'm calling.
Why the fuck is this thing going to school? This is the lowest fast I be on. Pew!
On what, the card?
Yes, the lowest is fast. It's slow as hell.
They got split mode on it.
Yeah, the lowest definitely got split mode on it.
trooper. I had to slam on break.
Oh, you know, sugar. I think mine. I don't play with Kimber, and I don't play with the troopers, baby. I don't play with the people.
I just stopped at that fucking yellow light. Okay. Don't hit it, stop. I ain't getting no reason to fuck with you right now.
I'm trying to see what the fuck I need out this store before I leave this motherfucker. After that, bitch.
Good morning, people. Good morning.
I feel that was very much real. Good morning.
How y'all doing?
Man, what?
Yeah, try it.
He said, yes, me.
Come on. You loud double level. Maybe something to like sometimes. Well, I can't speak to you people.
I don't like you to say that.
Hey, well,
I don't like you drink from a segregated water fountain or something. I don't like that.
She wants some nigga pie. You people always getting offended about stuff.
Stop saying
The
that.
fuck you mean, you people? You one of us.
Oh, God, hey, bro, I be praying to God I don't never come across a racist white person. Like, that's my biggest fear for them.
I swear I punch them dead in their face.
Fucking in their shit. I remember my nigga was coming through the battlefield telling my cousin to get and they really be looking at my profile, at the profile picture, just thinking I'm automatically a white guy for real. Man, bro, my little cousin was playing on the street, the nigga gonna tell my little cousin, get the fuck out the street. What the fuck y'all mama is?
Bitch, why the fuck you on
Nigga like that?
I swear, look, it what happened. So my older cousin, sitting up there talking to him, trying to see what happened. So I told my cousin, I'm like, man, just watch out whenever he pulled up, just watch out if he wanted to come back and tell him what happened. Man, that nigga was sitting up there talking, so I walked up to the truck, like, man, why you was cursing my little cousins out? He just trying to explain himself. As soon as he opened his mouth, I punched him in his shit.
I'm not explaining myself to nobody.
Alright.
I punched him in this shit so fucking hard, that bitch started grabbing out the steering wheel and that bitch trying to get the fuck. Yeah, it was baby.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was baby.
But I hate when people, like, I'm just trying to make sure that
I punched that boy. I punched right
in his nose and his ass. You know, they don't question me about nothing.
I never experienced it though.
That nigga burning rubber in that minivan trying to get up out that motherfucker.
All that shit that be going on social media, all the trying to spit and all, man, I would have.
I'm just here. See that shit? See that some motherfuckers be spitting in each other's face and shit? I ain't gonna hold you. I'll be the calmest person. You can talk as much shit as you want. But that spit come out your mouth, I'm about to beat the shit out you. I swear, folks.
I seen a video on Facebook. My homegirl from the day, she got punched in her face twice at Emotions. I don't think she pinched the girl back. I don't know what the fuck was going on.
She pinched the girl.
Y'all gonna have to follow me. I'm gonna have to get whooped. I don't know what, but punching me, spitting on me, slapping, that's like you saying I'm your bitch. You got me fucked up.
If you get too close to me with your fingers, I might hit you.
That's what happened that night when me and his uncle got problems about his security and shit with that.
I wish I was on a fly on the wall for that night.
Man, we tore that bitch up. We tore that bitch up so bad. I threw the tape in the middle of the floor. When I seen that nigga push his homie and his homie still, I lost it.
The window way better.
Hey, I lost my man.
Bitch, I'm gonna make you touch everything. Right. Then the girl punched her 2 times in her face. Boom, boom. I said, oh. My friend said, hurry with citizen because you're making it seem so bad. I was like, it's bad when somebody hand hit your face. Because that's the shit I used to do. I used to, like, when a bitch play with me online, I used to see how I just used to mug her with my hands in the club. Bitch, you pussy, like, don't play with me. I used to make people feel like, bitch, I know you pussy, don't play with me. So I would push you in your face so fast, and they ain't gonna do that. So keep that energy.
I'm so glad I'm not that hot-headed.
I remember I got pushed. I was so fucking surprised.
Man, I was saying Everybody know me and Shara used to fight all the time together. Shara older than me. And the girl was like, she gonna tell the girl that I was with, oh, you hang with her, why you with her? I slapped in the face. Yeah, bitch, I'm really like that bitch. And y'all older than me, but I'm letting you know I'm really like that. She ain't do nothing. I ain't nobody do nothing. Oh my God. Black, but I tell you what, I always been tall to say like I've been this height since elementary. Ain't nobody like me, never. I got caught before elementary, and one of the girls had to go home. Too. One of the girls had to go home, and one of the girls was still with us. I got mates before, but only because they was taking me for somebody else. I got mates in high school. Yeah, it happened to me in high school too. After that, I ain't really had no problems. You got brothers? I was a little girl. I got caught where I stayed in for the day though. But I was whooping their ass. I ain't like it was the boy and it was the boys and the girls, and I stood on all of them. I ain't right. If anybody come in front of your door, they not leaving. Eric, the crazy thing is they stayed like 2 doors down from me. I was in Baltimore, Maryland then. Man, them people man, I don't know, man. The old lady used to be so much fun back in the day. The old lady came knocking on my mama.
I had to worry about nobody grabbing a gun from me in the until I got to high school. That was the first time I got shot at in high school. Nigga was tired of taking them ass whoopings. That nigga right there needs somebody to knock him off. I walked up the old block, man, she don't like my father or something. That nigga say, man, if you hit me, that nigga say, man,
what the hell? What the fuck you doing on Clubhouse? You get on here. Man, I'm crying. That nigga just text me talking about your scary ass. Houston, how you get on here? Y'all don't remember Houston used to get on here?
Oh, wow, go.
Off my mind, hey, get the fuck on here. But yeah, I got 6 black, and I got 3 brothers. I'm the middle child. Motherfuckers gonna make me fight. Oh, you about to, get your league back. I'll have whoop her, I'ma whoop you. Oh, shit. And that's crazy. And people always think that, just because I used to hang with niggas, they always used to miss me. Bitch, I used to be a tomboy. I never played like that. Never, ever. I never went in the neighborhood. Fight or none of that because I take shit too serious. I be beat your ass for real. I ain't lying. In the neighborhood that I used to stay in, it's called traumatizing business. Man, I used to terrorize the little boys. I swear to God, I used to terrorize them. I used to beat them up. That was so bad. I used to beat them up. I got kicked out of Head Start. You don't shut up the next day of the bad either. What you say, Eric? I didn't get kicked out of Head Start, but I got kicked out of the DARE program. I got kicked out of Head Start. I had to stack up write-ups. We did. Like, stack up the bitch. Crazy. I was bad as hell. That's all I named my little girl. She got all that shit from me.
Times at school. I got expelled in middle school. I got expelled in my freshman year of high school.
Man. That's why I hope I am a little girl. Because that little girl gonna get the hell. Yeah, I got expelled from high school. My first year going. I got expelled my junior year. I ain't scary. You crazy.
I had a park. And I went to alternative school out there in Darrell, Louisiana, in the central.
That's why I went to Marshall's. Eric, you was on shit.
Had to wear them army fatigues. Shit was crazy.
They ain't never wear shit. Oh, I ain't never used to have to wear that. I used to have to wear school clothes. Man, Eric, you said shut up.
We had to wear army fatigues and went to that bitch.
Did they used to wear
You had the same principal, Mr. Eli?
Man, everybody hated that bitch. I ain't lying. Everybody hated that bitch.
Man, we jumped Mr. Eli He was in the football game.
He
I'm talking about Eli at Eastern Central football game.
Man,
Shit, Jay.
man, he stayed getting punched on. He stayed getting beat up, slapped. I mean, I ain't lying. Then he used to try to whoop the chair. I ain't lying. I hated that. Man, nigga hated that bitch. I ain't lying. Nigga look like that bitch.
Was that big white dude there? The assistant principal still there? He was a big white dude when I went there. Yeah, white man.
A tall bitch?
Big.
No.
Yeah, that bitch was big and short. That bitch looked like a fucking bodybuilder, that bitch.
When I was going there, Miss Eli was the principal. That's when they changed.
Yeah, he was the principal and O'Boy was the assistant. O'Boy was the assistant principal.
He ain't had nobody, it just was Eli.
Oh, okay. I didn't know they were closed now.
I'm about to go to work and go to sleep in the car.
Yeah, because I used to have to wear my, when I was in middle school, no, high school. Did I? Wait, no.
I had to go there in high school. Well, no, they had middle school there, I think.
But I ain't going to middle school. I got to go to high school. 9th grade year.
Yup. Me too. They call it a game fight.
With the game fight, I got suspended for 9 days because I didn't start it. I got crowded and my friends jumped in.
But it's crazy because the people that I was sitting by at lunch with like my niece and her people. I was fighting, bitch. I ain't no getting suspended. I ain't get suspended for that shit. I ain't been doing shit. It no matter what I used to do in school, I could not be involved. If I laugh or chime in, I'm going to put my suspended.
I swear, I was terrible.
It was always.
Shit, I was expelled before the first, 2 months of school. I was around him. I think I put off everything.
Put Houston out the room. That's a child.
Well, you must know him, Kevin.
Yeah, we keep texting my phone. Get you gone. See you later. You used to have a good day at school, my baby.
Put your hands up and say, "We."
Have a good day at school, my baby.
Oh, he left me right here. Fuck.
Nah, I got him.
All right.
Y'all don't remember he used to be coming off my mic, flash my people?
I think I heard him.
Oh, that's boy.
Shit, yeah, bad ass. Text my phone.
All right.
Like, that's your nephew, Kelly?
You can say that, but he's not kidding me.
Oh, that's. I did it twice. Wondering.
That nigga bad. He's smart as hell, though. But he bad.
Thank you.
Like, he went to the white, they don't go to the white, he comes to everything. That's all that goes to the report goes good. But that motherfucker.
Oh my God. I went out to eat yesterday. Oh my God. I ain't got somebody. Never, bitch. Stop playing with me, ho. The fuck is wrong with you?
Don't act like,
Man, bro,
nah.
you tell me something like.
Man, Kelly, watch out. Kelly, watch out.
I ain't say that. I should know.
You finna say something.
What you about to say? You go ahead and spill a bit.
Want me to bring it back? I
She
can't.
was saying that
Bring it back, I
first.
can't. Yeah, no, I was about to get this, but I don't need it. Please. Watch out.
I could be about. Hello? It's a queer little American man.
Hi, Henry.
Yeah.
I should say, yeah, I was not talking to you.
My bad. Get out. It's a couple Medicaid down about long like some meat. My little boy,
Wrong way.
his birthday so fast, I can't wait to see that kid. get it up.
Man, it had so much mess going on in it.
Facebook, the Twitter, the good off. I swear.
Don't forget to go home and put on all your birthday clothes and take pictures.
I'm getting my birthday stupid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my birthday stupid. And I swing a lot of top, nigga. But the down. It's like I just got the 65 pounds. Can't do it. It ain't hard to tell that I got mine. Can't do that. Yeah, I feel it. I felt it. I felt it. Bitch, don't tell me that I come from that. Bitch, don't tell me that. Shit, bitch. Oh, 10 toes down, bitch. Fucking down. You got something to say, Rita? Oh, I.
Eric, please go sit your pussy ass down somewhere and get your dog. Leave me the fuck alone.
Who pussy? Who pussy?
I ain't been taken out to eat in so long, and I got taken out to eat yesterday. Oh my god. Morning. I love it. I ain't been bragging about no 30 minutes. I just ate that shit.
Said that at the same time. Come on now.
And it ain't been no 30 minutes. Come on now, watch out. Step to the side.
Yeah, when I be with you.
Why does that matter?
I'm just asking. I can't ask you.
A friend?
A friend to what?
A friend?
What kind of friend?
They take you out to eat.
Now, the question is, what they took you out to eat at? Y'all was gonna go to Corral or what? We gonna get there.
No, I went to dine seafood, baby.
Oh, shit. Done?
Yeah.
So, it was kind of a date. So, you went on something like that? It was almost a date.
Why was almost a date?
You gonna die tomorrow.
Why? What?
Wait, like, wait, how the fuck it almost could be?
Yeah, how's it almost a date?
It's almost there.
No, it was a date.
Y'all didn't go, y'all didn't leave and fuck. So what a date.
Why I gotta fuck? Why we had to fuck? Like, what's too much?
It was a date. It would have been a date.
It was a date. We ain't gotta fuck cause we
laughing like, yeah, if you go on a date, date mean dick at the end.
Man, what?
It wasn't a date.
It was a date, but I ain't hear all that going, baby.
Every day.
It's a date. What you say, Eric?
Oh, no, I'm on tour.
Yeah, you ain't on Twitter.
Oh, it's called itself.
The fuck wrong with you?
I hate coming through these streets on school and all that. Like it won't rain today. I hope it can be up there. Knocked out. I hope it. I see it that ball. Man, early, something like that. On that 15 hour break. I've been up. Fast, just.
Damn, what you said there? I'm not on Flex. I ain't gotta say nothing. They don't do social media, I don't think.
Post a picture of your food. You post a picture of your food like you was on a date by yourself.
I ain't even post a picture. I just taking a shot. I mean, drinking my drink, my lemon drop.
And I swear like the top down.
I took that second lemon drop to the head, to the down. Down that bitch. Quick.
eyes and I can't eat red lobster.
I ate oysters. I had them. I had to bring my I had to tell them my second plate of fuck oysters to put them back on the thing.
On the grill.
Yeah.
Big P. Say Big P. Mike must not be there. What you call no more, huh?
It's been about a week now.
I ain't seen him post nothing about that. He always posts about come pick some up. And finally he'll drop the location. Huh?
So what happened? It's been about a week.
Oh yeah. He probably started, you know him. He probably got into one of the people.
He probably got into it with the owner.
Playing music in the background.
Ain't no telling. You know him.
He messed up a good thing for him.
He playing music in the background. He playing music in the background.
The last time I seen him there, was right before girl did that too. You know, girl was supposed to be starting to do Tuesdays and doing her seafood. I ain't heard nothing else about him being there since before then. It's up on the first shit. Think that he gonna go.
Now trying to go back to what you call
What? Not 30, so. I ain't got nothing going on there.
No, they gotta look around the other day.
Man, I don't see how.
You don't have problems, you know.
Did what's his name open up the other day?
And the same day he was open, they still have problems with him.
Oh, okay. DSD rate. You ain't go to rate club? Raise boom boom boom. You ain't go check out his spot yet? That's really I'm Big P. I know she fucking did.
Oh.
What, baby?
Oh, I ain't said marry.
Did you say boy?
Boy, who you calling a fucking boy? What's wrong with it?
What did you say?
You know I'm grown.
What did you say, my nigga?
There's 7 Fridays until my birthday, if anybody cares.
Say that. So if I could, mind to say that?
Yeah.
We could.
I'm turning 30 on the 30th.
Yeah, my phone. Yes, ma'am.
I said they had a lot of people, but they had a lot of people over there by him too.
Yeah, I seen that a lot of people over there. That's what I said. I asked you if you went over there yet.
I went over there the other night, but they had left. Like when they parted, they said they were going out on the night when I left. If I went over there, I didn't. Nobody. They was no church.
Is that my phone or that's yours?
Phone.
Is that my phone or that's her phone, too?
That might be your phone, but I heard her. Yeah, I heard her.
She sound like I'm breaking up.
Oh shit. Need to go back to sleep, baby.
I gotta drop this phone off to take all the screens everywhere.
I was on Clubhouse, getting in the car to go to the store. My phone hanging halfway on my pocket. How about I close my whole phone in the door? Stand the stick that bitch had. Man, my nerves are so fucking bad. Then I'm stuck on Clubhouse. I can't get off of this bitch because the screen is broken. So I'm just hearing people talking. I can't get off the app.
And you ain't gonna get no phone calls either.
Shit, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't heard it got my other phone so bad, bitch. That shit ain't laying them about 20 minutes. That shit caught up with my other phone.
What's that, baby?
Man, baby. Then the worst part about it, I ain't coming. So my phone stuck on mute and I got company in this bitch.
I can buy you now all the way low. Put that bitch in another room.
Nah, that wasn't gonna stop them. That wasn't gonna stop them from hearing me.
That's why I said I'll put it away in another room.
Yeah, I turned that bitch off. That bitch, took that SIM card out that bitch, that Wi-Fi, grab out the bitch. These women, they always first. Anytime I come here, they always want to.
Yeah, you don't be flirting with them people too.
I don't. I'm just saying that was good morning. How y'all doing? That's all I said. I don't know what you say. You talking about? Yeah. Baby. Like, no. I ain't one of them. I don't try to toot my own horn and let baby, but I ain't one of them.
Okay.
I don't be having a deuce. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, you said it going on.
I'm kind of healthy. Like, I feel like I'm healthy as a bitch. You know? I don't know how you feel now, whatever. But I know you call me healthy.
What?
Damn, I slipped the bell on my foot. Man, New York sucks. That's what I was about. Now, I was missing eggs.
I got your shit.
Four patties. Who out they shit green? Who out they shit green?
You irritating.
Stop saying my whole. Stop doing this shit, dog.
Alright, stop saying my fucking name.
I ain't say your whole name. But look, this the thing. You bitch, I'm gonna embarrass you in front of the company, you slut ass bitch, you slut-tastic asshole, you dumb bitch. I ain't talking to you, I'm talking to that bitch know who I'm talking to, bitch. Don't ever blame me while I'm fucking asleep, bitch. What's wrong with you, bitch? What's wrong with you, dumb asshole? And I'm gonna keep it real. I ain't been asleep none of that time. I've been trying to go to sleep. That's why I ain't saying shit to answer nobody, baby. But I ain't been asleep. I was just like, fuck it just now. Cause I fuck it. I'm gonna try to go back to sleep in about 10 minutes. But I had to catch that bitch. Yeah, and I heard big P shut your fat ass up. Talking about he probably gonna wake up when he hear your voice. What the fuck you think I'm at? You think I ain't hear that shit? Yeah, I heard that. Bree talking about yeah, probably. So what the fuck you think you is? Yeah, they thought I was asleep, man. They thought I was asleep. You changed your name on Instagram? I'm gonna change it. Y'all was so mad at me. Y'all was so mad at me that day. I was over there laughing hard as a bitch. I ain't lying. That shit was funny. Hell. She always looking so stupid as shit. Y'all might be able to see. Y'all was doing pussy. Little queen. Hey. Little with the butt. Jack on. That was serious. I'm sure I got it. About 9. You better go do what? You ready, bitch? Huh? Bitch, you not in no fun. Hey, you talking? How you on the road? Bitch, how else should be on the road? Come on, voice isolation, bitch. You sound like you fucking asleep. Yeah. How y'all can hit it here? I'm on y'all can't hit my truck when I'm driving. Sound like you fucking sleep. What you calling my name for last night? They had shit going on. I was on here. They were getting on my nerves. They been fucking since about 4 o'clock this morning. I don't even know people sounded dumb. No, I wouldn't know. They been stopped us before maybe about 1 o'clock or something like that. You ain't gonna know it. When they started, it was 4 o'clock that morning. About 3 years. So they from Monroe where I'm from, so you ain't gonna know all of them. Yeah, that's why I don't know. They was talking about Monroe. I am from Monroe. I'm from Parkview. Okay. I asked the people from Monroe where I'm from. Okay. How you think I knew all of them? And they knew me already. Okay. You ain't never seen none of them people on here, huh? Thank you. I ain't seen none of them on here. I'm about to say none of them. But I knew them, they knew me. I'm trying to see what security is. I know switches out. I've been from Parkview. What you talking about? I just got a dual citizenship. I just got a dual citizenship. That's all that is. I ain't gonna tell you. Good happen, huh, nigga? Man, you been there. Mr. Murphy, you been with it. The whole part. I been out there, but they ain't got that. I ain't from them. Yeah, I'm from Baton Rouge and from Monroe. I ain't from the fucking Monroe. Hell no. Jaquita, where you on the road at? Huh? Where you on the road at, Jaquita? Talk to me. You on the road at, partner? Oh, buddy, where you on the road at?
just said you on the road.
I say I'm on the phone, so I still edit.
So you driving on the phone and on the road.
Yeah, I got traffic, bro.
What about? What about?
What about?
What about?
I-10 West.
Man, let me decide to take my ass to fucking sleep, bro.
Take your ass to sleep. That's some sleep. You need to go to sleep.
You motherfucking right. I just been sitting there quiet for 3 hours trying to make myself go to sleep. But I had to get up and use the bathroom and that fucked that all up. I was almost there and I had to use the bathroom and that fucked that all up. All I know what I gotta do, I gotta eat. Eat and come lay down. That's gonna make me sleep. That's gonna make me sleepy right there.
What's that, bitch?
I'm saying,
I'm rubbing my feet together. I still got
it's 7:13.
2 hours, so I gotta get up.
Should be about 8.
It's 5. I don't get up to plus 7. I get up to 6:30. I lie.
Well, you.
Oh, you gonna give me some juicy seafood? You gonna give me some juicy seafood?
Hey, how you know she wanna get you seafood?
I used to go there. I don't go there no more.
Yeah. So you used to come to how long ago this was?
That was this year.
So you used to go to Juicy Seafood and you ain't come holler? Alright. That's a bit. What's that, T3?
Man, what? That's on Steven, my nigga. What the fuck?
I don't give a fuck.
What that's for?
How's that for?
Shit.
What's that for?
You damn near live in LSU.
That's right there.
No, that's
you
not.
get on the interstate. You get on the interstate.
That bit is, you go, you never know, bro.
I got, and then, yeah, then if you go to Perkins, it's right there.
Right there. 7 minutes.
Yeah, that's close, man.
Hi, I'm a rapper. So I wanted to rap. I had a shorty on.
Hey, rap your ass, Raleigh. Rap your ass, Raleigh.
Outside.
If you lick, bitch, she already here. So let rap. Rap ass right around some.
I ain't gonna lie, this eggs better than fire crab eggs.
Eggs? They always been better. Who go eat your bird food and get some eggs?
Bro, I swear, out that dog, that's.
No, focus on the eggs.
That just started, bro. I'm talking about 10 years ago. A list. That shit, man, they was not putting no more eggs with no fucking seafood.
Who was not doing
I ain't
that?
gonna lie, I don't even eat seafood like that. They been doing that since I was little.
I swear I never seen this shit till like the last 10 years.
Yeah, I just saw that recently. Like, you know, I didn't grow up eating it. But it's crazy. Some people put it as the ramen, like the ramen noodles. They put a ball egg, like put the egg in the noodles.
That's different animal.
That's called Project Yakami.
Yeah, that's different. I'm talking about this actual, like, you might go see boiled turkey necks, whatever, potatoes, eggs, corn, all that shit. That shit been going on.
I fuck with the corn. I ain't got food. Corn no potatoes.
Yeah.
I don't eat no nigga.
Like a stowaway bar, yeah. I don't eat crazy food. I don't eat from everywhere. I don't eat from everywhere, and I don't eat from everybody. Thank you. Some of this real food be tough. Man, boy.
You be eating them?
Eric?
Nah.
Yeah.
You like it?
I'm laughing at what somebody said.
gay now.
Everybody just wants baby yours.
But you're not even gay.
It's not like that I like girls, like, cause I'm not gonna eat a girl pussy. I like one girl. I fuck with one girl. I fuck with a girl.
It don't matter. One time you gay. So you been looking.
Hey, I don't know. I don't eat her pussy. I fuck with gay. She just touched me nice, so she just touched me nice.
You can't. When last time you did a threesome, Queen?
She don't want to eat her pussy. That shit. I can do that. Even if she wants to eat her pussy, I'm not gonna. I did with her and her husband.
Oh, man.
Huh? Yeah.
So you fuck with people wrong?
And then I told him to back the fuck up, let me fuck his wife. And he watched us.
No, what you saying? Like, what you did? What I did? Well, I'm just asking how. Like, what you did? She was throwing that ass back on you?
I was throwing mine back on her.
All right, whining and grinding and all that.
Yeah. Y'all scissor? Yeah. And then we ate each other out at the same time.
Oh, shit.
Please.
What a footage. What a footage.
Me and my bad baby, like, she didn't want us to do it, but I wanted to try and we did. I liked it. I liked it though.
I bet you do, freak ass. Freak ass dog. I know you do. It sounds like you want to do it again.
I will do it again.
You know, see.
You went to sleep yet?
Nah, you get to leave. Yeah, but I woke up about 3 o'clock. I'm trying to get away.
You don't miss them.
We don't talk about things that your eyes, huh?
I don't, because I went to sleep last night.
You be acting like you gonna miss something. Swear, just get off here and go to sleep.
I did go to sleep, but they woke me back up. Fuck, I got woke up 3 times.
You need to get off the app and go to
How did
sleep.
you up here?
I do this. Fuck no, I just, when I drink that alcohol, man, I just fuck around and fall asleep. But I was in the fucking room and they came and called me first. Libby woke me up. And Bennett came and woke me up. And Amada woke me up. And I ain't been asleep since. Well, I was about to go back to sleep, man. Baby pinged me in the room. So I've been up there. So I'm about to eat though. I'm gonna go to sleep about 2 hours or something like that.
Baby, you need to get off here and go to sleep, baby.
I already been asleep.
No, you need to get all the way off here. Get all the way off here, not just go to sleep on no fucking clubhouse.
You don't tell me what to do unless you come.
What? Excuse me, I hear you. Oh, okay.
What's that bitch open? Yeah. What's that bitch open?
Eric.
I'm just saying what obviously.
You stop playing with me too.
What's that bitch open? I ain't lying.
Yeah, this ain't that. This ain't that, baby. I don't go around with this bitch. I don't go around both this bitch open for you, nigga.
Stop all that holding.
Bitch. Please.
Bow. Stop all that holding.
Man, my baby's so warm, man. I'm so cold.
Cold bitch.
I was clearing up. Don't worry, I need me too. I don't take iron pills. I need to stop taking them now.
I knew I should have come.
Items one at a time. Placing them in the bagging area for each skip.
Always on my 30 more people. this man, I read this news article. This man raped that child, giving that baby STI or STD, whatever.
Okay, this man fucked the dog. He let a dog fuck him. Like, what is going on?
Everything's going on in this one. You don't know what's going on no more.
They gave that bitch the death penalty. Death penalty.
I know you ain't just fucked that word up like that.
No, I was joining, so that's why I had to stop and repeat it.
Been doing it for a week. Been doing it for a week.
I really was joining just now. I said, death penalty. I said penalty.
You know you can't put no words around it. You know it's over with.
I didn't fuck it up. Man, shut up, nothing. You blowing my shit, bitch.
No, I'm gonna leave it alone. Just remind me.
No. I don't know. I don't remember.
You lying.
I really don't remember what I said.
The whole room pat your ass. Now you lying. She's not so.
Shut up.
It's gonna hit them about the thing about the brainstorm. I'm sure. I ain't lying. These motherfuckers sit on side of the road. They don't smell it. Man. It's gonna get some dope. I've really been up to 5.
Man, I was getting up. For this all fucking night. I was drinking too. I was drinking too.
That's why I was having nobody.
What's wrong?
Oh, I got boy, everybody do it.
Damn, go your loud, ugly midget. Cheese sandwich head ass on you. Ugly Homer Simpson built, stinking funky, Johnny Bravo.
That's not Kim.
Oh, man. My bad.
Damn.
Victoria, what you doing, Finn?
What you? Good morning. I don't know what was this happening.
Hey, Victoria.
Eric.
What the hell? Victoria?
Y'all still in the same room from yesterday?
Yeah.
And somebody need their hands if I just don't know who.
No, we just everybody we get back to the shit. I got on here off the 3 so.
I bet.
I'm at work though. I actually didn't keep on over. I
Look,
had to make some out.
who you make from?
Oh,
I heard this skin on your edges.
Ain't nobody get on my ass, they gonna laugh.
Okay, baby. Who? Hello? Who? Don't play with me.
You ain't even healed all the way trying to fight again.
I'm healed all the way. I just should stay with it. She's trying to hit that bitch too. Hello?
My baby is
I don't know who your baby is, baby. I can't tell you. Here, bitch, I keep telling you stop playing with my mama, hoe. That's my last time. That's my last time. She not gonna have sex, right? What thing? You grew up. Nah, don't show for the call. You know, I told you she got married. She got married. When that girl got married? I think in February, if I'm not mistaken. Ain't feeling it. scanning the room looking for Katie's name, but I'm like, why they sound alike? I was reading them arguing. I think her name was Shaky, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Shit get been off for a minute. Shit came back. Well, I'm so glad I went to the bathroom when she called me to make my hair line. I'm so glad. Alright. Boy, that shit rolled for 22 hours yesterday.
Man, I swear, when I heard, her first time I heard, she was in the room arguing with some girl. That's what made me come to the room, because like I said, I thought she was, arguing. I thought there was Katie arguing with somebody. Then when I'm like, I don't know these hoes. Y'all see I got. And when I got out, I did a whole motherfucking shit. Came back, I say, what's going on now? And I hear, oh yeah, we finna go, she going live. She been going live. She looking for this person. Okay. Oh, got this shit going on. Shit, I got in the back chat. I said, man, y'all really shit the fuck up. Y'all want her. I'm kept asking y'all gonna fight. Ain't nobody saying that. I know, then I heard somebody say, bitch. Then I heard somebody say, it's 3 o'clock, I gotta go pick my children up, but they got. Bitch, I know.
Man told them talk about wrap this shit up. It was 2 o'clock.
I think it was me and Mr. Marcus. I think it was Mr. Marcus.
I said, man, wrap this shit up.
They talking shit too much.
They was talking too much. It was like, they from Baton Rouge.
Ain't nobody here said they had no fucking herpes.
Oh yeah, cause that's what Lily had said something. She said something.
Must have been asleep then.
That other girl, see, you was up. You was up, you know.
Oh, you must be
Yeah,
talking
cause I
about
remember Lily did say something in the back. She said, wait, what she said about her pussy? And Sweetie was like, wait, what happened? So all of them got herpes.
That's so quick. People got no fucking herpes.
No, I said so all of them got herpes. If you just listen to what she just said to the girl.
Oh yeah, she did. Oh, she did kind of say that. I know.
She said if I got herpes, you speak it, and y'all still fuck behind me. So basically saying it, bitch, I got herpes, and everybody really got hoes fuck behind me. So y'all got. Put this on my turn on your hoes to fuck behind me. What?
I took a liking to Lick Quick because they always fucking with Lick Quick.
Like anybody, please.
Y'all like when they talk like that, baby.
They handpicked. I don't like everybody. Some of them I don't like that fat ass Honisha. I can't stand that hoe.
I don't know who that is.
I know. You ain't gonna know none of them people.
My baby looking at me like, but he just sitting there smiling. You don't even know them people.
Hey, because you talking to me. Because you talking to me.
I heard him spilling y'all.
See, he talking, huh? Did you hear his feelings or somebody else over there? Which one is it?
No, motherfucker, I heard his feelings, but nobody feelings. We are finding someone who can smell me.
Kitover, I keep telling you, boy, I'm not the rest of them. I ain't scared of you.
I know I don't want you to be scared of me. I just told you to find someone who can. I got a thing for playing rooms. We got a room full of people.
Tempest there with a couple of y'all. I ain't gotta say no names. Y'all know who y'all is. I ain't scared of y'all. Understand me?
BRC, I love you.
I love you too, Katoya. Huh? I couldn't hear you.
I can't wait to kiss one of those, especially that one right there.
Yeah, Katoya kind of like. saw me. He saw me catch. I can't talk about the rubber stuff. I put in a salt grab when I came in that face. Tell him, Katie.
I done witnessed that firsthand. You remember she was over here talking about, bitch, I'm gonna spit on you when I see you.
Nice as fuck.
Hey, you never walk up to me and start kissing me all over my fucking cheek.
Nice as fuck, man.
Flaying salt. This dog is I lift the kid up out that motherfucker. On the floor. His head and holding you back like you about to do me something. Yeah, let her go. Let her come over here. Let his dad go. I'm about to see what's going on. Y'all over here holding her like she a let her ass go. Bring your ass over here so you can talk to me. Brianna took something up.
Here we go.
See her in person.
Yeah, she another one.
Yeah, you see her.
Like they scared her and all that.
Holding up like a little chill when you get close.
Lies. That's all.
Bitch, you can't swing me around like a merry-go-round. Bitch, it is.
She been trying as hell. She been trying. I remember one night we was in Bella Vibes or something. My head bent, my head bumpy so fucking hard. No, we was like on airline shit. No, we was on airline. No, shit, no, we was in Main Breed. We was in Main Tracks, whatever this shit was. You remember when you had bumped and I turned around fast as fuck? Like, I was fucking ass bumping.
No, that was in Bella Milkshake, I'm telling you.
Was it?
Yeah, because you was walking fast as
No, because I knew I had a bottle in my hand that night.
Yeah, that was in Bella. No, it was not. It was in Bella Milkshake because I was standing by the bar. Yes, they had right at the bar.
I don't know, but you almost got your ass beat the fuck up.
But you bumped into me.
Yeah, like, I was, yeah,
No.
you saw me jumping. I ain't seen you. I ain't gonna,
No.
you had the big ass glasses on.
I didn't have no glasses on. I did not have no glasses on. You're lying.
Yeah, on top of your head like it was 96.
No, I didn't have no glasses on. I was the wrong bitch.
That probably was the wrong bitch. My bad.
Yeah.
I love you. Still love me.
Man, I'm a headache. I think I got to go back to school. I got a headache.
You know what? I piss you off so much. I still love you. I know you're a real one. Because I be pissing you off every day I wake up and piss you off. Still love you.
How you figure I still love you or something?
What is talking to you like 2 weeks?
You see how she said that, how you forgot steal her, you know?
Yeah, thank you.
I never said when I told you I love you.
You said I still. You said still. Maybe at one point in time.
I said, how you figure I love you or how do you figure I still love you or anything? I was different. Anyways, how you figure that? How you just figure that up? When I said I love you, I told you 2 weeks ago I told you I love you. Please, I didn't tell you I love you 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I do want some Waffle House. What? Stop playing with me here. We're talking. And yeah, I see you talking about thank you. Please.
I like them. I love them. Nice and quiet. Silly king. I asked her to make me still the silly king. She said no. Man, what? I'll be out there. Leaving this silly king. Going up to that bitch. Bitch, you know. You ain't no kind of person. You ain't no kind of person.
I am, baby. I really am.
You ain't never get out.
Not even a country. I ain't in a country person. I'm a bayou girl. Just go fishing and crabbing and shit like that.
Come on now, tell me more.
I said you used to go fishing and crabbing and crawfishing. Yeah.
say center time, not 26.
Whatever don't sell it. We used to be right there. I swear we used to be right there.
They gotta be from somewhere close saying that shit.
Yeah, but they know about right there on the center. You gotta be from somewhere around. I was on Fairfield 26. So shit, we before niggas, you know, they bad times. Niggas smoke.
You know that person, E? They said that.
I gotta say something, please.
Stop following me.
No, not like that. How you know?
Listen.
Queer.
Man, do you?
Queer. You still with me?
Ma'am? Not just two.
You hear me?
I'm gonna put you on mute because that shit is loud.
Yeah. You hear me?
It's hell.
That's it.
How you doing, Slay?
Still
Hey,
with me?
girlie. Hey, my girl. What you been doing, Dave? Girl, working. That's good. Staying out the way, huh?
That's what it is.
I swear. No lie.
What's down, Dave?
Hey,
I'm been.
I seen something on the ground. What's the big house?
there you go.
I've been chilling, staying out the way too. Been at home, girl. Been doing shit.
I had went somewhere and I think I had seen you, but bitch, it was too much going on.
It was at a club in Baton Rouge.
No, it wasn't no club. It was a ride.
A ride? I don't know. I ain't been to a ride. No, the one that they just had.
No, I don't think so.
I know, like, yeah, the one they just had, I ain't go to that one, but the one they had after Nene Balloon release.
That's the one I was at. That's the one I was at.
Oh, yeah, it had too much going on. Bitch, I was drunk. Bitch out there, I ain't lying.
Yeah, they had a lot going on. I stayed on the whole time.
They had too much going on. And we stayed out there till the balloon release started till fucking ended, and we left and went by her sister's house.
Y'all didn't stay on.
No, we ended up leaving. Cause they want us. Money Boy was saying that we was gonna get in for free, but they didn't want to go. Or whatever like that. And then the security guard was doing. They said the security guard was doing too much and some shit. So they didn't want to go out there.
right. Oh, damn.
After we left from eating out yesterday, but y'all was so sleepy, man.
I got into a little bit on here. She talking about, man, there is so many. Oh,
Wait, what happened?
she was locked out behind all the people back there.
And she said,
I don't know nobody. I don't know nobody. I just be on this bitch cat. Wow.
hey, when I was fuck. Fuck. Was the nurse that went back to jail? Why his name can't come out my mouth? You know who I'm talking about? For some reason, I can't pull his name on my mouth.
Come on, Didi.
No. Fat Black.
Oh yeah. She a rep out. She a rep out on him too.
He went back to jail though.
That is crazy.
His sister had come. He went back to jail, fucking with this girl. She ain't breaks. She ain't. She ain't telling him no better. She is engaged in the shit that he do. Went back to jail.
Did he go to jail, back to jail twice?
No, when he got out, he was good, and then he got caught up. And he been in there ever since. He been in there for since like COVID. Who the girl is? D?
Her name was Jada.
I don't know who that is.
She ran off this bitch though so fast. Why is your mom on this? Your mom.
I asked you, why did you down with that fucking huh? You know Jay in jail? You know Jay was in jail?
What day?
Freeway.
Oh, no. Oh yeah. She her man went to jail up there too. Yeah, Texas. Just to blame anything. Kyron. Damn, boy, Kyron is so fucking fast.
Why he really smoking and fuck?
Man, I don't understand why y'all don't take something before y'all start drinking.
I didn't have anything. Oh, I wasn't drunk, but I was drinking.
When I went to brunch, that's how I was feeling yesterday. Sunday I had went to brunch. Why my dumb ass after brunch I took a VC, but I took the VC with the liquor I was drinking. And I woke up and my
You know that shit called stomach ulcers or something.
I don't know what it's called. But
It causes you to get ulcers on the stomach wall.
My mom needs to stop taking them fucking
they
good vitamins.
say if you eat up the line in your stomach, but I don't take it like that.
Blood thinners. That shit blood thinners.
Yeah, and I heard it's line up in your stomach, but I don't take them like that. I only take them like boom, like Sunday. I knew I was fucked up, and I was like, oh, I got work the next day. I gotta take a BC cycle.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't keep taking no fucking BCs. That shit gonna have you fucked up. My baby mama, used to take them bitches so much, and she died at like probably about what 50-some years old, cause that shit had basically just ate away the lining in her stomach, and she had internal bleeding.
Yeah, I didn't tell my mom to stop taking taking that shit. She needs to stop taking that shit. Anyways, I'm
Yeah,
just
my mom
telling
takes
her.
lithium.
Yeah,
But she
my
took
mama.
some bad.
fucking you up.
My
Oh,
mama
yeah, it's
don't.
so
She
bad.
used to take BC. She used to take BCs. Now she take goody powder.
Yeah, my mom takes lithium.
And the other bad part about it is they blood thinners.
But see, the thing about my mama, she like her headache so bad, she gotta go and get what that shit called? That them white people be getting fuck. What it's called, y'all? They be getting them stripes in their face.
Botox.
Botox. Yeah, she gotta get Botox for her headaches. So, and that shit, her she still be having headaches. She have, take her lithium. That's the only thing that stops her. But I told her that might be a mind thing, cause ain't no fucking way you gonna get Botox and your shit still be hurting.
What is it supposed to be like relieving stress off an area or something?
Yeah, like her head shouldn't hurt until she go back for her next session. Yeah, like when people have a bad knee, they go get them injections in their knee. They don't remember Botox. Stop the pain.
That's a new one for me.
I don't know about that shit.
Horses in the stable. I love the way she ride.
What, BRC?
No. You were saying that horses in the stable?
Oh, that was you, Mr. Marcus.
Yeah. Tattoo is Asia, bro.
I told you get some water, my nigga.
Just shaded green.
Fuck no, I ain't gonna show you nothing. Y'all talk too fucking much.
Man, shut up, bitch. Who said we talk too much? Who that was? Who that was?
Lily, hey, Lily, bitch.
Who that was said we talk too much? Get him gone.
Okay.
You prostitute, falling asleep. You had fucked 6 niggas last night and you passed out on air and ain't watched you dumb bitch. Don't get up here talking. Let's go brush your nasty ass mouth. Thank you. Yes, put me right on out, bitch.
Hey, Black.
That what lady said that? I mean, you need push. No, I said that was her that said y'all talk too much.
Yeah, down.
That's right. Boom, boom, boom.
BRC,
Yeah.
I need a date night out there, bro. Help me out.
Shit, out to eat. Oh, boy. Yeah, I'm out of dinner. I really top off, too. Yeah, I got the house fried chicken. Fuck around, listening to BRC. Oh, bro. Good talk, man. Last time you been on a picnic?
It's been a while.
The last time they was picking niggas? Let's see, man. Get your nice picnic, man. Get your little beats by Dre speaker, whatever. Play that music out there. You know.
Know what you be doing?
I have before. I ain't done that shit. You know why is that? I've done that shit last year, but it's that. It's about to get cool again, so it's about time when it's cool in the sun out, you can sit out there in the grass. since you didn't invite yesterday, Malisha. So I'm like, what the fuck Lex said?
My fucking back hurt. Fuck.
Who said that?
What?
You said your back hurt? Help you with that. Alright, here we go. Stop playing.
I'm bad.
Lex said, oh, y'all gotta go over to her science.
Motherfucker so fast. Oh Lord, that's a fast motherfucker right there, boy.
Who that? Who that
I'm just no.
Oh, talking about
I'm saying my name.
Lex. Andy.
That's my name.
I like Sam's name. Just roll off the top. If I blow up, I'm gonna take PRC about and I'm gonna let him talk shit on me. I need somebody who's on the intro who's gonna be slap bullshit on the intro.
So much shit all I gotta do is look at the screen and see somebody on.
Dog about on mute. Dog free ass.
BRC, did anything happen last night?
Yeah, it ain't in like 1:30, 2 o'clock.
What happened? They doing the 1-7?
I was asleep at 12:45, so.
still be serving breakfast over there? Right, boy, they got a whole, they remodeled the whole store. Well, yeah, I've been there since we remodeled, but I ain't know they had, very scared more than this. More than this. I don't go every morning down there, but I went yesterday when I got there. Right back to this big goat like
The love you move.
I went there one time, they had this chicken though. I said, hey, chicken, that good chicken, this one.
Nah. I just said bring it. My phone?
Wait till I get home. Oh, the fish well, oh, get all right now, 'cause I need you out here.
What you say? Your phone in a blender. I cannot hear you. What you say?
I said, when do you be cooking? That's what you say.
I just looked the other day for my mom for her birthday. I had made some tortilla dips and barbecue some chicken.
Girl, that ain't no goddamn cooking. That ain't no goddamn cooking.
Bitch, I don't barbecue.
She said I could rotel. She said I could rotel.
Rotel. And some poke beans. Make some poke beans.
My 12-year-old now big rotel. When the last time you cook?
My baby, I didn't know how to cook. I can't. I said I didn't know how to cook. I just don't cook. I could cook though. I do some raw eggs, fucking turkey necks for sure. Get some gravy. Shit. I make it taste like I was gonna put my pussy in that bitch.
You making your gravy from scratch?
I can cook inside and outside.
Boy, you crazy. I can make my gravy from scratch.
How you do it?
Flour and a little cooking oil. And cook it till it's brown. Yeah, the fuck.
What you doing? Oh, yeah, bro.
But my and some people put water in there. Add a little water in it too. But
Girl, the Trinity.
That's right. And you store it. You mix it. You can't leave it. You can't leave it on because it's gonna burn. So you gotta sit there and stir it. Yeah, I know how to cook.
Y'all eat black pie?
Yeah. And then I don't use the bag season. I cut my season up.
No. That's what you cook. What the black pie basically is like. It depends on what meat you want to do. Smoked meat, just black pie. But you don't do all that flour and stuff. You just scrape the pie. You use all the seasoning and all the browning and all that.
funny. I couldn't even get on my phone fast enough. Man, what? Man, boy.
Check my PPR. That's fresh sausage. Fresh sausage.
Where's Sass? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I just did a whole egg pie. Oh, yeah. Like you put yourself yourself. I don't see none of your picture. I see you look like you put yourself.
I'm high, tired, and I was laughing at something on the phone.
I ain't know you cook like that.
I could stop there. I could outside, inside. I could break.
Hold on, let me see. What that is you cooking, Dave?
That's fresh sausage and gravy.
Chris, you know it's been stuff off Chris Saxon, but I don't know about the Chris.
If you gotta get from like the brand
Boiling hot dog water. Come on here, boiling hot dog water. They give somebody to have a personal shake. She said, we was in this swimming pool today, was looking like the buttermilk biscuit on the plate, bitch.
Somebody say you still do. I know I ain't. I know I wasn't.
I said that.
That's brother.
I ain't brother. I said that.
Oh, Mr. Bobby said that.
Bitch, don't call my name till I